Chapter 1, Sorting Ceremony. Susan Pence, Hufflepuff. Justin Finley, Hufflepuff. In the large and beautifully decorated exhibition hall, a wrinkled hat with a big mouth that splits from the edge, twisting restlessly while singing, and occasionally being squeezed by a few undaunted little wizards. The brim of the hat gave out bursts of weird laughter. As the names of the students and the colleges assigned to them were spoken from the sorting cap, the little wizards clapped their hands warmly or perfunctorily on the seats below. At least in this orientation party, even Gryffindor and Slytherin, who are displeased with each other, will maintain this relatively harmonious scene. The little wizards waiting for the distribution academy in the audience were nervous or expectant, watching other people put on the sorting hat, and then walked to the corresponding academy seat in the funny tone of the hat. However, among the new students, there is a thin boy who is out of place. He is looking blankly at the gorgeous and retro decorations and candles suspended in mid-air. The bright lights of the hall are illuminating the auditorium. It was bright, and translucent ghosts could be seen flying through the air all around. Everything made the boy a little bit adaptable for a while, and it took a long time before he muttered to himself. "Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Strange, am I dying in the hospital bed?" Just as the boy felt familiar and unfamiliar with everything around him, a loud female voice resounded in the large exhibition hall. "Yvonne Halls." Professor Minerva McGonagall stood at the four-corner table where the sorting cap was placed, looking at the parchment scroll in her hand, but waited for a long time and did not see the new students come up, so she frowned and said loudly again, "Yvonne Halls. I haven't seen any movement in the freshmen for a long time," and now even Dumbledore cast a suspicious look, and the old students from the major colleges talked in private. Who's Yvonne? So courageous. It's not going the wrong way, you missed the sorting ceremony, right? This is interesting. At this time, the remaining freshmen, under the gaze of many professors and seniors, moved a few steps behind them. Only the boy with blonde hair and black pupils who had not figured out his condition remained standing still, looking very conspicuous. "Mr. Yvonne Halls, please come to the stage here." Professor McGonagall repeated it again. "Me?" Yvonne pointed to himself in a dazed manner, and suddenly felt that this scene was a bit strange but unexpectedly familiar. "Yes, please come up as soon as possible. Just like others have done, there are other children who need to be sorted out." Perhaps because Yvonne is a freshman, although Professor McGonagall spoke for the fourth time when I asked, I didn't mean to be angry at all, but I felt that the new student might be a little nervous. Before Yvonne could react, he felt that he was nudged slightly, and then the freshmen in the front row also unexpectedly pushed Yvonne onto the stage one by one with tacit understanding. "Okay, kid, come over here soon." Professor McGonagall stepped forward, put Ivan's shoulders on the chair, and picked up the sorting hat and pressed it on Ivan's head. The sorting hat twisted his body restlessly on Ivan's head, and said strangely, "Hey, boy, don't be too shy, you are not the first person to feel nervous in such a place. Trust me, it's over with closed eyes. It doesn't hurt at all." Yvonne rolled his eyes. After staying in the new place for a while, he also had some guesses about the current situation, but he still felt a little unbelievable. But, is this really Hogwarts? That magical place where magic is taught? But that's not. Yvonne couldn't help thinking about it, but the voice of the sorting hat rang in Ivan's ears. "Yes. Of course, this is Hogwarts. You are not dreaming, I am 100% sure. I guess you must come from a Muggle family, right? Every few years, there are always a few new little wizards who don't believe that magic is real. They say it's all tricks and they want to get it out of my body. Here comes a rabbit with long ears, I told them there was nothing in the hat, but they didn't believe it." The sorting hat was making a silly joke, and the split mouth almost extended to the brim of the hat. The ability of the sorting hat to read memories made Yvonne not daring to think too much, so he quickly condensed his mind. But perhaps because of the influence of the Sorting Hat, Ivan's mind was like a slideshow, flashing through sections of strange memories. The scattered Ivan couldn't piece it together. It seemed that a witch was teaching her own magic. The witch in my memory is about 30, with beautiful long blonde hair, and talking with her mouth open. Then Ivan only felt a panic of fear hit her heart. The Sorting Hat is also the first time I have seen such a messy little wizard, but I am also surprised that Ivan is not from a Muggle family. How can children from a wizard family not know Hogwarts? A cold sweat appeared on Ivan's forehead. Although the various thoughts and memories read by the Sorting Hat belonged to the original owner, he didn't know if this hat would read any important secrets. Fan can only try to force himself to think about something insignificant. Ahem. Seeing that the Sorting Hat seemed to have an endless posture, Professor McGonagall had to cough slightly to remind the Sorting Hat on the stage to do business quickly. The Sorting Hat stopped talking, and Ivan was finally relieved, but he was also a little curious about which college he would be assigned to. Well, let me see, optimistic, smart and like crazy thinking. The Sorting Hat dragged a long tone, suddenly lowered his voice and said, "And a little bit of black magic. I can black magic." Ivan was confused and remembered the memory just now. Oh, yes, an ancient and rare, black magic. The Sorting Hat whispered and chatted with Ivan, as if whispering something. Of course, in my opinion this is also an interesting black magic. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com always allows people to see things they don't want to see. Someone has used it to prank, maybe you can do it too. Try. Although Dumbledore definitely doesn't want anyone to do it again. The Sorting Hat complained to himself. Where should I go? Slytherin. Ivan was a little curious about how he could black magic, but the most important thing now was the issue of sorting. After dividing the courtyard, he can take off this hat that can read memories. In the 4 colleges of Hogwarts, entering Gryffindor requires enough bravery, or reckless. What Ravenclaw wants is wisdom or a desire for knowledge. Slytherin corresponds to a cunning and insidious character and outstanding magic talent. As for Hufflepuff, Ivan feels that Hufflepuff Academy is usually responsible for accepting the remaining students. The Sorting Hat said that learning dark magic is very much in line with the standards of Slytherin College. Of course, it is also possible that he was assigned to Ravenclaw because of his optimism and intelligence. Ivan thinks a little narcissistically. No, neither. The Sorting Hat's tone suddenly became humorous. Although it will make you a little sad to say that. Slytherin usually only chooses some talented little wizards, so. Gryffindor. The Sorting Hat changed the soft whisper when whispering with Ivan, and the loud voice resounded throughout the hall. Gryffindor. Ivan took the Sorting Hat off the top of his head, a little surprised, and even too late to complain about the Sorting Hat's evaluation of his talent. Yes, you should go there. The Sorting Hat loudly said. I have never missed it, you have the corresponding quality. Chapter 2, Academy Legend. Ivan was still ready to ask again. The cheerful applause from the audience had already sounded. Ivan had to press down on his stomach full of questions, put the Sorting Hat on the 4-corner table, and walked down the steps. Seeing Ivan coming down, several senior students moved aside in Gryffindor's seat to make room. A pair of twin brothers with the same appearance and fiery red hair pressed Ivan to the space in the middle, and one of them spoke with an exaggerated tone. Gosh, I bet you dare not give Professor McGonagall face so much in the freshman sorting ceremony. You are definitely the first one. This is really. What is it really? Ivan asked in confusion. It's so brave. The other of the twin brothers took the conversation. You are destined to become a legend in the academy. The two looked at each other and said in unison. Hearing the answers from the two, Ivan almost didn't pick it up in one breath. The brain circuits of the two brothers were so strange that he couldn't understand it. Well, thank you. Ivan politely thanked the twin brothers for their blessing, and then asked. "My name is Yvonne Halls, how about you?" "I'm George Weasley, and that's Fred over there," one of the twin brothers spoke first, blinking at Yvonne. "You'd better remember, don't admit your mistakes next time you meet, Fred hates people calling him wrong." "Okay, George, I don't think I will admit that I am wrong." Yvonne is clear about the trick of the two brothers swapping identities, naturally he will not be fooled, and turned to the other of the twin brothers. "Are you right, Fred?" Fred, who was thinking about playing with his brother as a newbie, was stunned, and George, who had spoken to Yvonne before, was also taken aback for a while before asking. "Wait, how do you know I am George's?" "This is easy to guess, isn't it? Who in the freshmen doesn't know that your Weasley brothers like pranks?" Of course, Yvonne couldn't say that he saw it from a book, but could only make a temporary excuse to fool it. "Gosh, are we so famous already? Even the freshmen know it." George and Fred said in surprise, feeling that so many years of fighting against the Hogwarts school rules finally came to fruition. Puff Ron, who was feasting and eating, almost squirted out the food in his mouth. When did his two brothers become so famous among the freshmen at Hogwarts? Why doesn't he know? George and Fred were a little curious that Yvonne whispered to the Sorting Hat on stage. It was the first time they saw someone chatting with that hat for so long. Yvonne fooled the past half-truth. After all, knowing black magic in Gryffindor Academy is not something to show off. By the way, Yvonne took the opportunity to turn the topic to George and Fred's adventure career at Hogwarts School, and inquired about the location and information of the secret passages in Hogwarts. Yvonne, who has read the original, naturally knows that George and Fred have a magic map that can show most of the hidden passages of Hogwarts and mark the names of people inside. With it, you can travel freely in this magic castle without worrying about being discovered by professors and administrators. Although Yvonne has read the original in his previous life and knows many secrets of Hogwarts, after all, he can't remember it. This map is still very useful. And the Weasley brothers, facing Yvonne, who is like a little fan, naturally revealed a lot of information unguardedly, and even wanted to win Yvonne into the great cause of pranks. However, there is no disclosure about the magic map. Yvonne was not surprised. After all, it was the first time I met. No matter how good the conversation, it is impossible to reveal such an important secret. Yvonne just wants to gain some good impressions to pave the way for the future. But at this moment, an inexplicable voice suddenly rang in Ivan's mind. Ding! The host gets secret information, the task is being generated. Mission objective, explore Hogwarts. Current progress, 2/100. Task introduction, the curiosity to explore the unknown is something every little wizard should possess. The 1,000-year-old castle contains countless secrets. Please explore and understand them. When the exploration progress reaches a certain level, it will be given a certain level based on performance. Rewards. Yvonne, who received the news suddenly, couldn't help being stunned, and the conversation with the Weasley brothers was also interrupted. Goldfinger? Yvonne quickly reacted, followed by ecstasy. I traveled to Hogwarts inexplicably before. Although Yvonne had the joy and fortunate to live again, but there was also a sense of anxiety about suddenly arriving in an unfamiliar environment, just because I had to pretend to be forced down by Yvonne. But now I feel much more relieved. Yvonne casually dismissed the Weasley brothers who were still about to continue talking about their adventures. He sank his heart and focused his attention on groping for this newly emerged golden finger. After the method, a series of information finally appeared before Ivan's eyes. Yvonne Halls. Occupation, Wizard. Magic Bar, Fear Curse Level 1, 3/200. Knowledge Theory, Magic Item Making Level 0, 435/500. Magic Items. Magic Wand, Wood, Unicorn Hair, 11 inches and 3/4 long. Magic, Medium. Fit, 72.5%. Academic points, none. The information column that appeared in front of me was as expected by Ivan, UU reading www.uuganshu. The com is only part of the content in the information column, which is a bit beyond Ivan's expectations. Fear curse? Magic item production. Ivan slowly muttered to himself. As a little wizard who has just crossed over and hasn't even fully figured out the situation, he will naturally not bring these two abilities. Thinking of the memory that had appeared in his mind when he was on stage just now, Ivan suddenly understood that he should be in possession of it. This little wizard named Ivan Halls had learned magic before entering school. This situation is not uncommon among little wizards. It is important to know that even Hermione Granger, who was born in a Muggle family, can master some simple magic through self-study before entering school, let alone those who were born in the little wizard of the wizard family. But the magic of fear, Ivan thought for a long time but had no impression. It seemed that it was not the magic that appeared in the original book. Ivan is not surprised. After all, Harry Potter is just a novel, and it is only a corner of the magic world. It is impossible to show all the magic in every aspect, and the black magic in the original text is even rarer. A real black wizard can't only have so few black magic. After all, just the restricted book zone of Hogwarts, I don't know how many black magic books there are. Of course, what Ivan is more curious or worried about is the family situation of the original owner. A family that can teach their children dark magic before school is obviously not good. Ivan is very worried about his safety. If someone finds out that Ivan Halls, a little wizard, is occupied by a soul from another world, God knows what kind of dark magic is waiting for him. Chapter 3, Broken Memory. A piercing heart to meet? Still burned to death with fierce fire? Ivan couldn't help but shudder thinking about the tragic experience that might happen, trying hard to retrieve the memory of the original body. Didn't know if it was because of the crossing, these memories seemed to be shattered and hidden in the depths. Letting Ivan want to break his head was nothing. Damn it, if only I could remember more memories. Ivan muttered to himself with a headache. It seems that before the end of the semester, he must learn to contemplate the mind, and then find a way to use the meditation basin in the principal's office to sort it out. Memory, otherwise it is very likely to wear help. In other words, Ivan doesn't even know where his home is now. There is no one who can mix with him. Harry Potter. Just as Ivan's head was thinking about how to get into the forbidden book area and learn to take the mind, Professor McGonagall's high voice drew Ivan's attention back to the sorting ceremony. It's not just Ivan. At this moment, all the little wizards and professors turned their eyes to the stage, like a repeat of Ivan when he took the stage, but obviously Ivan's little speciality is naturally incomparable with the prestige of the savior. As a thin and cramped little wizard with glasses came onto the stage, there was a warm applause from below, and the second-year Gryffindors next to Ivan were all red with their palms, staring fiercely. Looking at the forehead that was covered by a little hair, he seemed to expect to see the lightning-like scar. Harry Potter? Is she talking about Harry Potter? My mother said he defeated the mysterious man when he was born. I wish he could be assigned to Gryffindor. Ivan also followed the crowd applauded to welcome, otherwise it would be too maverick in this seat. Of course, Ivan also thinks this is the glory that Harry deserves. After all, Harry's miserable life of being bullied in childhood stems from the death of his parents. Had it not been for the protection magic that Lily Potter launched at the expense of her life that caused the mighty Voldemort to lose his power, the magic world would not know how many people would die. When they heard that Harry Potter was about to enter Gryffindor, the little wizards in the seats were even more mad. The Weasley twins hugged each other in excitement and shouted, "Potter! We have Potter!" The applause from Slytherin was much lighter. Especially the Slytherin chief who was leaning on the front row, after hearing the Sorting Hat say that Harry had refused to enter Slytherin, his complexion was a bit unpleasant. Ivan silently saw everything in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth chuckled, knowing that it was because Harry's savior's aura was still there. After a while, everyone discovered that apart from the title, Harry Potter also. When I was just an ordinary little wizard, I'm afraid I wouldn't care so much." Yvonne murmured in his heart, but raised his eyes and glanced at Dumbledore, who was looking at Harry with a smile, and suddenly felt that the prefect Slytherin's concern was right. After all, the principal helped the savior to open up, and the others didn't say anything. At least the College Cup Slytherin these semesters is not to think about. Seeing Harry walking down the stage, Gryffindor's prefect Percy Weasley could not wait to shake hands with Harry almost the moment Harry stepped off the stage. Most people have also vacated their positions next to each other one after another, seemingly wishing to have a good chat with the savior. Even George and Fred ran to join in the fun, and Ivan's side suddenly became empty. Yvonne didn't mean to join in the fun. He was enjoying the big meal in front of him without regard to his own. They all said that the food of the Rotten Country was authentic black cuisine, but the food at Hogwarts was unexpectedly good. Yvonne thinks this may be related to the Hogwarts food is house elves, rather than British wizards. Vaguely, Yvonne seemed to feel someone staring at him, and when he looked up, he saw Dumbledore staring at him with his bright silver eyes. Yvonne didn't have the slightest stage fright, and after smiling at Dumbledore pretending to be well-behaved and shy, he put a large piece of cake into his mouth in one bite, and swallowed it in threes or twos. Maybe it's because Yvonne is full of food, or Dumbledore was just on a whim. After smiling back, the greatest white wizard turned his gaze to other places. After the sorting ceremony was over, there was still plenty of time for the little wizards to eat. Yvonne ate enough to no longer hold it, and Dumbledore waved his wand to remove the leftovers. The food filled with food disappeared without a trace, just as it suddenly appeared before. The magic of magic, for the upper-grade little wizard who has seen it many times, has long been familiar, but for Yvonne, who has really experienced magic for the first time, it is still very new. Dumbledore stood up slowly at this time, reading www. The eyes of UUGonshu.com also focused on the stage following Dumbledore's actions. "Ha, since we are all fed and drunk, let me say a few more words. I am going to post a few announcements of the school start now." Dumbledore's voice echoed in the hall, his eyes swept over the new students standing under the stage, and then he looked at Brother Weasley. "New students should pay special attention, the woods on the playground are strictly prohibited for students to enter. I think this point should also be kept in mind by senior students. Our administrator, Mr. Filch, wants me to remind you that you are not allowed to use magic in the hallway between classes. The Quidditch player test will be conducted in the second week." After briefly emphasizing the rules that exist in each semester, Dumbledore paused briefly and raised his tone again. "Finally, I must warn you that people who do not want to die tragically should not go to the third-floor corridor on the right within this year." Yvonne couldn't help but complain about Dumbledore's fishing remarks after listening. Guang said how dangerous it was, but didn't reveal other news, or even why you couldn't go there, with a mysterious look. How could this make some little wizards who are full of curiosity bear it? Sure enough, Dumbledore's stern warning didn't seem to have had its due effect. A few freshmen even laughed indifferently, but the senior students showed serious expressions. Of course, this does not include the two Weasley brothers with serious faces. The two are discussing something secretly. Yvonne guessed that they might go to the corridor that could make people tragic to take a look. It's just that Yvonne felt that before that, Dumbledore would talk to them in person in advance, or let Administrator Filch focus on them. Lest they do something. Chapter 4, Hello Hogwarts. After emphasizing the precautions for this semester, Dumbledore seemed to have become the kind of a little incongruous headmaster, wearing a slightly crooked wizard hat on his head, and said loudly, "Before going to bed, let us sing the school song together." As Dumbledore's voice fell, Yvonne clearly saw the faces of the professors on the stage changed, and several senior students were also constipated. And Dumbledore was waving his wand on his own, and a long golden ribbon floated out of the wand, turning into words like a snake. The wand is like a baton. Under the guidance of Dumbledore, the Hogwarts school song sung by the whole school resounded in the hall. Hogwarts, 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 please teach us, whether it is old or bald, or a young man with idiotic legs, our heads can be filled with novelty, something interesting. Various versions and various tunes were put together in a jumbled manner, and the Weasley brothers, who tried to mislead everyone in the mix, Yvonne also sang a few words along with them. After singing, I unexpectedly felt that this was mixed the tone. It seems pretty good. Yvonne couldn't help but wondered if there was a problem with his music aesthetic. Fortunately, there is also the Principal Dumbledore who has the same feeling. The respected White Wizard was moved to tears under the influence of music. It took a long time to break free from the melody. He wiped his tears while reminding all levels. Long can go back. Yvonne followed Gryffindor's freshman flow along the spiral staircase to the highest floor. At the end of the corridor, Percy stopped on a wall with a portrait of a fat woman. Before the new students could ask, everyone saw the fat woman move, changed her posture, and said solemnly, "What is the password?" "Dragon scum," Percy replied. The fat woman nodded, stepped aside, revealing a round hole in the wall, and Yvonne knew that this was Gryffindor's common room inside. After entered, Yvonne realized that this place was much bigger than he thought. The red lion flag representing Gryffindor is hung in the air. There are several long tables neatly placed in the wide lounge. Under the long tables are comfortable chairs. The dark brown fireplace is against the left wall. The burning flame illuminates the cold at the same time. Gryffindor's bedroom is for 5 people. There are 5 four-poster beds in the spacious room. Underneath are their respective luggage, neatly stacked aside. As there is no corresponding memory, Yvonne can't even recognize his suitcase and bed. Just as Yvonne was waiting for his roommate to choose a bed first, a grey-white owl suddenly flew from the top of the railing on the west side to Ivan's shoulder, and pecked Ivan's face intimately. Maca. Yvonne was taken aback for a moment, and then he remembered the name for no apparent reason. Cuckoo, the grey-white owl replied. "Whether it is or not, I will call you Maca from now on." Yvonne stretched out his hand and scratched the owl's neck. Maca narrowed his eyes comfortably. With Maca's guidance, Yvonne quickly confirmed that the bed on the west side against the wall was his own. There were very few things around, except for bedding and pillows, but some clothes, daily necessities, and a few books to bring. The textbook. It is worth mentioning that Yvonne found a small sign next to his bed with the words Yvonne Halls intimately engraved on it. Other beds also have similar brands, but Yvonne didn't notice it just now. Not long after Yvonne stayed alone in the dormitory, there was a sound of pushing the door outside, followed by a slightly familiar voice. Unexpectedly, the sorting house is just wearing a hat. I thought I was going to fight against the giant monsters. I knew I shouldn't believe George's nonsense. Pushing through the door was a little wizard with fiery red hair and freckles on the bridge of his nose. His mouth was babbling and talking, while the little boy behind him was wearing spectacles and looked a little thin. Harry? Ron? Yvonne was somewhat surprised. It was a coincidence that he was in the same bedroom as the savior Harry. "Hello, I am Yvonne Halls." Yvonne stepped forward and said hello. "Hey, this is Ron Weasley." Ron also noticed the existence of Yvonne. "Hello, this is Harry Potter." Harry also stretched out his hand at this time. Yvonne first shook hands with Harry, then looked at Ron and smiled. "Just now at the meeting, your brother George and Fred mentioned you to me." "Oh, damn, I don't believe they would say anything good about me." Ron thought about the way George and Fred play tricks on himself, and he was angry. Harry was a little pleased with Ivan's attitude different from other people. After all, since he entered the wizarding world, every time he encountered other wizards, he was either making a fuss or wanting to see the lightning scar on his head. I have to say that Harry thinks this behavior is really stupid. UU reading www.uucannonshoe.com. The friendship between the little wizards can sometimes be established in a short time. What's more, Yvonne, who has read the original book, knows the two of them, and deliberately caters to them, so naturally they quickly become friends. Harry talked about the unfair treatment he received before he came to the wizarding world in the dormitory, while Ron was talking about one or two funny things that were teased by the Weasley twins. Not long after, Neville and another little wizard who shared the same dormitory they also joined together, and they talked until late before going to bed and resting. The successive changes throughout the night made Yvonne really tired. Almost immediately after touching the bed, his body weakened and he couldn't get up again. Even the originally planned exploration system plan was forgotten. Vaguely, only the sound of Ron scrambling the mice could be heard. Yvonne raised his eyes and looked at it, then put the quilt over his head, and his lips moved silently. "Hello, Hogwarts." Early the next morning, Yvonne woke up from his dream and looked around blankly. It took him a long time to realize what was about to go to class. Suddenly he was about to be transferred from the hospital bed to the classroom, and for a while, Yvonne was still a little bit unable to adapt. However, in the first class at Hogwarts, Yvonne did not intend to be late. Although it was still early, Yvonne felt that he had set off earlier, considering the awkward stairs in Hogwarts. Great! Of course, before leaving, I didn't forget to call Ron and Harry who were still lying in bed. I don't know whether it was the influence of Harry's savior's halo or Ivan's bad luck. When he went downstairs, he encountered two steps that disappeared. Poor Ron even hit the wall disguised as a door. Fortunately, it was because of Ron's personal demonstration that Yvonne and Harry were spared. Chapter 5, Does this keep ordinary wizards from living? 2. The three-person team finally stepped into the classroom before class. I bet. Those stairs must be deliberately aimed at us, trying to make us late. Ron rubbed his still red nose, stepped into the classroom first, and glanced at the empty podium. It was a sigh of relief. It seems that we are not too late. The professor hasn't arrived yet. Harry also gave Yvonne a somewhat grateful look at this time. Fortunately, he got up early today, otherwise he would definitely be late. No, I think the professor has arrived. Yvonne ignored the words of the two, but glanced at the brindle cat on the podium, and then quickly returned to his seat. Harry and Ron were confused, but after they sat down, they saw the brindle cat on the podium suddenly jumped off the stage, distorted and deformed, and when they landed, they had become a middleman. The young witch is Professor McGonagall. Harry and Ron were stunned. They understood what Yvonne was talking about. They just didn't understand how Yvonne knew that Professor McGonagall changed the cat. Also surprised is Professor McGonagall. She used the form of Animagus to observe the situation of the little wizards in this class, and also to use the transformation of Animagus as this transformation technique. At the beginning of the class, I didn't expect to be recognized by a student. Chong Yifan nodded with a slight approval, and Professor McGonagall started the teaching content of the first transformation class. Before starting the class, I want to remind you that Transfiguration is arguably one of the most complex and dangerous spells you will learn in Hogwarts School. Whoever wants to be in my class, if you are mischievous, get out immediately and never come back. Professor McGonagall waved his staff and turned the podium in front of him into a pig. Amid the exclamation of many little wizards, he changed the podium back. Yvonne sat in the front position, seeing the whole process of transformation clearly. Accurate, fast, flawless. Being able to transform a wooden podium into a creature with consciousness is tantamount to directly changing the structure of matter, and even temporarily endowing the dead with intelligence. The mystery and power of magic are undoubtedly revealed at this moment. The magic of the wizarding world may be slightly inferior in destructive power, but it has its own uniqueness in other aspects, and it is comprehensive and complete. Professor McGonagall's demonstration immediately aroused the interest of the little wizards. After explaining the methods and techniques for the release of the Transfiguration Curse, he distributed a match to all the students. The goal was to turn the match into a silver needle. When Professor McGonagall started to explain the Transfiguration curse, a reminder rang through Ivan's mind. Ding! You listened carefully to the professor's explanation, and found that the content was a bit obscure, and the proficiency of the Transfiguration mantra was slightly improved. Ivan called up the information bar and took a look, and there was an extra line of information in the magic bar. Transfiguration Curse Level 0, 6/100. Seeing that the content was as expected, Ivan was a little delighted, which means that no matter what kind of magic it is, you only need to repeat the practice to increase your proficiency and you can quickly learn it. But after Ivan repeated the practice for half a class, he realized that it seemed not as simple as he thought. Ivan Halls. Mr. Halls. The stern and loud voice echoed in the closed classroom, attracting the attention of the little wizards in the front and rear rows. Professor McGonagall, who had not spoken until then, turned his head abruptly, and the little wizards turned their heads angrily, or waved their wands over and over again at the match in front of them in distress or entanglement, trying to make it happen even a little bit. The change. Professor McGonagall looked around for a week, and saw that the matches on the table of a little witch with tousled hair had changed significantly, with more or less the appearance of needles, and then loosened her tight lips, revealing a trace of satisfaction. Look! After warning the little wizards who were still fishing with his eyes, Professor McGonagall was able to turn his gaze to the stupefied boy in front of him, and said sternly, "Mr. Halls, I think I should have reminded you before that the release of the spell is very dangerous, and you should stay focused before releasing the magic. In addition, repeating mechanical exercises does not provide much help. I think you should be more attentive, focused, and imagine what the silver needle looks like." "Yes, Professor McGonagall, I will pay attention." Ivan Halls nodded politely, condensed his mind under the witch's gaze, and the wand in his hand was nearly 12 inches high in the air with a strange frequency wave. On the black-grey wooden table, a match seemed to be driven by some kind of force out of thin air, twisted and deformed, slowly changing its shape under the action of magic. However, when the match was slowly deformed, it seemed to have been disturbed, and it changed back to its original state in an instant. This situation did not seem to be beyond what Professor McGonagall expected. After seeing this situation, he just nodded and left a sentence for more practice, then turned his head and left. After all, most of the little wizards who just started school are also like this. That's all. The disciples left Ivan Halls muttering a low sigh. It seems that accumulating proficiency is not so easy. After trying most of the class, Ivan has long lost the excitement he had before. Because the growth rate of proficiency has slowed down after the previous surge, and it is not possible to increase proficiency every time. After a period of exploration, Ivan feels that this is not so much practice to increase the proficiency of skills, but rather to present his own level in the form of proficiency. After most of the class time, Ivan couldn't even do a stable transformation spell for a long time. Just as Ivan Halls was driving in a transfiguration class, he was suddenly poked a few times with his finger. Ivan turned his head, only to realize that Harry, who was excited, was pointing at the two pointed, faintly shiny unidentified objects on the table in front of him and shouting loudly, "Hey, Ivan! Look, I did it, I did it!" "Well, yes. Harry, you are amazing and talented." Ivan glanced at the unknown objects on the table and nodded. The first class of transfiguration can make the matches change significantly. Fixed form for a long time, is already the upper level among the little wizards, at least, much more powerful than him. Right? I didn't expect that, my uncle, they are all muggles. Before entering school, I always wondered if I could release magic. Was affirmed by Ivan, and Harry also gushed out his previous worries. Before entering the magical world, Harry was nothing more than an ordinary 11-year-old boy. He suddenly became the savior in the eyes of everyone. Although he received unimaginable attention and glory, he also accepted the difficulty. The pressure of imagination. Harry even thought about the embarrassing scene where he could not learn magic, but fortunately the situation has not changed so badly. Yvonne was not surprised by Harry's rapid learning of magic. After all, the Sorting Hat made it clear when he assigned the academy to be brave, kind, and extremely talented. The Sorting Hat even suggested that Harry go to Slytherin Academy. In the 3rd grade, he used the Guardian who had just learned it to destroy or drive away hundreds of Dementors. Had it not been for Hogwarts' free education to be overly happy, it is estimated that the talented savior before graduation would have the ability to be a professor at last. Regarding this, Yvonne said that he did not envy at all. There are only a few talented little wizards after all. Yvonne took a peek left and right and found that most of the little wizards were of this level. He sighed a little bit of relief. Without expecting it, I heard Professor McGonagall's high voice again. Very well, Miss Granger. You can see, Miss Granger successfully transformed the match into a silver needle. Gryffindor adds 5 points. In the aisle not a few steps away from Ivan's seat, Professor McGonagall was holding a silver needle aloft, and gestured to the little wizards around him. Miss Granger sitting upright, with grey and brown hair scattered randomly on her shoulders, proudly raising her small head, accepting the surprised or unexpected gazes of the little wizards around her. Yvonne stared at the silver needle blankly, and the mentality he had just adjusted exploded in an instant. Does this still allow ordinary wizards like them to live? Damn it, it's a bit worse. If I practice for a while, Professor McGonagall should praise me. Ron poked the table with his wand and stared at Hermione depressed. It seems to be annoyed with the glory that he was taken away. Yvonne glanced at Ron's table because he lost his magic power and turned back into an unknown object of matches again. He felt that Ron would not be able to reach Hermione's current level even after a few more lessons. Although he is not much better, he even said it was even worse. Yvonne sighed a little helplessly. What about the talent report after he said that after crossing? It is said that soul integration will lead to a substantial increase in mental power. The common routines in various novels did not show the slightest expression in Ivan's body. Only then can I understand how pertinent the Sorting Hat's evaluation of his talent is. Of course, transfiguration has been unable to stabilize. Yvonne guessed that in addition to talent, another part should be caused by the sharp drop in the wand fit caused by the soul replacement. If magic power is equal to electricity, and a magic wand is equivalent to a plug and wiring, then the spell is all kinds of electrical appliances. Nowadays, the wires have short-circuit problems from time to time, and the lights are naturally not working properly. However, Yvonne has not been able to solve the problem of the magic wand in a short time. I am afraid that this magic wand will be used for the last semester. After fighting with the match again for a while, the first class of transformation finally came to an end, and until the end, Yvonne did not stabilize the shape of the match after being deformed. On the contrary, I found a little trick that is not very useful, that is, after condensing the magic power through the magic wand in a disorderly manner, it can form a slender magic beam. The only function is to return the unstable transformation technique to its original shape. This was accidentally discovered by Yvonne when he almost exploded the match after he failed to release the transfiguration spell for the nth time. It was of no use other than to play tricks on Ron in the transfiguration class. Just as Professor McGonagall announced the end of Get Out of Class on stage, another voice resounded in Yvonne. Ding! After the host's unremitting efforts, the transformation teaching class is over, please continue to work hard. This comprehensive class evaluation, medium. Evaluator, Minerva McGonagall. Reward, academic points *5. Looking at the information that suddenly appeared in his mind, Yvonne had never thought of it before. Can I get rewards for class? Yvonne was a little surprised, especially when he saw the 3 words academic achievement point. He even complained about it. How could it be the same as when he was in college before? Apparently, it is evaluated by the professors of each subject. What about the final exam? If the exam is good or bad, there will be corresponding rewards and punishments, right? Of course, Tuko returns to Tuko. Ivan is still very happy to be able to discover a function of the system again, but I don't know what this grade point can be used for. After triggering the system panel, Ivan noticed the grade point. Maybe it's because I haven't gotten it before, and related functions have not been turned on. After this time, it didn't take long for Ivan to find the new redemption option in the panel. Ivan was slightly disappointed that there was only one solitary SWIBA experience card in the entire redemption column. The exchange required 100 academic points. The effect was to greatly improve the efficiency of learning within an hour. Ivan had never imagined to exchange powerful magic or forbidden curse before. Is this the rhythm of learning to the end? Ivan glanced at the 5 grade points that he had obtained after studying one class, and suddenly became a little desperate. Hogwarts was only 3 to 5 class hours a day. According to the 5-point grade point for each class, wouldn't it take 5 days of accumulation to redeem the 1-hour SWIBA experience card? This is too bad, right? What can you learn in 1 hour? But this is the end of the matter. Ivan has nothing to do with UU reading www.uugonshu.com. Apart from this exchange, Ivan has no other way to improve this inefficient learning efficiency. What else can I do? Study well. The Transfiguration class is over, and the boring history of magic is next. Professor Binns, who teaches, is a stale ghost. The entire class is spent talking and teaching, ignoring the children. The situation of the wizards. This makes Ivan a little uncomfortable. The achievement of grade points is obviously related to the evaluation of his class by the professor, and the teaching method of the history of magic. Ivan does not even have the opportunity to improve the evaluation. After a whole class, Ivan once again received a middle evaluation and 5 grade points. But soon, Ivan understood the benefits of the magic history class. Because in the next magic spell class, I will learn how to apply magic power to the object smoothly and affect the object, which is the basis for learning the floating spell. Due to the interference of the magic wand, Ivan spent a whole lesson. It was a success. During the period, the props used to cast the spell were blown up 3 times. The grades are a little better than Neville. And the fastest Miss Granger, only released 3 times and achieved success. For this reason, Yifun got a bad review in the class evaluation without exception, and only 2 grade points. The only good news is that after a few days of wandering around, the progress of the Explore Hogwarts task in the task tree has reached 30%, with an average of 2 grade points for every additional percentage point. Got a total of 60 grade points, which is much faster than the reward for class every day. Also finally let Ivan see the hope of collecting 100 academic points and redeeming a SWIBA experience card. Chapter 6, Library. Ivan, when we finish eating, how about we go back to the dormitory to play the wizard flag? Ron, who had finished the last class on Wednesday afternoon, gnawed on chicken legs in the lounge and asked vaguely. Ivan. Ivan slowly put the last piece of cattle into his mouth, and after a little thought, he still shook his head and refused. No, I have to go to the library later. Let's play with Harry. Harry's chess moves are really stinky. They are not challenging at all. Ron shook his head disappointed first, and then as if he suddenly noticed Ivan's words, the chicken legs in his hand fell on the ground. My God! The library? I thought only one person would go there for the whole year. Hermione. Ivan thought for a while, and the little wizard who ran to the library every day should be our know-it-all lady only a few days after school started. Yet, who else is there except her? Ron said exaggeratedly. Harry on the side suddenly pulled Ron's shoulders. Ron realized that Hermione, who was holding a pile of books, was also in the lounge. He lowered his voice and said in front of everyone how much Hermione likes to preach and what a defiant person. Fortunately, perhaps because of the long distance, Hermione didn't move much, and probably didn't hear Ron's words. Harry also listened in place with an embarrassed look. He didn't like this kind of secretly speaking bad things, but the other little wizards were very interested. I have to say that Miss Granger became famous in the gossip circle of little wizards by virtue of her preaching temperament within a few days of the beginning of school. Yvonne did not participate in the discussion of Hermione, but was not surprised by this situation either. After all, they are all 11 or 12-year-old little wizards. No one likes to be preached in person, especially the preaching is a little wizard of the same age. Yvonne, what are you doing in the library? Harry asked curiously. Brothers are not fun anymore. Bah, are the brothers not fun enough? Or the wizard flag is not fun anymore? Although Ron didn't speak, it was obvious in his eyes. It's like an appointment with you guys who play games after school every day, and suddenly one day they say that they will go to the library to study hard after school. Ivan's mouth twitched. He didn't want to play the wizard flag. He just made some attempts to see if there were other ways to get grade points. It's not because the wizard flag is novel and fun. Don't you think the assignments given by the professors are getting harder and harder? If you don't work hard now, what will you do at the end of the term? Yvonne glanced at Harry, and sighed after a long time. Yvonne knows that his talent is mediocre, coupled with the disadvantage of wand fit. Among the first-year little wizards, his casting level is basically in the middle and lower reaches of the level. In this case, the only way to improve the evaluation of the professors is to work the knowledge level. Improve my knowledge reserve, answer questions in peacetime, maybe I can get an impression. Ron, do you want to come? After Yvonne finished eating, he packed up and said to Ron. Although Ron's magical talent is better than him, it is only a mid to high level at best. Compared with Harry, the gap is still very obvious. In addition, Ron himself has not worked hard, so he will be iron in the future. The weakest one in the triangle. So in good intentions, Yvonne still reminded him. Even though Yvonne didn't expect Ron to agree. As expected, Ron shook his head quickly. What a joke, we have only been here for a few days, and we are still far from the end of the term. What's the rush? Forget it. Yvonne didn't care, and walked straight to the library. Look, Yvonne will be back in an hour at most, or I will eat the board. Ron muttered a bet. Hogwarts Library has the most complete magic books in the UK and even in Europe. From ordinary teaching books to esoteric curses and black magic, it can be described as everything. Yvonne, who came to the library for the first time, was also shocked by the huge collection of books. Rows of bookshelves are closely connected together. There are as many as 1,000 magic books on each shelf, far more than Ivan's previous life. The movie is much more spectacular. Perhaps because of the beginning of school, there are not many little wizards in the library. They rely on the bookshelves or the promenade in 2s and 3s, but they vacate the rest area in the middle. Ding! Explore the library. The system sound in his mind brought Ivan's attention back, and after a closer look, he discovered that the task of exploring Hogwarts in the task tree had increased by 5% at one time. And more importantly, counting the increased academic points, you can just make up the 100 academic points needed to redeem the SWIBA experience card. Yvonne couldn't help but look at the forbidden book area. The magic he was looking for could be found here. Child, you reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Are you looking for any books? Mrs. Irma Pins, who is a librarian, walked over and asked softly. Yes, ma'am, where is the book related to the Transfiguration curse? The more basic one is best. Yvonne withdrew his gaze from the restricted book area and turned to Mrs. Pins. Follow me. Mrs. Pins directed Yvonne to a bookshelf, took a beginner's transformation guide from the shelf, and handed it to Yvonne. Then the words paused and continued. What you just saw was the restricted book zone. Unless you can get the authorization of the professors, you are not allowed to view or borrow related books. I'm just a little curious, but I don't plan to actually go in. Ivan took the book in his hand and shrugged casually. Ivan was not going to watch these dangerous banned books in the near future. After all, with his current magic foundation, it is not suitable to learn these advanced magic. Anyway, there is still a whole semester, so I will talk about it when I have a free time and a chance. After Mrs. Pins finished explaining to Ivan, Jianzhuo turned around and left. After all, she had to stare at the little wizards of the higher grades. Almost every once in a while, there would be little wizards trying to break into the restricted area. Of course, before leaving, Mrs. Pins did not forget to remind Ivan that no noise is allowed in the library. When I walked to the rest area and sat down, Ivan was not in a hurry to experiment with the effects of the Swiba experience card. Instead, he flipped through the book and prepared to watch it in a normal state for a while, then see how you can increase your learning efficiency several times. Soon there was only the sound of turning pages in the lounge, and occasionally I interrupted my thoughts because of a little noise from elsewhere. Chapter 7, I suddenly became stupid. The quiet environment made Ivan thank the administrator Mrs. Pants very much in his heart. The library prohibition of loud noise is indeed necessary. As the basic theoretical book of Transfiguration Mantra, the difficulty of Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration is not high, but the thick pages obviously cannot be read in a short time. 1 hour passed in a flash, and Ivan's hand only turned over a third of the page. After thinking about it, Ivan continued to look down at the book, and when he finished reading the whole book, another 1.5 passed. Hour. After watching for more than 2 hours, when Ivan put down the books, his mind became a little groggy. These age-old magic books usually like to add some strange and unexplainable words. It seems that only in this way can they show the mystery of magic, which makes Ivan very uncomfortable with people who are accustomed to modern books. Maybe this is a wizard. Ivan muttered to himself, thinking that this rather metaphysical way of thinking might be the gift of wizards. He can't understand it anyway. Ding! After a period of careful reading, you feel that the Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration is boring and difficult to understand, and the proficiency of the Transfiguration Mantra is slightly improved. Note: reading progress of Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, 27%. The system prompt that sounded in my mind once again exceeded Ivan's expectation, because the corresponding prompt was not triggered when I was reading the textbook during class. Is it to be finished? Ivan suddenly noticed the difference. He hadn't read any magic book before, so the difference should be this. After had an idea in his mind, Ivan turned to complain about the system's prompt sound that was indistinguishable from the game log. Ivan feels that after reading the book, although there are some things that I don't understand, it shouldn't be said to be boring and difficult to understand, right? 27% of the reading progress, Ivan can understand. Everyone who has read the book knows that after reading it, it does not mean that you can remember all the knowledge in the book and use it freely. Otherwise, when taking the exam, wouldn't everyone get full marks? Let's take a look at the so-called Swiba experience card now. Ivan muttered to himself in a low voice, and then spent 100 points to exchange the Swiba experience card. Remaining time, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. For an instant, Ivan felt something exploded in his brain. The knowledge he had learned recently and the content of the books he had read seemed to keep pouring out, and within just half a minute. After being classified and summed up, various thoughts gradually became clear. This feeling is like using a worn-out old-fashioned computer and suddenly replacing it with the latest model. A minute later, Ivan opened his closed eyes, and lightly brushed the cover of the book The Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration with his right hand. Although he had not opened it yet, the content he had read before had already surfaced in his mind. Originally felt obscure and difficult to understand, but the words and sentences of God's babble combined with the context seemed to have a new way of interpreting them. The Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, as the basic book used by Hogwarts to teach little wizards, must have been revised many times, refined and concise, at least for wizards. When Ivan turned the pages of the book and recollected it, Yvonne had actually understood the contents of the book in general, and the rest was to revisit the places that I didn't understand before. Page 3, Chapter 2, Page 7, Chapter 13. Ivan's hand was flipping rapidly on the Beginner's Guide to Transformation, and the index of reading progress in his mind also rapidly increased. In less than 20 minutes, Yvonne has already read the entire book again. Ding! After a period of careful reading, you think the Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration is simple and clear, without challenges at all, and the proficiency of the Transfiguration spell has been greatly improved. The current progress of reading the Beginner's Guide to Transformation, 100%. Reading reward, 5 points for academic achievement. Transfiguration has reached level 1, current proficiency, 12/200, reward 5 points. At the moment Yvonne put down the book, 2 reminders rang in his mind. It is worth mentioning that the upgrade of the Transfiguration spell, Yvonne did not feel any, neither did he feel the upgrade effect of a golden light in place, nor did he feel any other enhancement effects. Only after understanding the principle of the transformation curse, Yvonne felt that releasing the transformation curse was no longer a problem. At least the trick of turning a match into a silver needle was already easy for Yvonne. Even holding the wand that is not very aura will not affect his performance, at best, the effect is slightly weaker. This is the same as Yvonne previously guessed. The proficiency and increase will not directly increase his strength, but more equivalent to expressing his strength through proficiency. Seeing that the expiration time of the SWIBA experience card was about 37 minutes, Yvonne did not stop at all, sprinted to the bookshelf and picked up the most recent copy of Basic Magic Principle Detailed Explanation and turned it over. As soon as I started, Yvonne felt that the book was thicker than he thought. The content in the book www.yuyuganshu.com is the analysis of commonly used magic spells and some conjectures about the composition of magic. If this kind of purely theoretical books were replaced at other times, Yvonne would probably find it boring, but this time I read it vigorously. Even the system prompts that sounded in Ivan's mind halfway through, Yvonne did not go. Guan, immerse yourself in the ocean of knowledge. However, Yvonne, who was halfway through the book, suddenly changed his expression slightly. He felt that his clear brain was covered with a white mist, and his thoughts were forcibly interrupted. This kind of feeling is as if someone was shocked and forced to hold back when the water was released to the heart's content. I suddenly became stupid? Yvonne stared blankly at the detailed explanation of the magic spell in front of him, and for a while it was a little difficult to adapt to the change in his IQ. Yvonne didn't react until he stood there for a while, tapped his dizzy head lightly, and took a closer look at the time for the 30 minutes of SWIBA experience card that had passed. Yvonne looked at the half of the unread pages in his hand, and reopened it unwillingly, but the content of the other half suddenly became esoteric and incomprehensible. The efficiency of reading suddenly decreased by several times, which made it feel. Yvonne, who has passed the bonus of SWIBA mode, is difficult to accept. Seeing a few pages, Yvonne sighed and put down the book in his hand. After experiencing the SWIBA mode for an hour, Yvonne has a deep understanding of the power of this exchange. This is not just a question of increasing the learning speed several times, including the overall improvement of understanding and thinking ability, and it can completely turn a scumbag into a scholastic or even a scholastic existence. There are almost no incomprehensible problems in learning knowledge, just learn it. Chapter 8, Everyone has their own learning method. In the process of the experiment just now, Yvonne also noticed a hidden factor, that is, his own knowledge accumulation will also affect the efficiency and speed of learning. This is why it only takes about 20 minutes to read the Beginner's Transformation Guide, and the time to read the Basic Magic Principle is much slower, 30 minutes only half the time. The quick reading of the Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, on the one hand, is because Yvonne himself has some foundation to release the Transfiguration spell, and on the other hand, because he has read this book just now and has an understanding of the content of the book. And the detailed explanation of basic mantra principles involves a wide range of knowledge, and Ivan has not read it in advance, so the reading speed is relatively slow. After analyzing the advantages and disadvantages of the SWIBA experience card, Ivan immediately realized that he wanted to make good use of this hour. The most optimized solution was to read the corresponding book first, and then use the SWIBA experience card after reading it. Improve your comprehension and thinking skills and review it again, so that you can make the most of your time. And every time you understand a magic book thoroughly, you will be rewarded with academic points. In addition to increasing the level of the magic spell, the accumulated academic points can be used to exchange for the SWIBA experience card. Under such a cycle, isn't the strength will advance by leaps and bounds? Just now Ivan just finished half of the detailed explanation of basic mantra principles. All the spells he knows have increased a lot of proficiency. Among them, the levitating curse and the disarming curse have risen to the same level as the transfiguration curse, and they are rewarded again. 10 academic grade points. This makes Ivan's grade points that were cleared to 0 again by 20 points, which greatly reduces the time to gather grade points next time. Thinking of this, Ivan looked at the vast magic books in the library, and suddenly realized that these are all grade points. If I can read them all, it is difficult for Ivan to imagine how much his strength will grow. Thinking of this, Ivan regained his fighting spirit. However, things were counterproductive. When Ivan was about to work hard, he was told that it was time for the lights to be turned off in the library. Ivan then realized that he had been in the library for more than 3 hours. Children, it is important to learn knowledge, but it is also important to pay attention to the combination of work and rest. As for now, give me back to the dormitory of the respective college. Mrs. Pins drove away the little wizards who were still planning to stay in the library. As the librarian at Hogwarts, she certainly does not hate the little wizard who likes knowledge, as long as she doesn't make a big noise in the library, but the principal of the library has regulations on the opening hours, and Mrs. Pins does not good extension. Ivan stepped forward at this moment, took half of the detailed explanation of basic magic principles in his hand, and gestured. "Madam, can I borrow this book?" "Of course, as long as it can be returned within the specified time." Mrs. Pins glanced at the book and nodded casually after seeing the title of the book. After speaking, Mrs. Pants turned to search in the library. There are always a few people who like to hide themselves in a sea of books, with the intent to get through it, waiting for the lights to be turned off and then slip into the forbidden book area. Of course, there are some people who are fascinated and forget the time. "Thank you." Ivan politely nodded his head and thanked him, and then took the book and left the library. He couldn't wait to go back and try the magic that gained promotion. Let me. Yet. Ivan, who hadn't walked a few steps before, only had time to hear a few crisp female voices behind him, and felt that he was hit by someone, and his forehead was in close contact with the wall, and then he sat down. On the ground, the detailed explanation of basic mantra principles in his hand also fell to the ground. Fortunately, the force of the impact was not heavy, so Ivan touched his flushed forehead and got up. Ivan picked up the book first, and then he noticed the little girl who bumped into him carelessly. The first thing that catches the eye is the thick brown hair, which is messy and obviously lacks the owner's care. The standard wizard robe looks a bit wide when worn, and there are several magic books scattered on the side. Hermione. Ivan was stunned, but quickly figured out the situation. It is estimated that when our know-it-all lady was kicked out of the library by Mrs. Pins, she was too anxious, so she ran into him directly from behind. Ivan. Hermione was hit hard at once, until she was supported by Ivan before she stood up. "Oh, sorry, I might have been a little confused before, I didn't expect to bump into you." "It's okay, just pay attention next time." After Ivan picked up the book on the floor and handed it back to Hermione, he shook his head and said he didn't care. Hermione, however, immediately opened the chattering box after seeing the book in Ivan's hand, and said incessantly, I also borrowed this book detailed explanation of basic magic principles before, and I learned many new magic skills. My god, I didn't even know that strong will can greatly increase the power of some spells, but this requires wizards to have a high magic control ability, otherwise, it is very likely to make the magic is out of control. At this point, Hermione seemed to be thinking of something, her voice became louder and said, "By the way, learning requires understanding and memorization, not just flipping through the book from beginning to end. Rather than reading books like basic mantra principles, I think you should memorize all the textbooks first." Hermione confided her thoughts or experience in a burst of cannonballs. Perhaps she was helping Yvonne consciously, and there was always a sense of superiority. Yvonne knew that Hermione must have seen her learning with the SWIBA experience card in the second half, so I kindly reminded her, but Hermione's high-pitched tone still made Yvonne frown insignificantly. "Thank you for reminding, but I think everyone has their own way of learning," Yvonne said lightly, and then I understood a little bit why Harry, Ron, and other little wizards shouldn't wait to see Hermione who is smart. I have to say that before Halloween, Miss Granger's character is really not very likable. How is this possible? Hermione still wanted to continue preaching, but Yvonne interrupted her as soon as she spoke. Quick deformation. Yvonne waved his magic wand and tapped it on the parchment that Hermione used to make notes. The paper vibrated slightly, and then it swelled and deformed, and the slightly rough parchment surface slowly became smooth. No time. Right in front of Hermione, within a second or two, Yvonne went from chanting the spell to waving his wand in one go. The standard was just like the demonstration by Professor McGonagall in class, and the parchment has now become a thin jade slab. Chapter 9, Fear Curse. Hermione opened her mouth wide and her face was full of disbelief. She still remembered that in the polymorphology class yesterday, Yvonne obviously couldn't stabilize the polymorph spell. Why did she become so powerful today? After completing the transformation, Yvonne didn't even stay longer, leaving Hermione, who was still standing in a daze, and left alone and returned to the Gryffindor lounge. Yvonne, who was holding a book, was walking on the way back to the bedroom, and just hit Harry and Ron, who were holding the wizard flag, and the two of them had a ghostly expression. Ron looked at the detailed explanation of basic spell principles in Ivan's hand, his eyes were about to stare, and the knight he was holding in his right hand fell onto the table with a snap. The armor of the knight who fell from the sky was smashed and smashed. He cursed and slashed the nail of Ron's left hand with a toothpick-thick sword. "Oh, it hurts." Ron's left hand trembled sharply, flying the knight to the side, then looking at his cracked nails, angrily picked up the cup and smashed the knight who had hurt him, and then threw them all into the box, waiting for automatic repair. Then Ron clutched his thumb and said to Harry with a worried expression on his face, "Harry, do you think Yvonne will become like Hermione in the future? This, shouldn't it?" Harry was also a little unsure. The two shuddered at the thought of the two Hermiones pointing at them. Yvonne returned to the dormitory, not knowing that Harry and Ron were talking about themselves in the lounge. At this meeting, Ivan's attention has long shifted to the changes in various values in the system. Yvonne Halls. Occupation, Wizard. Enchantments, Fear Curse Level 1, 6/200, Floating Curse Level 1, 12/200, Transformation Curse Level 1, 30/200, Disarming Curse Level 1, 16/200, Bright Curse Level 1, 1/200. Knowledge Theory, Magic Item Making Level 0, 435/500, Basic Magic Principle Level 0, 88/100. Magic Item, Magic Wand, Wood, Unicorn Hair, 11 inches and 3/4 long. Magic, Medium. Fit, 72.5%. Academic Points, 20. Only 1 hour of Learning Master Experience card. The improvement is not small, Ivan's spells have basically been upgraded to a level. Just as the other people in the dormitory were not there, Yvonne used boxes, stools, pillows, etc. to experiment with the power of the levitating curse and the disarming curse. Yugadam Leviosa. Accept your weapon. After a few minutes of self-entertainment, Ivan looked at the pillows from the head of the bed that was bombarded by the disarming curse to the end of the bed, as well as the boxes and stools floating in the air slowly falling down, filled with a sense of accomplishment. This is the power of magic. For this mysterious and unpredictable supernatural ability, few people can resist its temptation. What's more, before he died from a serious illness in his previous life, Ivan, who was lying on the hospital bed, liked to read all kinds of magic and fantasy books. It's a pity that in the past few days Ivan has just passed through, due to various reasons, even the most basic spell has not been successfully released. Now that several magics have been released at once, Ivan is naturally excited. Now no matter what I see, Ivan wants to throw a transformation spell and a floating spell on it. After experimenting for more than 10 minutes, Ivan's brain has become a little groggy, which is obviously a sign of magic overdraft. In the process of frequently casting spells, Ivan probably understood the limit of his ability. The first is the levitating curse. Ivan can hover an empty box 1 meter in the air for nearly 40 seconds at most, or float his bed for 5 seconds, but the height of the suspension is only about 30 centimeters. Is followed by a transformation spell, which can change an object's form or even its nature into another object within a period of time. This is also the spell that Ivan is most interested in. After practicing to the depths, he can even turn inanimate objects into living animals like Professor McGonagall. I just don't know if this transformation spell can be used against wizards. For example, when facing an enemy, a transformation spell will turn the enemy into a tree, a brick, a pig, a cow, a sheep, or turning the shields in front of and behind the hostile wizard into beasts and traps, which can also have the effect of defeating the enemy with one blow. But Ivan frowned when he thought of this, because in retrospect he realized that in the original book, it seems that few people would do this. Even Professor McGonagall, who is proficient in the transformation spell, did not apply the transformation spell on the hostile wizard in the final battle. Is it because ordinary transformation spells cannot be used on living bodies? The transformable curse is powerful enough to transform non-living forms into living forms. There is no reason to reverse this process. Hagrid also used the spell to make the little fat Dudley who bullied Harry grow a pigtail. Draco also has a black history of being transformed into a ferret, which shows that the transformation spell can directly act on the human body. Is it because of the influence of magic? Does the wizard possess certain resistance to the transformation spell? The stronger the resistance, the more stacks? What is that magic power? Why can wizards use all kinds of incredible magic? Ivan thought of the only animagus transformation that can affect a powerful wizard. Even such a powerful and difficult magic can only transform the wizard into a specific animal, and it cannot achieve the desired form at will. This is more like a solidified transformation spell, allowing the wizard to switch back and forth between the two forms, without flaws and no time limit. Forget it, what do I want to do now? Ivan lightly stroked his forehead. He is just a first-year little wizard, and the curse is only a level that can be released. It's no use thinking so much. After experimenting all the levitating curses, transforming curses, brightening curses, and disarming curses, reading www.uukonshu.com, Ivan probably had an estimate of his own strength. Is about the more powerful level among ordinary first-year little wizards. After experimenting with the effects of ordinary spells, Ivan put his gaze on the fear spell, which is a black magic. This curse that appeared in the system after he crossed to Hogwarts. Ivan had never used it before. Fear is coming. Ivan recalled the sequence of releasing magic in his memory, waving his wand and hitting Maka's head. Goo goo, a dim purple light flashed. Maka tilted his head and looked at Ivan innocently. It's no use. Ivan looked at Maka, who didn't respond, and couldn't help but feel a little strange. Fear is coming, fear is coming. Ivan cast spells one after another, and the purple light directly enveloped Maka, but Maka thought that Ivan was playing with it, so he held the tip of the wand with his hook-shaped beak and pulled it up. Ivan reluctantly took the wand back, otherwise he would be broken by Maka, and then looked at the fear curse in the system magic bar. Logically speaking, he should be able to release normally after the first level of the spell. Or... Ivan suddenly remembered the memory that popped in his mind when he was invaded by the Sorting Hat. Fear. Ivan closed his eyes and thought for a while, then opened his eyes just to see the grey-black mouse dozing on Ron's table. After a little thought, Ivan let go of the owl Maka who was his messenger. Holding the wand and walking over. And Zebra is sleeping soundly right now, there are still scented beans in the corners of his mouth, his small paws are divided into 4 fingers, and occasionally unconsciously scratching on the table, it seems that he is having a dream. Chapter 10, Scattered. What happened to you? Spotty? Fear is coming. Ivan waved his magic wand and pointed it on Scaly's head. Squeak. 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 As soon as the spell came into effect, the grey-black mouse immediately went mad, his closed eyes blazed for an instant, and his mouth screamed with red ears. Immediately after kicking his powerful claws on the table, the whole mouse rolled off the table like flying, knocking down a lot of cups and decorations along the way, and scurrying in the bedroom. Ivan finally let go of seeing the effects so well. Unexpectedly, the principle of the fear curse is the opposite of the principle of calling the gods. The latter requires the operator to recall good and happy things, while the former requires the operator to imagine a terrible event or experience into the mind of the person being operated on. Is like a reverse mindset, or a horror plus version. When cast a spell on Shaban, Ivan conceived a scene where Shaban was chased by a black dog. Perhaps it was because Shaban was in his sleep before casting the spell, the power of the fear spell was combined with his sleep, and the effect of this black magic was much stronger than Ivan had imagined. While Ivan was still happy about successfully releasing the fear curse, Ron and Harry, who had heard the noise in the lounge, also rushed in at this time. Looking at a messy dormitory, Harry almost thought he was in the wrong place, and was about to ask questions, but Ron saw the grey-black mice running around in the dormitory. Oh, no! Zebra! Zebra! What's wrong with you? Zebra! Ron yelled in a crushing voice, and rushed into the dormitory after a few quick steps, and rushed to Neville's bed, trying to catch him just running past. Grey-black mouse! But at this time, Scabbard was very frightened by Ivan's magic. He regarded Ron as the black dog in his dream, and with a swish, he went under the bed from the gap between the edge of the bed, making it easy for Ron to find it for a while. Ivan, what happened here? Harry looked at Ivan who was staying at the table. I'm just practicing the spell here. Ivan shrugged, and then said with a slight guilty conscience. Just as you see, there may be a small accident. Harry looked at Ron, who got under the table and was so ashamed by the mouse that he had found nothing. He felt that the accident was not small at all, so he finally sighed helplessly. Then we might have to catch mice all night. Fortunately, the final situation was not as bad as Harry thought. After the 3 people tossed for a long time, Ivan, who remembered that he was a wizard, seized an opportunity to use the levitating curse to float Scabbard, who was planning to hide under the book, and even the book and the mouse to float, and the farce finally died down. Up. In the next few days, Ron was sulking for several days. After Ivan Lee's loss, he naturally had to apologize and bought some multi-flavored beans as a spare grain for Zebra, and Harry persuaded him. Ron didn't hold on to the splatter anymore. It is worth mentioning that Hermione, who heard about it, bluntly mocked Ron for seeing a mouse more important than a friend. The two also quarreled. As a result, Ron almost didn't get mad. As for Scab, Ron also cared more and more, and even took it with him in class. From time to time, he always felt that someone wanted to harm his mouse. On the other hand, Ivan continued to live a life of classroom library dorm room at 3 o'clock and one line. He read some basic books and barely made up the opportunity to use the SWIBA experience card again. Over the past few days, Ivan's spell proficiency has improved a lot. This caused the professor to give a grade higher than before in class. Except for Professor Binns, who teaches history, he only gives general evaluations every time. In other classes, Ivan has a good record. Especially in the spell and transformation classes, because Ivan's transformation and floating spells have successfully broken through to the second level. Once a plank was deformed, even a little faster than Hermione, and both Harry and Ron were stunned. But if you want to upgrade, it won't be so easy, because every time the level of the spell increases by one level, the proficiency required for the next upgrade will double that of the last time. In addition to studying, Ivan is also looking for a place in the House of Requirement as a place to test the power of the spell in the future. It's always inconvenient in the Gryffindor lounge. It's a pity that after reading the original for so many years, Ivan didn't remember it for a long time, only that it was opposite a tapestry, so that he didn't find it for several days. It wasn't until the Friday of the second week when Harry received Hagrid's invitation letter that Ivan's regular life was broken. Of course, there is good news and bad news. The bad news is that they have to take 2 potions lessons with Slytherin this Friday. It would be nice if we could skip this morning. Snape, the professor of the potions class, is the dean of Slytherin. George told me that. Let's be careful. In the corridor of the aisle, Ron and Ivan talked about the gossip they had heard from their 2 older brothers, and they did not forget to feed the spot on the right hand. Isn't it? Professor McGonagall is also the dean. I haven't seen her favoritism. Hermione couldn't help but retorted. I'm not the only one who thinks so. Many senior Gryffindors say so. Ron was very disdainful of Hermione's rhetoric. You read www.yuyugonshu.com and turn to face Harry and Yi. Fan said. Do you think that is the case too? Professor Snape has been so dark all day, and there are even rumors in the school that Professor Snape used to be a dark wizard. When talking about the rumors, Ron obviously lowered his voice so as not to be heard by others. Impossible, Professor Dumbledore wouldn't let a dark wizard come to the academy. Harry shook his head. Although Harry felt that Professor Snape, who taught the potions class, seemed to dislike him at the banquet at the beginning of school, but in the past few days at school, teaching professors in various subjects has been quite good. No matter how bad Snape is, it won't go bad. Hermione also nodded again and again, and Ron had no choice but to turn his head to look at Ivan. At this time, Ivan was holding a multi-flavored bean and teasing Scaly. When he heard a few people talking, he glanced at Harry and said, Professor Snape's needle is not aimed at Gryffindor. I don't know, but it must be aimed at us. At this point, Ivan is also a little depressed. It is impossible for him to get an excellent evaluation in Snape's class. After all, I love the House and the Crow, and hate the House and the Crow. Even if Snape gave him a bad review after class, Ivan would not be surprised. Harry was seen by Ivan a little inexplicably. I really didn't understand what Ivan meant. Are you saying that Professor Snape hates Harry? Hermione frowned, guessing what Ivan was thinking from the look at Harry before. Ivan admired Hermione's tact in his heart, but he couldn't tell the truth, so he shook his head. I'm just skeptical. Don't you think that Professor Snape looks something wrong every time he looks at Harry? Chapter 11, Potions Class. Harry was deeply impressed, but he couldn't help but speak as he saw Ivan feeding the multi-flavored beans to Scabbard all the time. Ivan, if you continue to feed like this, Scabbers are about to die. Hearing Harry said this, Hermione, who was thinking of continuing to ask questions, turned her attention to Scab on Ron's hand. The mouse, which was originally skinny with its hair tied together, has now changed its appearance. After scurrying around in the dormitory, the spots were cleaned by Ron with a brush, and after being fed these days, they are now obviously a little fatter. Why? This amount of feeding is normal. In the past, Zebra was hungry and thin, so I should have an extra meal. Yifan insisted on his opinion, and once again handed a piece of multi-flavored beans to Zebra's mouth. Furthermore, this can be regarded as an expression of my apologies. Yvonne said again. Shaban's performance was not even the slightest bit of empathy. He glared at Yvonne angrily, and his little paw arrogantly pulled Ivan's hand away. Until Shaban realized that his small paws were not enough for Ivan's power, then he took a bite of the multi-flavored beans that had been sent to him. After all, it's the lips, no matter how angry you are, you have to eat rice, right? I can't resist anyway. In fact, taste carefully, except for the individual flavors, the multi-flavored beans are quite delicious. Noting the weakening of the resistance, Yvonne couldn't help but sigh that Pettigrew Peter has been working for so many years. Nothing else works, but his mentality is quite stable. Ming Ming was still being chased by the most scared person a few nights ago, and after only one night, he was able to continue to feast on. Even though the chase was in a dream. But this also means that Peter Pettigrew doesn't know the dark magic of the fear curse. Maybe he just thought Yvonne used some magic to turn his dream into a nightmare. After all, Yvonne, the little wizard, has no reason to know what happened 11 years ago, let alone know that Sirius Animagus is a black dog. What if I raise too much fat? Ron looked at the special attention of Yvonne and said with some concern. It's okay, you don't need to send a letter to Scab, and you can save it from running around. Yvonne comforted. Yvonne thought to himself that Voldemort's resurrection plan would not have been so easy to succeed if it weren't for Peter Pettigrew. When the time comes to feed the fat into the ball, Yvonne wants to see if Shaban is chased by Crookshanks and Sirius, but can't run. A few people walked towards the basement where the potions class is located while chatting. When they walked into the classroom, Harry and Ron believed the rumor that Snape was a dark wizard again. The whole classroom is not big, but the atmosphere is a bit dark and terrifying. There are some glass bottles around, and the bottles are filled with blue-green liquid. Some animals can still be immersed in the liquid. In addition, the classroom is built underground. If it weren't for Hogwarts, Yvonne would have thought it was the secret laboratory of the Dark Wizard. Get to your seats, we have to be careful in this class. Ron said. At this time, Ron had no doubt about George's previous words, and quickly took Yvonne, Harry and Hermione to sit down, lest Snape found a reason for the deduction. However, Yvonne knew in his heart that Snape would make up an excuse to find fault even if they had a good class. After the little wizards of the two academies sat down, the gloomy door was suddenly pushed open, and the sound of the door hitting the wall reverberated in the classroom. Not long after, a thin figure walked in through the gate, his sallow skin covered under the long black cloak, his indifferent eyes swept across the little wizards, and it was only momentary when his eyes touched Harry. Stopped for a while, and the hook-like nose made him look like a giant human-shaped bat. Snape walked all the way to the front of the stage, waving his wand with his right hand, and the curtains around him were automatically pulled down. Without the sunlight shining into the basement through the windows, the classroom immediately became darker. When the light became dim, Yvonne clearly noticed that Snape's tight expression relaxed slightly. After finishing all this, the potion master looked around the little wizards who were restrained by his aura while taking the starting list. I will be a full name next, I hope no one will dare to disappear in my class. Snape's low voice began to reverberate in the classroom, and the naughty little wizards were all quiet. At this time, only Draco Malfoy of Slytherin could laugh. Neville Longbottom. Yvonne Halls. Harry Potter. Snape's plain tone fluctuates slightly when he says Harry's name. Ha, by the way, I almost forgot. Snape was expressionless, but there seemed to be a hint of sarcasm in his words. There is a new celebrity in our school. The little wizards all around looked towards Harry when they heard the words, and Draco and two of his followers even snickered in private. Was inexplicably targeted to make Harry a little uncomfortable, but what he didn't know was that this was just the beginning. Snape turned his head and no longer looked at Harry, but at all humanity. You come here, Reading www.uyugonshu.com is to learn the subtle techniques of pharmacy. Since there is no silly wave of wands here, many of you don't believe that this is magic. I don't expect you to truly understand the beauty of pharmaceutical technology. Snape said. There was a pause, then he spoke with a fascinating taste. Think about it, when you simmer medicinal materials in a big steam pot, the medicinal water slowly boils, and white smoke curls up, and the liquid flowing in the veins of the human body, the liquid with incomparable subtle power, it can almost make you be drunk and fascinate all your senses. I can teach you how to can fame, how to brew glory, and even say, stop death, as long as you don't be as stupid as the bunch of stupid people I taught before. Snape spoke a long time after speaking. Potter, if the powder of the narcissus bulb is added to the wormwood juice, what will be the consequences? Harry looked blank. What is narcissus? What is wormwood? Harry looked at Ron for help. Ron also looked blank. Hermione held her right hand high, but Snape just pretended not to see it. Yvonne was far away, and could only open his mouth, silently vomiting the words of stagnant water and sleeping pills. Harry was a little eager, but Snape's compelling gaze made him afraid to look at Yvonne. Naturally, he couldn't guess what Yvonne was talking about. After a long time, he could only spit out a few words with difficulty. I don't know the professor. Yvonne helplessly supported his forehead with his hand. He has tried his best. It is useless even if he tells Harry the answer in advance, unless Harry can memorize all the books about potions, otherwise Snape has a way to target Harry. Chapter 12, Poor Scaly. Then watching Harry gradually shut himself up under Snape's repeated questioning, Yvonne remembered a conjecture he had seen in his previous life. These several questions that Snape asked Harry had a deeper meaning. The most obvious is that the narcissus, asphodel, used to prepare potions is interpreted in Latin as my regrets follow you out of the grave, my regrets walk into the grave with you. Wormwood, usually implies pain and regret. It was hard for Yvonne to imagine what kind of emotion Snape, who was somber and bitter, faced Harry when he faced Harry. Are you ashamed of Lily's death by leaking information? Or is it the affection that knows that the lover has died and is willing to die together? Thinking like this, Ivan's eyes gradually became more compassionate. Yvonne Halls. Or he noticed something wrong with Ivan's eyes. After asking Harry 3 questions, Snape turned his wand and pointed at Yvonne. Next you will answer these 3 questions. Yvonne was stunned at first. He didn't expect Snape to ask himself a question, but he quickly reacted and replied. Adding the powder of the narcissus bulbs to the wormwood juice will give you life and death water. It is a powerful sleeping pill. The bezoar is in the stomach of the cow, and the boat-shaped aconite and the Camajasm aconitum refer to the same plant. Of course Yvonne, who has read the original, will not be stumped by these 3 questions, but Yvonne is also a little worried, for fear that Snape is asking other questions. Even though Yvonne had read the potions textbook several times before taking the potions class, Snape obviously would not follow the routine. He asked Harry 3 questions before, none of them were in the 1st grade. What should be learned? Ding, you answered the difficult problem carefully prepared by the professor in class, and you answered the questions 3 times, with a 100% correct rate, and 9 points for academic achievement. Unexpected system sounds sounded in Ivan's mind. Ivan's face instantly changed from worry to surprise and then immediately turned into ecstasy, and all his original worries were thrown aside. Come. Even if you ask the question, frown it and count me as losing. Yvonne looked at Snape resolutely. True warriors never fear any challenge. It's best to have 10 questions and 8 questions. Yvonne doesn't believe that he can't even know a single question. It's a little bit more academic point. Ivan's face-changing skills impressed all the little wizards. However, to Ivan's expectation, Snape didn't even look at him. Instead, he turned his head blankly and mocked Harry. Have you heard, Potter? It seems that not every little wizard who just started school is as stupid and ignorant as you. Professor, I. Harry stood up angrily and planned to refute it, but Snape interrupted Harry's words neatly. Potter. Because of your performance, Gryffindor got 1 point deducted. After speaking as if reading a verdict, Snape turned around mercilessly to continue teaching, while Harry was dragged by Ron desperately, his original white cheeks flushed with anger. Just getting ready to face Snape's troublesome Yvonne, facing such a neglect was a bit inexplicable. After a slightly apologetic glance at Harry, he had to continue listening to the class with peace of mind. Looking forward to when Snape will continue to pose questions to make things difficult for himself. It was a pity for Yvonne that in the next class, Snape seemed to forget him in general. Apart from occasionally taking time out to scold the little wizards who made the wrong steps, he only had a great deal with Harry. Strong interest. He is like an iron block attracted by a magnet, constantly wandering around Harry, his hollow eyes carefully looking at every step of Harry's potion refining. If there is a little mistake, it is a meal. A ridiculous mockery. Ron, who was sitting next to Harry, was also unlucky. Snape found out the mouse spots he was carrying with him. He carried his tail and publicly designated a white mouse with the effect of the experimental potion. Ron almost cried on the spot. When I learned my destiny, the screaming cries called a miserable. If it wasn't for Neville's accidental act of burning through the crucible in the end that spoiled Snape's interest, Siobhan would be forced to drink the feces yellow potion made by Ron with unknown ingredients. Yvonne glanced sympathetically at the limp spots on the table, and sighed that Peter Pettigrew's bad fortune had been frightened twice in just a few days since he came to school. The 1-hour potions class time, for most young wizards, is simply suffering. After class, they all escape from the dungeon. Oh my god, how could Dumbledore hire Snape as a professor? He almost killed Siobhan. After finishing the potions class, Ron calmed the shivering Siobhan while angrily wanted to smash the wall. Harry nodded in agreement, and stood on the same front with Ron. He was so clearly targeted in the first class of school, and no one could bear it. Harry really couldn't understand why Snape hated him so much. Harry, if you can read more books before class, you won't be able to answer Professor Snape's questions. Reading www.uyugonshu.com. Hermione had a different idea, and she read it after she said it. Look at Yvonne, then continued. Like Yvonne, Professor Snape knows that Yvonne can answer it, so he won't make things difficult for him. Hermione's appreciation made Yvonne really ashamed. If he didn't know the plot, he might not be able to answer Snape's question. Hermione, not everyone can memorize the potions book within a few days of school. Besides, the questions Snape asked Harry were not in the first grade textbook. Yvonne sighed. Hermione pursed her mouth and did not refute, because she also saw what Snape did in the potions class today, but she was accustomed to abide by the law and obey the professor's arrangements before opening it in Ron. When spraying, helped to say a few words of excuse. Ron and Harry were very dissatisfied with Hermione's act of helping Snape speak. The three of them walked awkwardly. Thanks to Ivan's persuasion, they finally got rid of the three before they reached Hagrid's cabin. The grievance in my heart. Hagrid, we came to see you. Harry moved forward and knocked on the door, and then a group of 4 heard dogs barking and running from inside the house. After a while, the door was opened and a huge figure came out of the house. Came out. Harry, you are here, come in soon. Hagrid greeted Harry enthusiastically, while still not forgetting to calm his restless dog. Yvonne followed Harry into the hut. There is only one room in the whole house, and the layout is a bit messy. There are many dried meat and ham hanging by the window, and there is a large stove in front of it. A pot of boiling water was burning on the stove, and the patched bed was placed on the right side against the wall. Chapter 13, Secrets Hidden in the Restricted Book Zone. Come, sit down, don't be so restrained. Hagrid brought a plate of rock cake to the table, and took the lead and sat down on the chair. The wooden support frame made a creaking sound, which made Yvonne and others look a little worried. Fortunately, the quality of the chair was good. It is still stubbornly supporting the weight that should not be carried. Hagrid, this is Ron, this is Hermione. After sitting down, Harry pointed to the crowd to introduce Hagrid, but Yvonne stood up before he could introduce him. Hello, Hagrid, my name is Yvonne, nice to meet you. Oh, me too. Hagrid stretched out his big hand and shook Yvonne, but the difference between the two figures made the handshake look funny. The big dog teeth in the room were turning around Ron's side, and sometimes they pounced on Ron's saliva. Ron concealed the spots in his pocket as soon as Fang rushed over. Although he had never heard of dogs eating mice, Ron was always a little suspicious after the past few days. It's like someone is deliberately trying to murder his mouse. Next, Harry and Ron were bitter here in Hagrid, telling Snape deliberately about them in class. Hermione frowned, but didn't mean to refute. Yvonne did not participate in their discussion. Although Snape could not understand Harry, he was biased towards the students of Gryffindor, but he still had no problem in teaching. He taught a lot of potions. The recipe was improved by Snape himself. Especially unexpectedly gave him an excellent evaluation in the first potions class, which made Ivan's curse a little unspeakable. Of course, it would be better if Snape could produce more questions in class. Gringotts Bank stolen. Just as Yvonne was so bored that he wanted to try Hagrid's cake roll, a newspaper next to the teapot immediately caught Ivan's interest. Harry and Ron, who were chatting about the sky, also stopped and leaned in front of the newspaper. They saw that it was written on the night of July 31st, that a major robbery occurred in Gringotts. The people concerned believed that it was some black witch or the black wizard did it, but the goblins of Gringotts insisted that nothing was lost. Happened on July 31 St. Harry suddenly yelled as if thinking of something, Hagrid, I remember it happened to be my birthday, and we stayed there too. Really? Hagrid said vaguely, his eyes didn't dare to contact Harry directly, and the blunt topic turned to the rock cake, warmly inviting everyone to eat more. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were all pitted by this hard brick-like rock crust, almost not breaking their teeth, but seeing Hagrid's ardent face, it was not easy to throw them away. Yvonne secretly soaked the rock cake in the tea, trying to soften it a bit, and barely ate half of it in. When he went back, Hagrid was still very enthusiastic, holding a basket of rock cakes and stuffing everyone's pockets a lot, even though they didn't want it. The four of them went back to the castle together, and then moved away on the stairs. Harry and Ron returned all the way to the bedroom, while Yvonne took the time to find the trace of the House of Responsiveness in the castle. Because in previous experiments, Yvonne found that no matter how much knowledge is reserved, without actual combat experience, the growth of proficiency may also stop. The search continued until the morning of Tuesday of the second week, when Yvonne found some traces on the 8th floor of the castle. It was a wide corridor with many portraits hung, and at the end was a tapestry of a giant stick beating Barnabas. Yvonne walked to the opposite wall of the tapestry and concentrated on the practice field he needed. After walking back and forth 3 times, a door appeared out of thin air on the originally flat wall. The door extended close to the wall, without the slightest gap, as if it was already here before. Yvonne opened the door with a hint of excitement. After he entered, the door behind him closed automatically. Inside was a large training venue. The hall was decorated brightly and transparently. The left and right rows were filled with dummy for practicing spells. Ding! I found the mysterious place where there is a responsive house. The voice in his mind was as expected by Yvonne, but the task of exploration increased by 3 percentage points, which Yvonne didn't expect. Knowing that the library that inherits knowledge is only a 5-point increase in progress, which shows how important this place is. Fall to pieces. After Yvonne warmed up a bit, he waved his wand to practice the spell he had learned. The white light hit the dummy directly, and the dummy swelled and exploded with one arm with a bang sound. The sawdust flying in the sky was restored by Yvonne with a healing spell. In the next half an hour, various colorful lights swept back and forth in the practice room. Transfiguration curse, petrification curse, flying curse, bright curse. After nearly half a month of crazy learning, reading www.yuyugonshu.com, Yvonne has learned all the basic spells, although the level is not high, but all have been upgraded to the level of a level, not always the time. Not working. But for the first time, Yvonne soon discovered that his spell hit rate was a bit worrying. The fixed target was okay. If it was a moving target, several shots would not necessarily make a single hit. Yvonne also tried to redeem a Swiba experience card during actual combat practice, and found that this learning buff is also useful during actual combat practice. The improvement of brain comprehension ability and analysis speed enables Yvonne to be faster and more accurate in the process of releasing the spell. The hit rate is greatly improved, and even the movement direction of the distant target and the trajectory of the spell light can be predicted. Trace. This makes it clear that the level of the spell is the same, but in the state of the experience card, Ivan's strength is much higher than usual. I'm stupid, and stronger. Yvonne, who once again exited the experience mode, couldn't help sighing. After each use, the decline of his brain comprehension always gave Yvonne a feeling of suddenly becoming stupid. After practicing for a whole morning, Ivan's brain was already groggy, and his magic power was almost dry. Taking into account the flight lesson in the afternoon, Yvonne left the responsive room after a while, and found one on the 8th floor. The secret road that I walked through, I planned to return to the Hall of Hogwarts all the way. Just as Yvonne stepped out of the secret road with his forefoot, the long-lost system alert sounded again. Ding! Explored the unknown underworld. The progress of exploring Hogwarts has reached 40%. Reward grade points, 20 points. Extra bonus, please collect it by yourself in front of the 12th column of the 7 rows of bookshelves in the restricted area between 11 o'clock midnight and 1 a.m. Chapter 14, Flight Lessons with Frequent Conditions, Part 1. The exploration mission reaches a certain value, and there are additional rewards? Yvonne is a little curious. This reward is not directly given out, but to find it in the forbidden book area in the middle of the night, this process always makes Yvonne feel a little creepy. But since it was a reward, Yvonne decided to go. Anyway, I have seen the ghost and ghost. What else is there to be afraid of at night? In the lobby, Harry and Ron were sitting at a round table eating lunch, and they hurriedly greeted after seeing the dazed Yvonne. Yvonne, this way. Where have you been this morning? You are so embarrassed. Harry was curious to see Ivan's collapsed appearance. Just find a place to practice the spell. Yvonne rolled his eyes, stuck a piece of grilled sausage with a knife and stuffed it into his mouth. He was consumed this morning and didn't eat anything. He almost starved to death. It is the first time that Yvonne has consumed his magic power so intensely in so many days. Until now, he still feels dizzy. Yvonne was eating up in the hall, while Harry and Ron were excitedly discussing flying skills and the new broomstick, rocket and crossbow. And Yvonne only remembered after listening to it for most of the time that there seemed to be a flying lesson in the afternoon, which aroused some interest. After all, flying is almost everyone's dream. Even if you have to ride a broom under your crotch, this enthusiasm is not affected. Slytherin College, it was even more lively. Draco Malfoy was surrounded by everyone, boasting loudly about his previous experience of flying. Before I went to Hogwarts, I would ride a flying broomstick. My dad took me all the way home, and once ran into a Muggle plane. If I didn't hide it quickly, I would knock it off. Draco said triumphantly. Yvonne just took a sip of goat milk and almost squirted out in public. Hit a plane? So awesome, why don't you go to heaven? Flying so high with a flying broom, without any protection, I'm afraid it would freeze to death long ago. Yvonne, have you ever ridden a flying broomstick before? Harry had been upset after listening to Draco's boasting. Now that Yvonne has reacted so strongly, he hurriedly asked. No. Yvonne shook his head decisively. Even if he had learned it before, he has forgotten. What about you, Ron? Harry said with a glimmer of hope. Ron didn't disappoint Harry. He talked about the scene when he used Charlie's old broom to practice at home. Yvonne just watched and listened to Ron and Draco's bragging. Anyway, after the flight class, all of them will be revealed. Sure enough, in the afternoon flight class, following the whistle of the teacher, Mrs. Hooch, among the 20 little wizards present, only Harry summoned the broomstick placed on the ground into his hand. Draco Malfoy, who boasted that he had almost hit an airplane before, tried several times but failed. Fortunately, after listening to the broomstick at the last minute, he flew into Draco's hands obediently and stopped. You lost face in front of Harry. And Ron was miserable, maybe because he shouted too loudly. The broom bounced all of a sudden and hit his forehead directly. Get up! Yvonne called for the broom as Mrs. Hooch demonstrated, but the broom just stayed on the ground and whirled lazily and didn't mean to get up at all. Yvonne was anxious, and couldn't help but regret that he hadn't read a few more flying books before and brushed up on his proficiency. It wasn't until Mrs. Hooch turned her head around that she had a clue to hook the broomstick with his foot and kicked it gently into his hand, becoming the third student to get the magic broomstick. Madame Hooch saw that Yvonne was holding the broom steadily, and she nodded her head appreciatively and taught the other students to go. Harry was a little dumbfounded at Ivan's show operation. Yvonne put his hand in front of his mouth and made a silent gesture to Harry. At the same time, he was relieved. At least this lesson will not be enough. A bad review. As long as you have academic points, riding a broomstick is not easy. However, for the system, there is only one exchange option such as the SWIBA experience card, and Yvonne has also complained for a long time. How come there is no exchange that can enhance talent? He is a mediocre student, what if he pretends to be a tyrant and is dismantled by others? Where can I get a grade point? In order to keep his class evaluation, Yvonne imagined hundreds of handsome writing styles in his mind when Madame Hooch taught other students, as well as the troubles he might encounter in the process of flying. And pray that the tattered broomstick in your hand must give some face. If you can't fly on it, wouldn't it be embarrassing? Let me show you all, I will only demonstrate it once. After seeing everyone holding the broom steadily in their hands, Mrs. Hooch walked to the front and demonstrated the correct riding posture. Wait, as soon as I blow the whistle, you will push hard to the ground. Remember to hold your broom tightly. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com and try to rise to a few feet. Madame Hooch commanded the crowd loudly, and Yvonne also rode the broomstick in time, preparing to experience the first high-altitude flight. However, before Yvonne could try, Neville, who was not far away, flew from the spot to high altitude with a loud scream in mid-air. Ah! Navely flew out at least 20 feet high in horror. The little wizards underneath were all messed up. Yvonne remembered that Neville seemed to fall and took out the staff first. Yugatum Leviosa! Yvonne waved a floating spell and shot it at Neville, who was falling rapidly from midair. The power of magic instantly stopped Neville's fall, hanging in the air over 3 meters above him. Madame Hooch's high-hanging heart also let go. God knows how worried she was just now. If Neville had a problem with her professor's flight class, Madame Hooch felt that she would have no face here at Hogwarts. See, I stayed. Good job, Gryffindor adds 5 points. Madame Hooch gave Yvonne an admiring look. At the same moment, Yifun also received a prompt to increase his grade point, and he was slightly happy. The students of Gryffindor also applauded under the leadership of Harry and Ron. But before everyone's palms were slapped a few times, Neville fell directly from mid-air. The scene was very embarrassing. Sorry, Madame Hooch, I seem to have run out of magic power. Ivan's smile stuck on his face, and then she shrugged helplessly. After practicing the spell all morning, he had just caught the rapidly descending NA way is pretty good. Anyway, the grade points have been obtained, and the 5 points added will be deducted back. Chapter 15, Flight Lessons with Frequent Conditions, Medium. Mrs. Hooch didn't mean to blame Yvonne, but hurried to Neville to check his injuries. "Mrs. Hooch, is Neville all right?" Yvonne asked. "Yvonne feels that he has buffered a bit, and shouldn't cause more injuries, right? It's not bad, it's just a minor injury." Madame Hooch checked for a while and helped Neville, who had a swollen nose and a swollen face. The scene where Neville fell straight from the sky just now almost frightened her, so even if Neville's injuries were not serious, Madame Hooch insisted on sending him to the medical room. "Okay, kids, I want to take Neville to the hospital. Before I come back, I hope you can stay here obediently. No one is allowed to fly privately." After Mrs. Hooch finished speaking, she took Neville, who was still with tears on her face, and walked towards the castle. As they walked farther, the Slytherin students burst into laughter, and Draco Malfoy laughed even more. "Did you see it just now? That stupid slug fell from the sky. I guess he won't even dare to ride a broomstick in the future." "Enough, Malfoy." Harry couldn't stand it, and stood up for Malfoy to shut up. However, Malfoy did not mean to repent, but taunted even more severely. "My God, our Potter is that stupid friend. Of course we are friends, and you are not allowed to be called Neville," Harry said angrily at Malfoy. Yvonne also frowned upon hearing this. But when I first watched the movie, Yvonne knew that Malfoy was a bear kid, but his temperament was not too bad. Yvonne was thinking so, but suddenly he heard Malfoy pointing at him. "Friend? Like him, is he a friend who throws the stupid big man from the sky after adding points?" Yvonne twitched the corners of his mouth, stepped forward and rolled up his sleeves, punched Malfoy in the face, and knocked Malfoy directly to the ground. "MMP, bear children really hate it the most. Do you dare to hit me? I must let my father fire you." Malfoy touched his reddish cheeks, got up from the ground angrily, and said cursingly. Yvonne didn't care about Malfoy's threat. Although the old Malfoy was a director of Hogwarts, he did not have the right to expel a student directly. Dumbledore would not expel him for this trivial matter. After all, he is now somewhat a friend of Harry the Savior. "Yvonne, good job." Ron stood up with his sleeves rolled up at this time. He had already seen Malfoy upset. "Enough. Yvonne, Ron, what would you think if Mrs. Hooch came back and saw you fighting? You will be fired." Hermione looked at Yvonne and the others angrily, looking a little hysterical. And Malfoy took advantage of Ivan's distraction and flew directly into the air on a broomstick. Perhaps the advantage of high altitude has brought Malfoy a little sense of security. Malfoy, who was beaten up, didn't mean to repent, but took out a crystal ball with greater force, raised it high, and said to everyone, "Look at what this is? That stupid crystal ball. Let me think about where I should hide it. How about throwing it in a tree? Are you not that stupid, friend? Come and get it." Malfoy. Harry was almost furious, and despite Hermione's dissuasion, he chased him into the air on a broomstick. Although Harry was flying on a broomstick for the first time, it was steady, and soon the two of them fought in the air. Yvonne naturally planned to go to help when he saw this, put the broom under his crotch, and learned Harry's take-off posture, hoping to experience the feeling of flying. However, the broom seems to have its own ideas. No matter how Yvonne shakes the top of the broom, the ladder will not move. "Move, move, why don't you move?" Yvonne patted the body of the broomstick depressedly, only then did he remember that he hadn't even completed the first step of sensing the broom. Fortunately, before Yvonne stood there stunned for too long, Hermione had already stood in front of Yvonne with her hands open. "Yvonne, are you going to violate the school rules too?" The little witch stared at Yvonne in front of her with enthusiasm. "No, I think Harry could handle it without me." Yvonne hurriedly took the opportunity to throw the broomstick in his hand on the ground, shrugged indifferently, and motioned Hermione to look at the sky. Harry riding a broomstick was just like a fish in the air, and soon suppressed Malfoy. Hermione even wondered if Harry had practiced before he came to school. However, Malfoy obviously wouldn't admit defeat so easily. Seeing that he was not Harry's opponent, Malfoy threw the glass ball in his hand decisively into the distance. "Here, then," Malfoy said viciously. The glass ball flew far away under Malfoy's throw. When Harry saw it, he followed up in a rush, almost hitting the bricks of the castle, and then swooped down with the glass ball. "No, Harry, stop!" Hermione yelled in horror. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Malfoy laughed loudly until he saw Harry holding the glass ball in his hand in a beautiful dive, and Malfoy smiled. Frozen on his face. It's just that neither Malfoy nor Harry noticed Professor McGonagall's surprised expression in front of an opened window in the distance. Hermione and the others, who had been worried about Harry, breathed a sigh of relief, and Ron even pulled out his wand. "We are going to teach Malfoy a lesson. Legs stand and stop dead." Ron shouted out the leg-locking spell he had just learned in the spell class. In class, Ron used it once by chance, letting an experimental toad jump on its hind legs together for a class. However, luck was not on Ron's side this time. The pitch-black staff just emitted a bunch of weird white smoke without any reaction. Malfoy, who was flying in the sky on a broomstick, was shocked at first, and he was even ready to evade, but he suddenly laughed when he saw Ron's embarrassment. Ron's cheeks were swollen and flushed, and he was so angry that he could not wait to jump into the air and poke the wand in his hand into Malfoy's broken mouth. "I'll come here." Seeing Ron's desperate appearance, Yvonne sighed helplessly, and at any rate took a break again. There is no problem with 1 or 2 magic spells. But there was an accident, Yvonne still said to Hermione, who seemed a little at a loss due to various changes. "Hermione, do you remember the spell of the floating spell?" "Of course." Hermione glanced at Yvonne strangely, and nodded dazedly. "Ask what this does?" "That's good." Before Hermione could understand, Yvonne said softly while raising the wand in his hand. Chapter 16, Frequent Flight Lessons, Part 2, Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. All petrochemicals. Following the petrification spell, Yvonne chanted a grey-white light beam from Ivan's wand and flew towards Malfoy in the distance. In mid-air, the proud Malfoy did not expect Ivan's movements at all. He was sturdily hit by the petrification curse. The original white skin turned into a stiff grey in less than half a second. His expression and the action also stayed at the moment of being petrified. Malfoy in this state couldn't even move a finger, let alone manipulate the broom under him, and immediately fell straight down from the sky. Of course, even though the body is petrified, Malfoy's consciousness is still intact. It's just that if he had a choice, Malfoy would prefer to know nothing. After all, he fell from a high altitude and watched the ground get closer and closer. This feeling of getting closer to death was enough to make people collapse. If it weren't for the petrified Malfoy, he would have started to soar. And the moment Yvonne hit Malfoy with the petrification charm, he turned to face Hermione. "Hermione, it's now." The clever little witch understood Ivan's plan the moment I started her hands, but now Hermione obviously has no time to blame Yvonne. She only had time to stare at Yvonne and shouted, "Yugadam Leviosa!" At this time, Malfoy was also horrified to the extreme, imagining in his mind that he was smashed into several pieces in a petrified state. Malfoy even thought of how old Malfoy would torture Yvonne, Harry, and others to avenge himself after he died. Just when Malfoy was thinking that the Malfoy family was likely to decline due to his unfortunate death, the rapidly falling body stopped abruptly when it was more than 10 centimeters above the ground, and Malfoy could clearly see the floor when he was close. The lines on it. Miss Granger, who successfully cast the spell in an emergency, breathed a sigh of relief, and Yvonne quietly put down his wand. Malfoy. When Malfoy landed steadily, the little wizards of Slytherin College immediately surrounded him. The students of Gryffindor Academy were gloating. After all, Malfoy's pretentious appearance was really annoying. And the only one who is dissatisfied with this is Miss Granger. Yvonne, How can you use a petrification spell on Malfoy? You know, you almost killed him." Hermione glared at Yvonne angrily, her eyes full of increased edibility. "So your floating spell is very good. If Professor Flitwick sees it, it will definitely give you extra points." Yvonne smiled. Of course, it is impossible for Malfoy to fail just because of one of his petrification spells. At most, he suffers a little bit. Even if Hermione fails to cast the spell, wouldn't he still have him as insurance? Yet, maybe Professor Flitwick will expel you by the way," Hermione said in an angry voice. "Shouldn't be enough, right?" Yvonne scratched his head, thinking that some points would be deducted. At most, adding a trophy or a night tour of the Forbidden Forest. If it's the latter, Yvonne thinks it's still pretty good. Of course, Yifun is definitely not going to go to the Forbidden Forest this semester, nor is he going to die. After all, Quirrell, who was possessed by Voldemort, often likes to wander around in the Forbidden Forest. God knows if he will run into bad luck. So it's better to stay stubborn. If you don't take the initiative, Hogwarts is still safe before the 4th grade. Yvonne recalled his unreliable golden finger. After 4 years, coupled with the fact that he had a system as a cheater, he would always have the ability to save his life, right? Yvonne thought as he walked towards Malfoy. Halfway through, he was stopped by a few Slytherin wizards. The leader was a Slytherin Yvonne who managed to make some reflections, which seemed to be called Bryce. "Hals, what are you doing here?" Bryce clasped the staff in his hand and frowned. In the face of foreign enemies, Slytherin College is still very united. Although Malfoy usually looks arrogant, there are still many little wizards who are willing to stand up and defend Malfoy, and a group of people vaguely surround Yvonne. Up the posture. Gryffindor's righteous little lions, not to mention, stood behind Yvonne one after another. Both of them drew out their staff, even though these beginner magic may not be effective yet. Yvonne shook his head, raised his hand to stop Ron who was about to roll up his sleeve, and said to Bryce, "I'm here to help Malfoy lift the petrification curse. I believe you can clearly see the situation just now." Malfoy picked the matter first. Bryce seemed to hesitate, but after thinking about it, he signaled everyone to leave. Yvonne also solved the petrification curse in Malfoy as he said. Malfoy had just experienced the ups and downs, his calves were still trembling, but in order not to lose face in front of everyone, he climbed up from the ground rigidly. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com sternly directed at Yvonne shouted. "How dare you cast a spell on me? You are done, Halls." "Really?" Yvonne looked at Draco Malfoy. "What if you tell the professor about your stealing of Neville's crystal ball and flying privately?" Yvonne approached Malfoy step by step, and his tone suddenly became serious. "I heard that Filch likes to take disobedient children to his office most, and then tie their hands with chains and hang them from the ceiling, and then do strange things with whips and sticks." Malfoy was frightened for a while, because there was indeed such a rumor among the senior students in the school. Malfoy even forgot that if this was true, Yvonne who violated the school rules would have to enjoy the same treatment as him. Yvonne was ready to make persistent efforts when he saw the effect was good, but before he could speak, he heard Madame Hodge's voice behind him. "You guys, how dare you guys!" Mrs. Hodge, who rushed back in time after sending Neville to the infirmary, saw Malfoy who fell from the sky halfway down the road, and now saw Gryffindor and the little wizards of Slytherin College fighting with each other. "Looks like," suddenly angry. Especially Harry, who was holding the crystal ball, just came down from the sky on a broomstick with a blank face, which made Mrs. Hodge even more angry. Yvonne reluctantly covered his face with his hands. He hadn't even calculated that Madame Hodge would come back at this point. He still wanted to have a good talk with Malfoy. "I'm afraid this is the end." Thinking about it carefully, Yvonne found that it seemed that he had pitted himself. If he hadn't saved Neville with the levitating charm before, Mrs. Hodge would still be worried about Neville in the medical room. Chapter 17, Am I Right? Malfoy? Who can tell me what happened here? Mrs. Hodge looked around the little wizards, and then turned her attention to Malfoy and Harry. Harry and Malfoy both turned pale in fright, and Yvonne was the first to answer. Mrs. Hodge, as you can see, they are just practicing flying skills. A tangled color flashed across Malfoy's face, and he opened his mouth to tell the story of Ivan's attack on him with the petrification spell, but in the end he closed his mouth and did not refute it. After all, Malfoy understood that if he said it, Yvonne would definitely steal the Neville crystal ball and provoked him. Which of the two punishments is heavier, Malfoy still knew clearly in his heart. In order to avoid going to the confinement room and being lifted by Filch, Malfoy reluctantly accepted that he and Harry were friendly to practice flying together. But Malfoy would never allow the annoying Yvonne to stay out of the matter, even when he spoke. Yes, but it was not just the two of us who flew just now. While talking, Malfoy raised his eyebrows at Yvonne. The threatening expression on his face was obvious. Mrs. Hodge also shifted her attention from Malfoy and Harry to Yvonne. Okay, I admit. Yvonne shrugged indifferently, and his heart was filled with the character of the bear kid who had been spitting out the Malfolk. Yvonne and Malfoy glanced at each other uncomfortably, but the two sides still faintly reached an agreement in the intersection of their eyes, without revealing the truth to each other, a temporary truce. Malfoy was frightened by the punishment Yvonne said, and Yvonne was worried about being drawn to patrol the Forbidden Forest. With Ivan's current small body, he is not ready to take this risk. Harry, who had been watching, had a dazed expression on his face. Shouldn't it be Malfoy who took Neville's crystal ball and then took it back by himself? When did he practice flying friendly with Yvonne and Malfoy? But under the frequent hints that suggested Ivan's eyes, Harry still wisely chose to shut up. I should have said before I want to leave, no one is allowed to fly a broomstick until I come back. Hearing that 3 students were flying privately while they were not there, Mrs. Hodge was very angry for a while. Navi has just been taken to the hospital by her, what if there is another accident? I'm sorry, Professor. Yvonne first apologized politely, and then said immediately. But I think no little wizard can resist the temptation to fly freely on a broomstick. Who doesn't want to be a glorious Quidditch after graduation to win glory for the country? As for Malfoy and Neville, it was just an accident. Fortunately, our levitation charm worked well, and no one was injured. Yvonne talked endlessly about his love for Quidditch, only to say that he was going to become a Quidditch champion in the future. Mrs. Hodge's face looks better. As a flight class professor, Mrs. Hodge is also a fan of flying and Quidditch, so she can naturally understand the desire. Even so, you must pay the price for violating school regulations. Even though she was not as angry as she was at the beginning, Mrs. Hodge put down her face, thinking about how to punish these troublemakers, but was interrupted by Professor McGonagall, who arrived in time. Mrs. Hodge, can you stop first? I might want to borrow Mr. Potter from you. Of course. Madam Hodge was a little surprised at first, then nodded quickly. Mrs. Hodge didn't see the process of Harry's flight just now. She thought it was Harry who made other mistakes and was found by Professor McGonagall, so it was simple to take Harry's flying class privately on the broomstick. Said it. Professor McGonagall just nodded, and then motioned to Harry to follow him. There was a paste in Harry's head, and he still didn't know what happened. He could only follow Professor McGonagall in fear. After Madam Hodge watched the two leave, she turned around and realized that there was still someone to deal with. Yvonne, Malfoy, your actions will deduct 5 points for your respective colleges, and then continue to class. Ivan's face turned bitter, and he didn't care about being deducted points. In the past few days, just answering questions in class, Yvonne had won 10 points for the academy, and a 5-point deduction would not make anyone blame him. But Yvonne felt a little painful when I continued to take the flight class. He secretly prayed that the class would end soon, or would I just wear it for help? Yvonne would have to pretend to be holding a broomstick in a flying posture, while trying to reduce the sense of presence and fish quietly. However, things went counterproductive. Due to the frequent situation in the previous flight class, Mrs. Hodge didn't dare to let these little wizards fly around. She prepared to come one by one. Malfoy gave Yvonne the unfortunate platoon. In the first place, Yvonne looked at the flying broomstick in his hand. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com couldn't help sighing, and couldn't help but regret it. He had known that he had a bad flying skills. Now being trapped by Malfoy, he wants to say that he can't fly. Yvonne tried helplessly. This time the flying broom gave Yvonne a little bit of face, and under the control, he flew staggeringly. Despite this, Yvonne was very happy to experience flying for the first time. After a little acceleration, he felt the cold and stern wind echoing in his ears. The surrounding roof tiles flew by one. This feeling of freedom is far more than flying by plane. It's wonderful. After flying for a while, Yvonne landed smoothly. Madame Hodge pursed her lips, obviously not too satisfied. After all, Mrs. Hodge held high hopes for Ivan's previous performance. How come she flies and shakes now? Yvonne had to cough a clear cough, covering his embarrassment. Ahem, Professor, I think this broomstick may be too old, it's a bit unstable when flying, I used to fly pretty well. Malfoy was grinning and snickering. He didn't expect that Ivan's flying skills were so bad. No wonder he had been on the ground before and didn't fly up like Harry. But unexpectedly, Yvonne said suddenly. You mean? Malfoy? How else would you suddenly fall from under the broom? Malfoy, who was snickering, couldn't laugh anymore, so he had to look at Yvonne bitterly, and it took him a long time to hold back a word. Of course, I also think there may be a problem with these broomsticks. How else can he say? Slap yourself in the face? Malfoy said that he was also very desperate. In order not to be punished, the truth cannot be told, or else it can be said that he fell because of his poor skills. Chapter 18, Rejected Duel. The flight class of the afternoon passed quickly in Ivan's entanglement. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. Yvonne was the first student to complete the flight training. Yvonne also took special care of Malfoy, and carefully told him to be careful when flying, and don't fall from the sky again. Mrs. Hodge in the distance saw Ivan's performance in her eyes, and her evaluation of Yvonne improved a little bit in her heart. Gryffindor and the little wizards of Slytherin have never dealt with it. In her opinion, it is rare for Yvonne to put aside the prejudice in her heart and care about Malfoy so much. And Malfoy was so angry that he threatened to show everyone a difficult flying maneuver to prove his skills, but it was a pity that Mrs. Hodge stopped him in time. After all, Malfoy has a precedent for falling. Mrs. Hodge is still a little worried about his accident, and she doesn't even allow Malfoy to fly on a broomstick during this class. Ding! The flight class is over. This comprehensive class evaluation, excellent. Evaluator, Rolanda Hodge. Reward, academic points *10. Yvonne, who was walking in the corridor, was finally relieved when he saw the final class evaluation given. Even if the bear boy Malfoy made trouble, he still achieved his expected goal. Relatively speaking, Ron and Hermione are not in a good mood. Both are worried about Harry, who was taken away by Professor McGonagall. Especially Hermione, who hasn't calmed down until now, couldn't help but ran up to Yvonne after the get out of class, and said babblingly, I think we should tell Professor McGonagall and Mrs. Hodge. Otherwise, what if Harry is fired? Yvonne stopped and looked at Hermione. No, Professor McGonagall won't fire Harry because of this trivial matter. Maybe it's because Harry flew well just now, so Professor McGonagall intends to let Harry join the Quidditch team. If you want to join the Quidditch team, you need to be at least the 2nd grade. Hermione corrector Yvonne made a mistake in his words. There are special cases for everything, and not a little wizard can fly as well as Harry when he was a beginner. Yvonne smiled. Hermione thought for a while. It seemed that there was such a possibility. Ron also brightened up and discussed with them the possibility of Harry entering the Quidditch team. If Harry can make it, Ron thinks he can also. By the time the trio arrived at the auditorium to have dinner, Harry had already been sitting there. Before they had passed, Harry had already greeted him and couldn't wait to give Professor McGonagall a spotter. Said it. Even though Yvonne had vaccinated the two of them in advance, they were still very surprised, especially Ron, who was extremely excited. Harry, I didn't expect you to actually join the Quidditch team. You may be the youngest seeker ever at Hogwarts. I mean, they still lack manpower. For example, a batsman or a goalkeeper. Yes. Ron looked at Harry expectantly, hoping to hear some good news. No, I heard Wood say that there is enough manpower. Harry shook his head awkwardly. He didn't understand why Ron could be so excited. He only heard about Quidditch matches today. He didn't know exactly what it was. What's going on? By the way, Yvonne, what happened in the flight class today? Harry turned to look at Yvonne depressed. Didn't Malfoy take Neville's crystal ball? Then I chased it. When did we train with Malfoy? When he was taken away by Professor McGonagall before, Harry was almost terrified. He even thought he was going to be expelled from Hogwarts and returned to the dirty and cramped cupboard of his uncle's house. Fortunately, the situation is not as bad as he thought. Yvonne didn't mean to conceal, he used the petrification curse to attack Malfoy and told him something ugly. If I'm exposing Malfoy, I'll have to be locked up with him. Anyway, he's learned enough, right? Yvonne spread his hands. Ron also added enthusiasm and talked about Malfoy's flight restriction by Yvonne Pitt in flight class. Harry's depression suddenly disappeared and he was amused to laugh. Only Hermione still cares about everyone's violation of school rules. Seeing Yvonne and the others are chatting happily, she turned around and left angrily. Yvonne thought for a while and still didn't say anything to keep her. Hermione's temperament was about to change. Of course, it's not that it's bad to follow the rules, but sometimes it's too rigid to get yourself completely into this frame without leaving any room. Just like in the original book, Malfoy, who caused trouble in flight lessons, was basically unpunished. This is certainly due to Harry's bad luck, and Professor McGonagall did not give him a chance to explain, but even if Harry explained the reason clearly, Professor McGonagall probably deducted the credits of the two people, which is fundamental to Malfoy. There is no loss. At least now Malfoy is very scared. I believe he will not dare to do things again in a short time. Reading www.uuganshu.com. It's a pity that the face slap came faster than Yvonne expected. Before Yvonne had finished eating, Malfoy brought Crabbe and Gore to find the difference. Perhaps because of the two attendants, Malfoy returned to his original arrogant appearance, but when he saw Yvonne, his teeth were itchy with hatred. Potter, are you eating your last meal? Tomorrow you are going to bid farewell to your Muggle world, right? Malfoy sneered loudly. Yvonne and Harry didn't do anything when they heard that, instead they looked at Malfoy like a fool. Ron even thought that Malfoy's expression would be funny if Harry became a seeker. The indifferent attitude of Yvonne and others made Malfoy a little uneasy, but he gritted his teeth and said what he should say. Halls, if you have the courage, come to the prize showroom tonight, I will fight you. However, what Malfoy didn't expect was that Yvonne shook his head resolutely. Don't go. What a joke, he is still going to the forbidden area to receive the rewards from the system tonight, so what effort is there to play a duel game with Malfoy? Not to mention that in the impression that Yvonne still had, Malfoy was planning to release the pigeons this time, and then notified Filch to arrest people. He would go to this kind of thing if he was stupid. Hals, are you scared? Malfoy sneered. I'm not interested in a duel with the defeated opponent. It's a waste of time. Yvonne squinted at Malfoy for a while, and said with a look of no interest in weak chickens. When you learn more advanced magic, come back, or you fall down again, but no one will save you. Chapter 19, Explore the Restricted Book Zone. Ivan said, suddenly as if he had remembered something, he spoke again. Also, Malfoy, you still owe Hermione a thank you, don't forget. Hals. That was your despicable attack on me. Malfoy drew out his wand and pointed it at Ivan, his white cheeks flushed red. Even if Malfoy fell from the sky and fell to his death, and was locked up in Azkaban, I would never thank a Muggle. Crabbe and Gore also drew out their magic wands, but they responded to them with the surprised look of many Gryffindors. This reminded the three of them that this is Gryffindor's long table. Let's do it here. They only have to be beaten. Hearing the three words Muggle seed, Ivan frowned involuntarily, and Ron even jumped up and shouted. Malfoy! We accept your challenge. I must teach you a lesson tonight. Okay, then I'll wait tonight. Malfoy raised his eyebrows, smiled and turned away. Duel, what is a duel? Do two people stab each other with swords? When Malfoy left, Harry asked, confused. Of course not, how could we be as stupid as those Muggles? Ron proudly said the rules he knew. Well, you first need to stand opposite each other, and then bow to the opponent. The two sides hold up their wands and use magic to perform a glorious duel. If one party dies, the assistant must connect it. It will not be over until one party falls. Ron got more and more excited as he talked about it. It was more fun to do duels than boringly reading books in the classroom every day. Besides, he had already seen Malfoy upset. Dead. Harry swallowed. Ron is too exaggerated. It was a regular wizard duel. At best, we use some magic such as disarming curses and leg-locking curses, sometimes not as useful as fists. Ivan shook his head and explained to Harry. Ivan, are you going to go tonight? Ron expected. No, I said before, there's still business tonight, but I don't have time to pay attention to Malfoy. Ivan shook his head. In Ivan's opinion, this kind of silly face-to-face magical duel with wands was too stupid. It doesn't fit his mind as a wizard at all. It's not as interesting as watching a fencing performance, at least it has some ornamental. In view of Ron and Harry's restless temperament, Ivan kindly reminded them. It's still a matter of two to say whether Malfoy will come tonight, maybe he just wants to fool us over, and then let Filch come over and catch us all. Impossible. Ron and Harry looked at each other, thinking that Malfoy shouldn't be so shameless, this is an honorable wizard duel. Seeing the look of Harry and Ron, Ivan knew that he couldn't persuade them. After sighing, Ivan was no longer admonishing, and turned up the teach you fast flight on the table. Anyway, according to his memory, the actions of Harry and others tonight should have been shocking, but they could learn more about the Sorcerer's Stone. Even if there is an accident, Dumbledore will be responsible for the finishing touches, and the principal will not let his appointed savior have an accident. Ron, are we really going to a duel at Malfoy at night? What if Malfoy doesn't come at all, as Ivan said? After eating, Harry, who returned to his bedroom with him, said worriedly to Ron. Of course we are going, this is a duel. Malfoy can't fail to come. If he arrives and finds we haven't gone, how ashamed of us. Ron desperately cheered Harry, after all, he just agreed. Down. But without Ivan, we are only two, how could we have beaten the three of Malfoy? Harry said. We can call Neville together, so there are three people. Ron thought for a while, and it seemed to make sense. Although Malfoy's two followers were a little stupid, they were much stronger than them, and they suffered a lot from fighting. Up. Neville. Harry opened his mouth, trying to say something, and then swallowed back after a while. Why does he suddenly feel more worried? Or else, two people will go for it. At midnight, in the Gryffindor lounge, Ivan put down the Teach You to Fly Fast in his hand. In order to avoid the embarrassment of the previous flight class, Ivan borrowed the books related to flight technique after the get out of class. After a few hours of reading, plus one flight class, the flight technique is almost close to the second level. Level up. At this time, the bedroom was already empty. Harry and Ron had pulled Neville sneaking out 10 minutes ago. Yvonne can only wish them good luck, but the three-headed dog has no good temper. Seeing that the time was almost the same, Yvonne crawled out of the cylinder-like passage. Looking back, the intersection of the passage had been automatically closed. The fat lady who is in charge of guarding the passage doesn't seem to be there, maybe she stopped by. Hogwarts at midnight was a bit more deserted than usual, and it was a little frighteningly quiet. The entire corridor was pitch black, and only the dim candle light that lit up every 10 meters made Yvonne barely able to see the road ahead. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. Fortunately, in this wizard's world, ghosts are not terrifying. Yvonne also chatted with some of them, so I didn't panic at all, just complaining about the rewards given by the system in my heart. This is too hardcore, the reward actually requires him to go to the forbidden book area to get. This is not systematic at all. Yvonne went straight through the long corridor and encountered an annoying spiral staircase on the way to the restricted area. At night, these stairs seem to be skinnier than during the day, and there is no pattern at all. Sometimes when Yvonne arrives, they suddenly turn to the other side. I don't know if I gave Yvonne this kind of likes on purpose. The little wizards who came out to wander around in the middle of the night made it more difficult. Fortunately, Ivan's curse is not learned for nothing. Using the floating curse can make oneself float for a short time, relying on borrowing force to float to the place where you want to go, and using the petrified curse can block the connection between the stairs and the stairs, they cannot move. With the help of a few hardly advanced spells, Yvonne went very smoothly. There are a large number of portraits hung around the spiral staircase. A few old scholars with white beards watched Yvonne jumping up and down with interest, and a few portraits greeted Yvonne enthusiastically. After Yvonne went downstairs, he responded politely one by one, and then turned from the auditorium to the way to the library. Areho cave open. Yvonne opened the closed library door with the unlocking spell, closed it with his backhand for safety, and then waved his staff and used the fluorescence spell. Fluorescence flickering. The bright white light from the tip of the wand flashed by. After it stabilized, the light was already dimmed a lot, but it was enough for Yvonne. Chapter 20, Origin of Blood. Yvonne walked through the sea of books holding his magic wand, without the slightest intention of staying in the normal area, and walked straight to the restricted area. Advanced Transfiguration Guide, Ancient Magic Veins. Contemplation peeping into your brain. Ivan's gaze flicked across the rows of bookshelves, and a large number of banned books whose names were quite high-end made Yvonne greedy, and there were even books he had been longing for in Dementia and Occlumency. If possible, Yvonne can't wait to use hundreds of SWIBA experience cards to watch here for 10 days and a half, and then his strength will rise. But in the end Yvonne resisted the temptation, because he didn't have so many academic points to redeem, and he didn't forget what he was here for today. Following the sign number in the Forbidden Book Zone, Yvonne quickly found the 7th row and 12th column bookshelf, but it didn't seem to be any different here. A large number of magic books were neatly arranged, and the bookshelves were piled up full. Leave a little gap. Yvonne was unwilling to try to find out something like the secret tunnel, but found nothing. Instead, he accidentally bumped a book of black magic on the ground. The book has no wind and automatically, as if you have your own consciousness. Pages are automatically turned up. After a few pages are turned, billowing black mist emerges from the pages of the book. You can faintly see a man's head with his mouth open, screaming loudly. What frightened Yvonne was that he obviously didn't hear any sound, but his eardrums began to swell, and his brain gradually became dizzy, as if someone was actually yelling in front of him. The thick black fog gathered more and more, and the head seemed to burst out of the book for a while. Slap! Yvonne closed the book abruptly and flattened his black head on the page. As the book was closed, the black fog disappeared. It's just a book, have you turned the sky upside down? Ivan rubbed his ears and gritted his teeth. It took a long time before Ivan dared to pick it up. The cover of the book reads The Decryption of Advanced Black Magic. The feel of the cover is obviously different from that of other books. It feels a bit like touching the skin. Isn't it human skin? A thought flashed in Ivan's mind, and Ivan suddenly felt a bit chilly. Thinking of the painful appearance of the man's head just now, it is really possible. Ivan glanced at the reward task in the system, and there was no change in the slightest, indicating that it had nothing to do with the reward, so he really accidentally touched it. Ivan had to shove the cutting-edge black magic decryption back in depression, planning to look for the missing mechanism, and suddenly noticed that the bookshelf in front of him seemed to be a little different from just now. 1 2 3 4 5 6. Every bookshelf in the Forbidden Book Zone is exactly the same. Books are divided into 6 rows and 7 columns according to their type. However, Ivan keenly noticed that the 12th column of bookshelf cabinets was obviously missing by one. What makes Ivan feel a little awkward is that there is obviously a missing cabinet, but the entire column of bookshelves is still neat and tidy, as if the space here has been distorted. Someone used the confusion curse here? Hid one of the cabinets. Ivan squinted his eyes. He had checked this bookshelf many times just now. It was only possible that someone had set a confusion curse here, which affected his judgment, and then happened to be caught by the screaming sound just now. The confusion curse was broken. Even if he knew where the anomaly was, Ivan was a little bit blind. After reading basic charm principles, he might be able to judge that this is a kind of hidden object curse, but he knows too little magic. None of them can come in handy. Ivan had to use his brain to try to recall the books he had read, and accidentally remembered a magic that Snape used in the original book. Apparitium, emergency manifestation. Ivan tried to put his wand on the bookshelf, and whispered the manifestation curse. The entire bookshelf began to shake slightly, and a trace was cracked in the middle of the 12th column of bookshelves. After a while, it suddenly expanded, and a new bookcase appeared in front of Ivan's eyes. The hidden bookcase looks no different from the others. They are filled with thick books. Ivan reached out and scanned these books one by one. When the last one was encountered, the system's prompt sound was truthful. Sounded. Ding, the reward has been issued. Ivan's mouth twitched, but his heart was already madly complaining. That's how rewards are distributed? If it wasn't for his luck, if it wasn't for his wit, God knows how long it will take. This broken system is not caring at all. Ivan can't help but feel sad when thinking about what other people's homes want and what kind of caring system. As a host, it's really hard for him. Even though thinking about this, Ivan was excited to pull the book out of the shelf. The cover of the book was slightly rough, with a few words "Origin of Blood" printed on it, and the paper pages were slightly yellowed for long-term preservation. As far as the magic book is concerned, the age can be seen. Ivan discovered that this was another magic book that was not mentioned in the original work. Since this was a reward given by the system, Ivan looked through it directly. After reading a few pictures, Ivan was disappointed to find that The Origin of Blood was not a magic book that recorded powerful spells in his imagination. On the contrary, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com was a bit like a history book, and it recorded before the Wizarding War. History. At that time, the wizards did not dominate the entire magical world like they do now, and they were even able to enslave the house elves, which are magical creatures with strong ability to cast spells as adults. On the contrary, compared to these magical creatures that are born with powerful power, human wizards are really weak and pitiful. It can only be said that they rely on their number advantages to occupy a place in the magical world. Fortunately, humans have always been creatures that refuse to admit defeat. Some wizards choose to specialize in magic and create more powerful spells to enhance their strength. Others focus their attention on quick methods, such as taking the power of those powerful magical creatures. Some wizards have succeeded and their strength has been amazingly improved. What is even more terrifying is that the power of this bloodline can continue, so that the descendants of these wizards can also gain power. Although the power of the bloodline may be gradually weakened due to iteration, this discovery is enough to make more wizards crazy. However, the risk of blood fusion is extremely high. Except for a few successful people, most wizards died miserably during the process of experimentation and fusion. Some lucky losers survived, but at the price they became monsters and cursed for generations. Such as werewolves, vampires, etc. There are even wizards who choose to cultivate more powerful and more suitable magical creatures to carry out blood fusion experiments to enhance their power. This reminds Yvonne of the basilisk sleeping in the secret room and the eight-eyed giant spider in the Forbidden Forest. The most maddening thing is that some wizards find ways to choose the less unacceptable magical creatures and establish super-friendship relationships, hoping that their offspring can continue the blood of the other party. Chapter 21, Put down your axe first, we have something to say. Among the many recorded successes, Yvonne even saw the Dumbledore family, which surprised him somewhat. Then, Yvonne remembered Dumbledore's Phoenix Fox and the rumors about Dumbledore's family in Greenwood's crimes. Whenever a member of the Dumbledore family urgently needs help, the Phoenix will come. Yvonne wondered if it was related to their fusion of Phoenix blood. Of course, according to the book's records, the Dumbledore family is a relatively moderate group, and even obtained the consent of the other party before conducting the fusion experiment. This is probably the reason why the relationship between the Phoenix and the Dumbledore family is so close. Well, why did I break it here? Yvonne was reading the book with enthusiasm, but when the fusion method was described at the end of the book, he suddenly disconnected, as if several pages were forcibly torn off in the middle. The rest are content that is not nutritious. When Yvonne was confused that the so-called reward was just some information, the system prompt sounded again. The origin of blood has been read, and the challenge task is activated. Challenge task: defeat, or kill, giant monsters. Reward: blood vessel fusion potion formula. Challenge mission. Yvonne was stunned. He always thought this was a learning system, but he didn't expect that there would be a setting for killing monsters. Yvonne is even more curious about who actually hid this book here, and even set up a confusing curse and special hidden magic in the Forbidden Book area. Dumbledore was the first to think of Yvonne, the greatest white wizard of this century, who has the authority and reason to hide origin of blood. After all, blood fusion is extremely dangerous. Therefore, wizards who die are definitely dozens of times more alive. This terrifying death rate prevents such wizards with special blood from becoming the mainstream of wizards. In addition, James Potter, Sirius, and others are also possible. After all, hiding some important items is in line with their style. There is also Tom Marvolo Riddle, who once stayed at Hogwarts, or Voldemort. Various guesses flashed through Ivan's mind one by one, but Yvonne didn't stay here any longer. There were too many things to digest in his brain tonight, and even when faced with a large number of banned books, Yvonne didn't have the thought of reading. On the way back, Ivan's attention was on the newly activated challenge task. Seeing that the target is the troll, Yvonne has a headache, but he will not despise the troll just because Harry and Ron defeated it in the original book. They were able to win, and coincidence factors accounted for a large proportion. If it hadn't been for the halo of Harry's savior, it would have been cold when the professors arrived. Judging from the information obtained by Yvonne from reading books, trolls are not easy to deal with. They are huge, powerful, and have certain resistance to magic. Even an adult wizard must be careful when confronting them. Handle. Yvonne sighed. If it hadn't been learned from the origin of blood that fusion of the blood of magical creatures could improve magical talents, he wouldn't want to face such monsters in the first grade. Yvonne walked through the silent castle, and the smoothness of the previous arrival made Yvonne more or less vigilant. However, not long after walking out of a secret road, a blue, fast-traveling gloom suddenly collided with Yvonne. Just as if his whole body was immersed in ice water, Ivan shuddered all over, and turned his head to look over and found that it was an ugly ghost with a shabby hat. Peppy Ghost. Pippi Ghost was even more excited, clapping his hands, and shouting in his throat. Look, see what I found? Another new student, come on. There is one more here. All petrification. Ivan's backhand was a petrification spell. The blue-grey light accurately hit Pipigui's chest, but the latter was only repelled a little, and he smiled happily. Ha ha ha, useless, you can't hurt me. Pippi triumphantly circled Ivan, seeming to want to drag Ivan here. Seeing that ordinary magic is useless for Pippi, Ivan is not discouraged, because the ghost is not immune to all magic, and it happens that he has a trick that specializes in spirit. Fear is coming. Just as Pippi was arrogantly making faces in front of Ivan, a purple light shot from the top of Ivan's wand, and Pippi immediately changed his face and screamed into a classroom in the distance. Ivan, who was far away, could still hear Pipigui's sharp yelling. No, Barrow, let me go, I swear I didn't do anything bad. And Nick, put down your axe first, we have something to say. Seeing Pippi's reaction, Ivan nodded in satisfaction, and called up the magic bar of the system, and found that the fear curse had unknowingly reached the second level in these days. No wonder the effect was so good. After dealing with the annoying Pipigi, there was another rush of footsteps in the distance. Then Ivan remembered that Pipigi had previously said that he had found a newborn again www.novel.com waiting for ye. It was too late when they were about to re-enter the underpass to evade, and Harry, Ron, Hermione and Neville rushed out across from Ivan. Harry and the others didn't expect to meet Ivan here, but it was obviously not the time to talk about this. Harry was just stunned for less than a second, and took the lead in pulling Ivan's arm and running together. Ivan, run! No time to explain, Filch is behind. Ivan didn't even finish saying a few words about the secret road behind, he was dragged into another aisle by Harry, and had to run with him. Ivan faintly felt that this scene seemed a bit familiar as he ran, until Harry took the lead and stepped into the forbidden corridor on the 4th floor that Ivan realized something was wrong. Quick, come in, Filch is coming. Harry and Neville pulled in Ivan, who didn't want to come in. Hermione closed the door. It was rare for Ron not to fish. He locked the door hard. So Filch won't be able to come in. Harry breathed a sigh of relief. Yeah, it's just that we can't get out anymore. Ivan muttered to himself while looking at the locked door, and then sighed as he looked deep in the corridor. If you want me to say, it's better to go out and face Filch. Harry didn't understand Ivan's meaning, but soon he felt something sticky on his shoulders. He turned his head and looked at him and found that 3 huge heads were looking at him, and there was a foul smell from his open mouth. From time to time, yellow muddy saliva fell from the edge of his big mouth, and some even splashed on his clothes. In the next second, Hermione and the others also saw the 3-headed dog, and the cry of fear suddenly tore the silence of the night. Chapter 22, which was the one who locked the door. Harry's position happened to be at the back of the crowd. Facing the huge mouth of the abyss that suddenly struck, Harry was a little dazed for a while. The foul smell sprayed on his face, making Harry almost nauseous. Just as desperation spread throughout his body, Ivan's voice suddenly rang in Harry's ears. There are so many obstacles. A series of invisible barriers blocked the 3-headed dog's ferocious heads in mid-air, but the next second, the barrier constructed by Ivan's magical powers was torn and shattered by another big mouth with fangs. Fortunately, in just 1 second of effort, Harry had reflected in time and barely escaped. But after Ron yelled to run fast, the whole person had already swooped on the door, and after pulling hard with both hands a few times, he realized that the door had been locked. Which locked the door? Ron said desperately. Ivan, who temporarily restrained the 3-headed dog with a coma spell and a petrification spell, couldn't help but roll his eyes. Didn't you lock the door yourself? Ron was panicked, even suspecting that he might die here. Hermione pushed it away and put the wand on the door lock. Alaho cave is open. Hermione spelled the door and broke the door lock violently. A group of 5 people escaped as quickly as possible, and then closed the door back in time before the 3-headed dog Norway came out. After was far away, listening to the faintly banging and roaring in the distance, the few people who had escaped from the dead were relieved, especially Ivan, who was caught in somehow. When he was pinning the 3-headed dog Norway, Ivan found that his magic level was too low and its effect was limited. When the coma curse was applied, it would affect the actions of the 3-headed dog at all. If Hermione opens the door later, he might get a lunchbox. After all, in such a small space, there is not even a place to hide. This also made Ivan deeply understand his weakness. It may be easy to deal with a first-grade wizard like Malfoy, but he doesn't even have the ability to struggle in the face of real danger. That monster won't hit the door and run out, right? Ron glanced at the door that hadn't stopped behind him, then complained again. No, this should be a special door, otherwise it would have been broken. Ivan explained. How could Professor Dumbledore keep such a monster in the castle? Harry was also a little frightened. He had never thought that he would meet such a terrifying thing at Hogwarts, and he would almost be eaten by it. Hermione reminded her angrily. I think you should remember that when you first entered school, Dumbledore told us that we shouldn't come here. If we didn't come out in the middle of the night in violation of school regulations, we wouldn't rush into this place in a panic. Maybe it was because she had just escaped from the dead. Hermione's tone was sharper than usual. Harry and Ron knew when they heard that Hermione was going to talk about it again, and Neville almost cried. Who would have thought that after her vent, Hermione did not intend to sue? Instead, she revealed the fact that she saw a trapdoor under the 3-headed dog before, and she suspected that the 3-headed dog was guarding something. Guess. But before leaving, Hermione still warned Harry and the others that no matter what was there, it had nothing to do with them. This should be something Professor Dumbledore had to consider. Hermione's attitude made Harry and the others unpredictable, but fortunately, Hermione would probably not tell Professor McGonagall about their violation of school rules tonight. I didn't expect Malfoy to be so insidious. He must have told Filch what we were in the trophy showroom. Ron was still a bit angry when he returned to the bedroom, threatening to beat Malfoy tomorrow. Ivan, I knew we should have listened to you. Harry said embarrassedly. After all, Ivan had already mentioned this possibility to them in the afternoon. Forget it. Ivan waved his hand and said that he didn't care. After all, he had never expected Harry and Ron to stay in the dormitory without the temptation. It was just his luck to hit him halfway. By the way, Ivan, why were you in the corridor just now? Harry asked curiously. I haven't come to you yet. Ivan said casually. He can't always say that he sneaked into the forbidden book zone to read in the middle of the night, right? Harry and the others became even more ashamed, but before this emotion persisted for a few minutes, they were thrown aside by a few people, and they discussed the trapdoor guarded by the 3-headed dog, guessing what was hidden inside. Finally, Harry told about the fact that he had taken out a package from Gringotts with Hagrid before school started. Ivan was not involved. The challenge task just activated was enough for him to have a headache. He had no interest in interfering with Dumbledore's layout. The only thing to be thankful for is that there is still some time before Halloween, when the monsters are infested, and he still has some time to prepare. In the next week or two, Ivan worked hard to improve his strength, while the rest of the time was frantically searching for books about trolls in the library. Detailed explanation of common magical creatures. Guide to the domestication of dangerous monsters. On the possibility of hybridization between giants and giants. Even the walk with giant monsters was turned over by Ivan. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. Yes, the author of this book is Guydro Lockhart, who will replace Kino in the next semester to teach the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. Although Ivan knew Lockhart was a liar who could only forget the curse, this did not hinder the authenticity and professionalism of the content of the book, which is why he could find it in the Hogwarts library. To be honest, after seeing Lockhart's iconic smile with white teeth on the cover, Yvonne didn't want to open it. But who made the contents of the first few books unreliable? The detailed explanation of common magical creatures only mentions that giant monsters have no medicinal value, and there is nothing delicious from the brain to the torso after being put in the pot. The description of trolls in the Guide to the Taming of Dangerous Monsters is that wizards can usually use more powerful power to make them succumb. Isn't this trademark nonsense? If he has the strength to defeat the trolls, what else would he do here to flip the book? The book on the possibility of hybridization between giants and giants even made Ivan's eyes hot with an academic approach with both illustrations and texts. Instead, it is a biographical method in Walking with Giant Monsters, which gives a detailed introduction to the habits and weaknesses of the giant monster. For example, trolls usually have low IQs, have a large appetite, and eat everything, so if you want to deal with it, placing bait is a more correct choice. Trolls have a high probability of eating the bait. There is also the giant monster's small bean-like head and huge body, which makes the overall stability weak. If you use a powerful spell to hit the giant monster's leg, it may break the balance and knock the giant monster down. A few more steps before being eaten. Finally, the head of the troll itself is also a weakness, much more fragile than other parts of the body. If it is hit by gravity, it is likely to go into a coma directly. Chapter 23, I Can Still Get 1 Point in the Skin. Ivan, who finished reading the book, smashed his mouth. I don't know which master was so unlucky. When he told his own experience, Lockhart spotted him. Can tell in such detail, it is obvious that he has been in close contact with the smelly monster. Ivan closed the book and put it back in place. Even if he knew the weakness of the troll, he still had to make various preparations. For example, the improvement of potions, or the learning of some more powerful magic. In short, is that his grade point is missing. The only way to get grade points is to answer the professor's questions in each class, except for the usual class. But Ivan soon discovered that it is not so easy to be a good student. Even answering questions needs competition these days. Regardless of the course, as long as the professor on the stage asks a question, our know-it-all lady will always raise her hand high for the first time, and then quickly and accurately speak the answer with the professor's permission. After Ivan joined the ranks of answering questions, the class became a battlefield for two people, and two arms raised high in each class. And Hermione seemed to be having fun too, and she worked harder. She often stayed in the library with Ivan until the door was closed and the lights went out before returning to the bedroom. Ivan just wanted to cry without tears, he just wanted to earn some school points, but Hermione's gain was directly reduced by more than half. Ivan couldn't bear it, so he had to use some special methods. Disarming Curse and Obstacle Curse are what we will focus on next, and they will also be one of the most frequently used spells in the future. In the spell class, Professor Flitwick, the short fairy, is standing on a stool, spreading common magic knowledge for a group of little wizards, and flicking a magic wand to demonstrate to everyone from time to time. Has taught spell lessons for more than 10 years. Professor Flitwick's teaching experience is very rich, and it will not be long before the learning emotions of the little wizards are stimulated. Okay, then does anyone know what the disarming spell is? What does it do? Professor Flitwick looked at the students in the audience and asked. Hermione took the lead in raising her arms, and at the same time she turned her head and glanced at Ivan. Hermione was still very concerned about the only threatening competitor in class. However, Ivan stood up directly in Hermione's surprised eyes and said to Professor Flitwick. The spell of the disarming spell is Professor Expelliarmus, except your weapon. The effect is to deprive the opponent's wand after hitting the opponent. At the same time, the disarming spell also has a certain impact. The knockback effect and the level of the caster and the difference between the magic power of both parties related. Professor Flitwick, who was standing on the stool, was just about to ask Hermione a question, but he didn't expect that Ivan suddenly stood up and crackled and said a big deal. He was a little dazed for a while. Good point, Gryffindor adds 2 points. Professor Flitwick quickly reacted, but Ivan's behavior of rushing to answer was somewhat bad, so Professor Flitwick reminded him again. Also, Mr. Halls, I think you'd better raise your hand before answering the question next time. Okay, Professor. Ivan glanced at the rewards in the system column and sat down satisfactorily. Ivan's well-behaved attitude made Professor Flitwick nod, thinking that Ivan might just love learning, so he cleared his throat and continued. Next is another question, obstacle curse. Before Professor Flitwick could finish speaking, Ivan stood up again. The spell of the obstacle spell is impedimenta, there are many obstacles. The effect is to create a magical barrier for blocking offensives in a single direction. The advantage is that it can stack multiple at the same time, which has a stronger defensive effect. The disadvantage is that it cannot defend against other directions. Attack. Am I right, Professor? Ivan smiled obediently at Professor Flitwick. Hermione's eyes widened and looked at Ivan blankly. This time it was over without even having time to raise her hand. The rest of the little wizards shivered under the aura of Ivan's swibba, just answering a question. As for the need to grab it. Too cruel. Yes. Professor Flitwick spit out a word difficultly, waved to Ivan to sit down, this time he didn't even add points. Ivan doesn't care either. The system's bonus rules only need to be approved by the professor. Let's move on to the next question. Professor Flitwick cleared his throat, glanced over Ivan, and quickly turned to speak. Forget it, I'll teach this lesson myself. After learning how to answer in class, Ivan's speed at obtaining grade points suddenly became a lot faster. After all, although Hermione is a schoolmaster and smart, the little witch's face is still relatively thin, and she can't do what Ivan is. So operation. It's just that every time I saw Ivan's delicate little face was always bulging. At the beginning, he reminded Ivan that it was wrong to answer in class and that they should have a fair competition. Of course, Ivan shook his head resolutely. What kind of jokes are you joking? Can the matter of rushing to answer among the masters be called robbing? Anyway, it did not violate the Hogwarts school rules. UU reading www.uugonshu.com. It is estimated that when the Big Four of Hogwarts founding school were drawing up school regulations, they did not expect that there would be someone who could love learning so much. Ivan felt that even if they knew, they would definitely leave tears of comfort in the coffin. Hermione was dumbfounded by Ivan, especially since Ivan used his previous experience of being deducted 5 points in flight lessons. Now out of guilt, he wants to make up for it 10 times 100 times. There is nothing to say. While Ivan was happy, the professors of various subjects had headaches. More importantly, they didn't know how to deal with Ivan. They have seen little wizards making trouble, but it was the first time that they rushed to answer in class. In addition, Ivan was correct and accurate every time he answered, and he admitted his mistakes sincerely after answering, which caused professors of various subjects to be embarrassed to scold Ivan just a few words. Ivan, who had tasted the sweetness, then extended his deadly claws to the last Fortress Potions class, intending to gradually figure out Professor Snape's bottom line. Snape, who had always favored Slytherin and was hostile to Gryffindor, was not so good at talking. He personally gave Ivan a warning when get out of class was over. If he saw Ivan next time, he would stand up and answer questions without consent. He deducted all the academy points Ivan earned in Beak. But as soon as Snape walked with his forefoot, the system prompt sounded as expected. Ding! The potions course is over. This comprehensive class evaluation, satisfactory, excellent. Evaluator, Severus Snape. Reward, academic points *10. Dead Sundara. Ivan couldn't help but spit out, and then touched his chin thoughtfully. He seemed, probably, like, you can still skin a little bit more? Chapter 23, I can still peel one more point. Ivan, who finished reading the book, smashed his mouth. I don't know which master was so unlucky. When he told his own experience, Lockhart spotted him. Can tell in such detail, it is obvious that he has been in close contact with the smelly monster. Ivan closed the book and put it back in place. Even if he knew the weakness of the troll, he still had to make various preparations. For example, the improvement of potions, or the learning of some more powerful magic. In short, is that his grade point is missing. The only way to get grade points is to answer the professor's questions in each class, except for the usual class. But Ivan soon discovered that it is not so easy to be a good student. Even answering questions needs competition these days. Regardless of the course, as long as the professor on the stage asks a question, our know-it-all lady will always raise her hand high for the first time, and then quickly and accurately speak the answer with the professor's permission. After Ivan joined the ranks of answering questions, the class became a battlefield for two people, and two arms raised high in each class. And Hermione seemed to be having fun too, and she worked harder. She often stayed in the library with Ivan until the door was closed and the lights went out before returning to the bedroom. Ivan just wanted to cry without tears, he just wanted to earn some school points, but Hermione's gain was directly reduced by more than half. Ivan couldn't bear it, so he had to use some special methods. Disarming Curse and Obstacle Curse are what we will focus on next, and they will also be one of the most frequently used spells in the future. In the spell class, Professor Flitwick, the short fairy, is standing on a stool, spreading common magic knowledge for a group of little wizards, and flicking a magic wand to demonstrate to everyone from time to time. Has taught spell lessons for more than 10 years. Professor Flitwick's teaching experience is very rich, and it will not be long before the learning emotions of the little wizards are stimulated. Okay, then does anyone know what the disarming spell is? What does it do? Professor Flitwick looked at the students in the audience and asked. Hermione took the lead in raising her arms, and at the same time she turned her head and glanced at Ivan. Hermione was still very concerned about the only threatening competitor in class. However, Ivan stood up directly in Hermione's surprised eyes and said to Professor Flitwick. The spell of the disarming spell is Professor Expelliarmus, except your weapon. The effect is to deprive the opponent's wand after hitting the opponent. At the same time, the disarming spell also has a certain impact. The knockback effect and the level of the caster and the difference between the magic power of both parties related. Professor Flitwick, who was standing on the stool, was just about to ask Hermione a question, but he didn't expect that Ivan suddenly stood up and crackled and said a big deal. He was a little dazed for a while. Good point, Gryffindor adds 2 points. Professor Flitwick quickly reacted, but Ivan's behavior of rushing to answer was somewhat bad, so Professor Flitwick reminded him again. Also, Mr. Halls, I think you'd better raise your hand before answering the question next time. Okay, Professor. Ivan glanced at the rewards in the system column and sat down satisfactorily. Ivan's well-behaved attitude made Professor Flitwick nod, thinking that Ivan might just love learning, so he cleared his throat and continued. Next is another question, Obstacle Curse. Before Professor Flitwick could finish speaking, Ivan stood up again. The spell of the obstacle spell is Impedimenta, there are many obstacles. The effect is to create a magical barrier for blocking offensives in a single direction. The advantage is that it can stack multiple at the same time, which has a stronger defensive effect. The disadvantage is that it cannot defend against other directions. Attack. Am I right, Professor? Ivan smiled obediently at Professor Flitwick. Hermione's eyes widened and looked at Ivan blankly. This time it was over without even having time to raise her hand. The rest of the little wizards shivered under the aura of Ivan's swibba, just answering a question. As for the need to grab it. Too cruel. Yes. Professor Flitwick spit out a word difficultly, waved to Ivan to sit down, this time he didn't even add points. Yvonne doesn't care either. The system's bonus rules only need to be approved by the professor. Let's move on to the next question. Professor Flitwick cleared his throat, glanced over Yvonne, and quickly turned to speak. Forget it, I'll teach this lesson myself. After learning how to answer in class, Ivan's speed at obtaining grade points suddenly became a lot faster. After all, although Hermione is a schoolmaster and smart, the little witch's face is still relatively thin, and she can't do what Yvonne is. So operation. It's just that every time I saw Ivan's delicate little face was always bulging. At the beginning, he reminded Yvonne that it was wrong to answer in class and that they should have a fair competition. Of course, Yvonne shook his head resolutely. What kind of jokes are you joking? Can the matter of rushing to answer among the masters be called robbing? Anyway, it did not violate the Hogwarts school rules. www.ltnovel.com. It is estimated that when the founding Big Four of Hogwarts formulated the school rules, they did not expect anyone to love learning so much. Yvonne felt that even if they knew, they would definitely leave tears of comfort in the coffin. Hermione was dumbfounded by Yvonne, especially since Yvonne used his previous experience of being deducted 5 points in flight lessons. Now out of guilt, he wants to make up for it 10 times 100 times. There is nothing to say. While Yvonne was happy, the professors of various subjects had headaches. More importantly, they didn't know how to deal with Yvonne. They have seen little wizards making trouble, but it was the first time that they rushed to answer in class. In addition, Yvonne was correct and accurate every time he answered, and he admitted his mistakes sincerely after answering, which caused professors of various subjects to be embarrassed to scold Yvonne just a few words. Yvonne, who had tasted the sweetness, then extended his deadly claws to the last Fortress Potions class, intending to gradually figure out Professor Snape's bottom line. Snape, who had always favored Slytherin and was hostile to Gryffindor, was not so good at talking. He personally gave Yvonne a warning when get out of class was over. If he saw Yvonne next time, he would stand up and answer questions without consent. He deducted all the academy points Yvonne earned in Beak. But as soon as Snape walked with his forefoot, the system prompt sounded as expected. Ding! The potions course is over. This comprehensive class evaluation, satisfactory, excellent. Evaluator, Severus Snape. Reward, academic points *10. Dead Sundara. Yvonne couldn't help but spit out, and then touched his chin thoughtfully. He seemed, probably, like, you can still skin a little bit more? Chapter 24, Horrible Troll. Of course, this kind of thought only flashed in Ivan's mind. If he died again, Snape might still deduct a lot of Gryffindor's college points. Yvonne doesn't care about this, but he won't cause the entire Gryffindor Academy to suffer a loss for earning grade points. So in the next few days, when Yvonne was in the potions class, apart from engaging in small moves in private and collecting some materials needed to make hypnotic potions, there were no major moves. This kind of preparation work lasted until Halloween before it was over. Yvonne looked at the system bar and was still very satisfied with his results. Yvonne Halls. Occupation, Wizard. Curses, Fear Curse Level 2, 265/400, Levitating Curse Level 2, 97/400, Transformation Curse Level 2, 382/400, Split Curse Level 2, 84/400, Petrification Curse, 191/400, Shrinking Curse 1 level, 74/200. The rest is omitted. Knowledge Theory, Magic Item Making Level 0, 435/500, Potions Level 3, 1/800, Basic Magic Principles Level 2, 218/400. Magic Item, Magic Wand, Wood, Unicorn Hair, 11 inches and 3/4 long. Magic, Medium. Fit, 72.5%. Academic points, 107. After nearly half a semester of hard work, in addition to the newly learned reduction spell, Ivan has upgraded all the spells he knows to the second level. Both the power and the stability have improved greatly compared to the first level. Cut. Among them, the knowledge of potions was the first to reach the level 3, and the only thing that remained unchanged was the production of magic items, and Ivan had no clue for the time being. The grade point is also left enough for one experience card, just in case. In order to welcome the upcoming Halloween, pumpkin lanterns have been hung in the Hall of Hogwarts, which contains magic released by Dumbledore himself, which can continuously emit a faint blue light. Pippi hides insidiously in one of the lanterns. Whenever an unsuspecting little wizard passes by, Pippi will suddenly pop out of the lantern and startle him, and then scold him at the little wizard's curse. Among them laughed and got into another lantern. But I have to say that it is precisely because of Pippi ghosts that this Halloween has a more horrible atmosphere. At the very least, Harry and Ron felt the festive atmosphere brought by Pippi ghost. As long as they saw a pumpkin lantern glowing in the castle, they would subconsciously hide away. Ivan, what do you do to make so many thorns? The big exhibition hall, the long table in Gryffindor. Harry looked strangely as Ivan turned the wooden branches he had picked up from unknown sources into half-circular spikes. These semicircular iron thorns are very ugly, but the spikes on them are thin and long, and the faintly gleaming cold light made Harry shiver. Of course it's Halloween for everyone to have some fun. Ivan said with a smile. Have fun. Harry and Ron glanced at each other, always having a bad feeling. Just kidding, just practice the spell. Ivan waved his hand and explained. But the movement of Ivan's hand did not stop. He waved his magic wand and pointed it on the newly deformed spike. After using the shrinking spell to reduce the spike several times, he threw it into the bag. There was a sound of metal clashing in the bag, and Ivan backhanded it away. By the way, where's Hermione? Ivan looked left and right, but didn't see Miss Know-It-All, which was a little strange. Well, this. Ron's face was slightly red, and he stubbed out a few words for a long time. Harry, who couldn't stand it in the end, told him what Hermione had heard when Ron secretly said bad things today. I made no mistake, she was like that. Ron flushed. Ivan frowned, but he didn't expect that this thing happened. After thinking about it, Ivan stood up, picked up the wand, and walked towards the exit of the hall. Ivan, the party hasn't started yet, where are you going? Harry asked. Of course I went to Hermione. Ivan replied, leaving only Harry and Ron behind. Leaving the lively exhibition hall, Ivan found a secret path and went to the abandoned girls' bathroom as quickly as possible, intending to persuade Hermione to leave first, so as not to disturb his actions against the trolls later. But halfway through, Ivan changed the plan again after careful consideration, because Ivan was a little confused about how long it would take to persuade Hermione, and did not know when the troll was released. If it happened to be himself when she and Hermione were in the bathroom, they were blocked by trolls, let alone fighting, it's hard to escape. In contrast, it is better to solve the trolls directly at a place a little further away from the bathroom. Because of the stepping point in advance, Ivan quickly found a suitable corridor and threw a few pieces of rock cakes that Hagrid had given before to the center of the corridor. These rock cakes are all soaked powerful sleeping potions, and the dose is enough to put several adult wizards. Reading www.ukansha.com. As for why is rock cake? Ivan said that anyway, giant monsters are not picky eaters, they can eat everything, and rock cakes are carried, and they are used as waste, or else they are put in the bedroom waiting for insects. Since Hagrid, the half-giant, likes eating so much, maybe the giant is good at it. After making enough preparations, Ivan hid in the corner of the corridor and was able to defeat the trolls in the simplest way. Ivan would hold the magic wand hard when he was full. There is only one life, when it should be shrugged, if it should be shrugged. Less than a minute after Ivan was ready, there was a slight vibration on the floor. Ivan faintly smelled a foul smell, and his expression suddenly shuddered. The nervousness was extremely extreme. The monster has arrived. The next moment, a giant 12 feet tall appeared on the other side of the corridor. The first thing Ivan saw was a thick sole with Paizianbei, and the giant monster's fat waist was like a huge bucket made of a dilapidated old tree, with an ugly green paint painted on it, with a small head on the top. It looks a little bigger than Ivan's at best, and with his burly body, it looks a little absurd. The most important thing about is that it is still holding a thick wooden stick in its hand, and it drags it on the floor for a long time and makes sharp and piercing noises. Ivan swallowed hard. Only then did I understand why Dumbledore chose the troll as one of the barriers to defend the Sorcerer's Stone. The huge body alone was enough to make an adult wizard treat it with caution. For a little wizard who has not graduated from the Wizarding Academy, it is even more a nightmare. Ivan can't help but feel fortunate that he didn't directly choose to be tough. If he accidentally gets drawn by the giant stick of the troll, he might have to cross once. Chapter 25, Battle against the Trolls and the Ineffective Horror Curse. Yugadam Leviosa. Seeing the giant monster slowly approaching, Ivan whispered the levitating spell, and several rock cakes on the ground slowly floated up, so that the giant monster could see directly, instead of being too small to see it. Ching directly stepped on it. But at this time, Ivan was still a little worried, for fear that the monster was not as stupid as the book said, and he saw that this was a trap. Fortunately, Ivan soon discovered that the giant monster was stupider than he thought. He didn't even have the vigilance that ordinary creatures should have. It didn't matter how the food in front of him came from, he grabbed it and sent it into his mouth. Even for the purpose of grabbing, the troll dropped the stick he was holding on the ground. It looked like a foodie. Ivan couldn't help wondering whether Chino had secretly deducted the troll's food and then saved the money. Kanan put it in his pocket. After spitting out in his heart for a while, Ivan's original nervous expression also loosened, and his left hand gently touched the pocket of the wizard's robe. His carefully prepared escape method seemed to be useless. However, what Ivan didn't expect was that after a few minutes, the monster after eating the rock cake didn't mean to fall, but twitched his nose, as if he wanted to hear if there was any other food. Ivan was a little dazed. You must know that in order to ensure the success of the plan, it would be okay for him to use the amount to knock down several adult wizards, but the troll did not even react. It's not scientific at all. Bah! It's not magic at all. Could it be that the potion he made is more watery? Ivan looked at the potions that he had reached level 3, somewhat uncertain. Ah! When Ivan was entangled whether he should do it directly, a loud voice directly broke the already bad situation. Ivan hiding in the secret tunnel saw Hermione, who suddenly appeared at the corner of the corridor. The troll directly picked up the wooden stick on the ground and walked towards Hermione with excitement. Ivan understood the moment he saw the troll move. Hermione should have been attracted by the sound of the wooden stick just now. Ivan cursed secretly in his heart. If he had known it, he would have set the trap farther away. Of course, Ivan is only talking about it. If he really wants to go a little further, he can't be sure whether the troll will pass by there. On the other side, Hermione was panicked for a while in the face of the terrifying pressure caused by the approach of the giant monster. The brain kept transmitting the information of escape to the body, but her legs were soft and even barely able to stand. Just as Ivan thought, Hermione, who was crying in the bathroom originally, felt the vibration from the ground and the loud noise made by the wooden stick before she came to take a look curiously. It's just that Hermione never thought that she would see a terrifying creature like a troll in the hallway of Hogwarts. Just as Hermione thought she was going to die here tragically, a voice rang in due course. Fear is coming. The bright purple light was shot from the other side. The huge size of the troll made the spell almost impossible to miss. The moment the terror curse hit, the troll stopped running forward, dumbfounded. Standing still there, Ivan, who had been hiding in the secret path, came out at the same time. Ivan! Hermione, like a drowning man, grabbed a life-saving straw, rushed up and hugged Ivan with tears that had never dried up. SHHH! Ivan did not relax his vigilance, using his free left hand to break free of Hermione's restraint, holding a wand in his right hand, constantly increasing the power of the fear curse. Hermione blushed, but quickly noticed something wrong with the troll under Ivan's reminder. Hermione thought that Ivan used a spell to subdue the troll, but now it doesn't seem to be that simple. What's wrong with it? Hermione asked quietly. Ivan did not answer, but just signaled Hermione to stop speaking, but his eyes never left the troll. This was the first time Ivan saw this situation since using the fear curse. In order to cause enough fear to the trolls, Ivan used the fear spell to reenact the three-headed Norwegian dog that he encountered before. After zooming in, he replaced it in Hermione's position. And the giant monster that was under the fear curse was also very confused at this time. How did the little dwarf who was wearing strange clothes in front of him somehow become a huge three-headed dog? And the image is faintly familiar, but it seems to be in the impression of it. Compared with a lot of fat, is it because you have secretly added a meal recently? Now how to do? Hermione said nothing this time, but still motioned with her eyes. Ivan pondered for a while, but still reluctant to give up this opportunity. Time is limited and the professor may arrive at any time. If you miss this opportunity, next time you want to defeat the trolls, you can only go under the trapdoor guarded by the three-headed dog Norway. Thinking of this, Ivan lip and motion gestured Hermione to use the levitation charm to capture the troll's stick, and then smash it on the head. That's right, it's the way Harry and Ron defeated the troll in the original book. Even if they were unsuccessful, they would at least be able to seize the troll's weapon. www.novel.com Hermione expressed doubts about Ivan's crazy plans. But out of trust, I was still prepared to implement it. However, it is the stick that the troll swings faster than Hermione casts the spell. The giant monster who had no brains, after many attempts to communicate to no avail, finally chose to shoot angrily. The weird force and the wooden stick that was thicker than the adult waist made Ivan feel the threat of death after a long absence. At the very moment when Ivan used his last hole card, the remaining academic points in the system bar instantly dropped to single digits. In the next moment, Ivan's thinking speed was increased by 100-fold. The landing point of the stick and the possible follow-up actions of the trolls passed through Ivan's mind one by one, and then he turned and rushed, holding Hermione and rolling on the ground a few times in embarrassment. Behind him, a huge sound came at the same time. The original solid corner had been knocked out by the monster, and the powder debris it had brought up was spread all over the floor. The fear curse that Ivan used before was also broken. This time, even if the troll was stupid, he knew he was being teased. He raised the stick and was ready to pursue it, but the troll felt his brain suddenly fainted after 2 steps. Dull and staggered, he hit the wall, but the powerful sleeping potion he had eaten before finally began to work. Taking advantage of the gap in the troll's brain not awake, Ivan suddenly climbed up from the ground, pulling Hermione and the troll to a distance of more than 10 meters. The affected troll also regained its sanity at this time, apparently for sleeping pills. The resistance of the agent is very high. Although the troll didn't know why he was suddenly trapped, the 2 little dwarfs on the ground could not be wrong, and immediately rushed towards the 2 in anger. A dozen meters is not too far for the giant monster, just a few seconds can be crossed, it is enough for Ivan. Chapter 26, the challenge mission is complete. Split to pieces. Ivan's splitting spell accurately hit the joints of the giant monster's arm. The giant monster who was waving a stick just felt his arm numb, and the weapon he held tightly dropped out, with the speed bonus of his own strength. Wiping Ivan's side and flying out, the strong wind pressure made Ivan have to squint her eyes, and Hermione paled with fright and almost screamed. Under Ivan's precise calculations, the wooden stick that was released did not cause any harm to the 2 of them, but fell not far behind Ivan, making a huge sound. Losing the weapon did not make the trolls have the slightest idea of retreating, on the contrary, it was even more fierce. After all, the 2 dwarfs in front of them were close at hand, so weak that they could pinch to death with their hands. 5 meters. The troll approached him, and a bloodthirsty color faintly revealed on the bean-sized head. Hermione closed her eyes in despair, and Yvonne calmly pushed Hermione away, and took it out of the wizard's robe. A bag was thrown out. At the same time, a beam of pure magic power came first and hit the bag. Under the light curtain generated by the magic burst, dozens of reduced iron thorns in the bag quickly expanded to the size of the palm of the hand and scattered on the bag. On the floor. Magic beam is a small skill that Yvonne accidentally learned from the transformation class. Since Ivan's transformation spell has been raised to a level close to level 3, only the low-level reduction spell is lifted. This was originally a means of escape reserved by Yvonne. Its function was only to restrict the actions of the trolls, but now it has become a weapon of active attack. Under the precise landing point calculated by Ivan's full power, one of the iron thorns happened to fall under the right foot of the monster that was about to land. When the giant foot stepped on it, Yvonne clearly saw the monster. The ugly face suddenly became distorted. Taking advantage of the troll's instability, Yvonne continued to retreat, and changed his hand with another splitting spell. This time the blow was used to support the thighs of the body. Under the skin and flesh, the huge body of the troll could no longer support it. After taking a step, he loses his balance completely. The fat and huge body of the giant monster is so straightly pressed down. The drop point is exactly where the stick fell. And Yvonne had already retreated to a spot tens of centimeters behind the wooden stick, waved his hand to release the final transformation spell. In the process of casting the spell, Yvonne faintly heard the prompt sound of the transformation spell upgrade in his mind. The stupid little head of the giant monster couldn't understand why the nasty iron thorns appeared on the ground, just as it didn't understand why the wooden stick it dropped suddenly turned into a cone-shaped spike standing on the ground. Fortunately, it doesn't need to think about it anymore. The cone-shaped spikes pierced the brain straight from the eyes, and the scarlet blood mixed with the white brain pulp spewed out, slowly flowing down the cone. At the end of life, the giant monster stared straight at the little dwarf wearing strange costumes with its only remaining eye. There was only endless confusion and a little fear in his eyes. Yvonne was standing less than 30 centimeters in front of the giant monster's body, and put down the magic wand in his hand. Hermione looked at the troll's corpse dumbly and speechless. The despair and fear on her face had not disappeared. It was only a few seconds before and after, the original menacing troll fell like this. In front of Yvonne. Yvonne gasped gently. It seemed that it was just a few seconds of confrontation, but he had already tried his best. If it weren't for the effect of the powerful hypnotic potion to delay the troll's pace at the beginning, the iron thorns deformed in advance will have a perfect assist. It would be a fantasy to solve the trolls so easily. Ding! Challenge task: defeat or kill giant monsters, completed. Task evaluation: excellent. Quest reward: blood fusion potion formula, distributed. The reminder of task completion sounded as expected, and Yvonne was about to take a look at the rewards issued by the system, when he heard loud and rapid footsteps suddenly coming from behind him. Oh, my God, what is going on? Professor McGonagall, who was the first to rush into the corridor, saw a scene she had never thought of. The dilapidated corridor scattered with thorns and thorns, the smashed pitted walls, and fell in front of Yvonne with his head opened. Giant monster with big hole. And Yvonne and Hermione, whom she has been worried about, seem to be in good shape? Except for some dust on the clothes, it doesn't seem to be a big deal. Professor McGonagall almost thought that he had some hallucinations, and Snape, who arrived afterwards, also couldn't believe his eyes. Kino was even more surprised. He even forgot his disguise for a while, strode to the body of the troll, and confirmed again that it was indeed the troll he released. Ah, it seems that in addition to a savior of the magic world, we have another genius this year, and we have done things that even some teaching professors can't do when we just started school. Snape, who was the first to react, looked at Yvonne expressionlessly, but there was a strong irony no matter how he heard it. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Chino would have restored his previous solitary appearance again. His body was squatting, and he looked worried. When he heard Snape's words, he just shook his body and didn't have any reaction anymore, just like Snape. The professor in the mouth is not saying that he is the same. Professor McGonagall opened his mouth in anger. House! Can you explain to me what is going on here? Although Hermione was present besides Yvonne, both Professor McGonagall and everyone else in the room could tell that Yvonne was the principal. After all, the tears from the corners of Hermione's eyes hadn't dried yet, and there was still a trace of horror on her face. As you have seen the professor, I just happened to encounter a giant monster when I was walking through this corridor. Yvonne spread his hands and said innocently. Happens. Professor McGonagall didn't believe it at all. Snape looked at the iron thorns scattered on the ground and added. I think our Mr. Halls might want to be a hero, otherwise how could he make preparations in advance and just appear here? Because there is no time to do the finishing work, Yvonne really didn't know how to explain it for a while. Yvonne is here to find Hermione, Professor. We can testify for him. Harry and Ron got out of the back of an armored knight in the corridor at this time. They actually arrived a long time ago, but they just came across the moment when Yvonne was showing off his power. Apart from hiding in their hearts and shouting fuck N666, the two had no room to play. Harry, Ron, I thought you guys should be staying in the dormitory now. Professor McGonagall looked at them with an unkind expression. Chapter 27, I was a fool. Yes. Professor, theoretically we should be in the dormitory now. Harry swallowed hard under Professor McGonagall's gaze. But in the actual operation process will always cause different results. Professor McGonagall's face suddenly became gloomy, and Harry, who sensed something wrong, quickly added. It means that Ron and I heard the troll news at the banquet. I remembered that Yvonne and Hermione were still here. They came here because they were worried. Ron gritted his teeth and prepared to speak badly behind his back, which caused Hermione to cry and hide in the female bathroom. Yes, they are here to find me. However, Hermione interrupted them suddenly, and then turned to McGonagall. Professor McGonagall, I just came to the troll, thinking I can deal with it. You know, I have seen in the book how to deal with this kind of creature. Unexpectedly, the giant monster is beyond my imagination. If Yvonne hadn't arrived in time, I would have died. As for Harry and Ron, they should be secretly worried about us. Hermione lied for the first time, and she still seemed a little uncomfortable. Her charming little face blushed, but fortunately, she soon became smoother and smoother, and she came back successfully. How can you think like this? Silly girl, you are only in the first grade, how could you deal with the trolls? Professor McGonagall blamed. Ahem. Yvonne coughed slightly when he heard the words, reminding Professor McGonagall that there is a troll who successfully singled out a first-year wizard. Ivan's straightforward performance made Professor McGonagall a little unable to get off the stage. Fortunately, Dumbledore, who was invited by Filch, arrived in time to relieve the embarrassment. At the moment Dumbledore appeared, his eyes were on the scattered thorns and the monster's corpse, especially on the cone-shaped spike that penetrated the monster's head for a while. It's an excellent transformation spell. Among the little wizards of the same age I have seen, no one can use it better than you. If in class, I think Professor McGonagall will definitely add a lot to Gryffindor. Dumbledore made no secret of his admiration. Albus, what we should discuss now is these children looking for trolls in private. McGonagall nodded. She was also a little surprised at Ivan's level of transfiguration, but it was obviously not the time to discuss this. If that's the case, then so be it. Dumbledore pondered for a while, then looked at the crowd. Miss Granger will cause Gryffindor College to be deducted 10 points because of her recklessness. Although Porter and Weasley violated school rules, this friendship is worthy of recognition, so we will not be punished for the time being. Harry and Ron breathed a sigh of relief, while Hermione bit her lip slightly, and the deduction was still a bit unacceptable for her. As for Halls, Dumbledore paused, and Hermione's hearts were raised again, but Dumbledore suddenly said in a relaxed tone, "Because of your behavior, I will add 20 points to Gryffindor." Hermione's gripping heart was finally completely let go, and she looked at Yvonne with joy, even diluting the impact of the deduction. Yvonne also raised the corners of his mouth, because just when Dumbledore said he was going to give him extra points, the system also gave him 20 grade points, which was worthy of his hard work for several days. Will it be a little too loose? Professor McGonagall frowned, thinking that Dumbledore's actions might encourage the adventurous hearts of Yvonne and others. Not every little wizard can successfully defeat the trolls shortly after enrolling. Dumbledore shook his head and vetoed. "By the way, Professor, this monster doesn't need me to compensate, right?" Yvonne, who was in a good mood, asked casually. "Of course not, but..." Dumbledore smiled at Yvonne. "Will you be able to come to the principal's office later? I'm very interested in your process of defeating the trolls. Maybe, after I'm done with this. After the matter, we can have a good chat." Ivan's smiling face froze for an instant, and he opened his mouth but couldn't speak. Can he say it? Yvonne was depressed for a while, knowing that he shouldn't talk too much. "I'm so stupid, I knew that when I went to the Forbidden Area, I should have read Occlumency several times. I'm so stupid." On the way to the principal's office, Yvonne inexplicably turned on Lin Xiang's repetition mode, regretting over and over again that he hadn't learned Occlumency in advance. Of course, this is actually not entirely to blame for him. In order to be able to complete the challenge task more smoothly, almost all of the grade points obtained have been smashed into potions and several key spells. There is no extra grade point for the study of occlusive cerebral art. As for learning Occlumency without experience cards, Yvonne thinks let it go. He still clearly remembers the gifted savior Harry, who could not learn it under the guidance of a master of Occlumency like Snape. Yvonne feels that self-study is not a nightmare difficulty. UU reading www.uugonshu.com. However, this also reminded Yvonne of a feature of mind absorption in the original work, that is, the caster can only read the memories that are being recalled in the mind of the caster. If you want more, you must use a more powerful invigorating mind to force the subject to actively recall more. That's why in the original book, when Snape read Harry's memories, it caused Harry to replay these memories in his brain. With these guesses, Yvonne is a little relieved. As long as he thinks about useless things when talking later, Dumbledore will not forcefully search his memory, right? Yvonne walked to the headmaster's room with a sense of anxiety. The guardian here was an extremely ugly giant stone beast. When Yvonne said the signal that Dumbledore gave him, the stone beast slowed down amidst the dull sound. Rotating upwards, finally revealed the hidden stairs behind. Yvonne walked up the stairs. Inside was a spacious round room. The old walls with a sense of time were covered with portraits of Hogwarts' previous principals. The principals' pictures were clearly marked below each portrait. Name and time to run this school. Ivan's most interesting things are the meditation basin placed on the long side table and Dumbledore's pet phoenix fox. The pendant pen is what Yvonne dreams of. As long as he learns to contemplate the mind, he can use the power of the pendant pen to sort out his memories. Phoenix blood is an important elixir that can be used as a blood fusion potion, and it is the top one. If it weren't for the lack of tools, plus that Dumbledore might return at any time, Yvonne would have wondered whether to take this opportunity to draw a tube of blood before talking. If you say, he played Fox. Chapter 28, I believe you a ghost. You bad old man is so bad. Fox, who was lazily combing his feathers, shuddered suddenly inexplicably. He raised his red eyes and looked around for possible threats. He found that there was nothing but a little wizard with low magic power and harmless humans and animals. After nothing, he closed his eyes and rested. However, Yvonne, who is harmless to humans and animals, stretched out his sinful right hand in the name of being close and facilitating future communication. The flexible fingers paused in the air for a short while, and Ivan saw that Fox was still dozing off the curtain, so he cautiously stroked Fox's feathers with a finger first. At the moment of contact, the fake phoenix opened his eyes swiftly, and after a stalemate with Ivan's big and small eyes, Fox, who confirmed that the other party was not malicious, still slapped Ivan with his wings very proudly. The big evil hand, the color of warning in his eyes. As a phoenix, how can it be touched by Fox? However, no matter how arrogant Fox is, it can't compare to Ivan's shameless closeness. After all, as Dumbledore's pet, it is quite human. It is naturally impossible for Fox to act on Ivan. In the end, he hid like Ivan hide and seek for a few minutes and then reluctantly compromised. This is also related to the fact that Ivan did not show the slightest maliciousness from the beginning to the end, otherwise Ivan's fingers would be gone. Unexpectedly, I will still have a day of shooting the phoenix. Ivan happily put his hands on Fox, using his previous experience of driving the parrot on it, and it is best to brush his goodwill to the point where he does not resist the blood. Phoenix Fox also gradually changed from being impatient at the beginning to being indifferent, and in the end he was even willing to raise his arrogant head and let Ivan fling the feathers on his neck. While Ivan was pushing Fox, he was also carefully looking at the phoenix in Western legends. Unlike the phoenix that Ivan had in his previous life, Fox looks more like a large turkey with beautiful golden red feathers. Although it looks majestic, but somehow, Ivan sees it in his mind. I just wondered how it tasted. When Ivan had a brainstorm, he might be able to fill his brain with food, and just do it when he thought of it. Ivan was thinking of deep fried, grilled, fried, and various kinds of food in his mind. Just as Ivan was thinking of the fire-roasting phoenix, a gentle voice suddenly rang. The flame is the hotbed of the phoenix, maybe you can change a cooking method. Ivan turned his head and looked at it. Dumbledore's tall body was walking in from the door. His over 100 years of age did not seem to have caused any obstacles to the greatest white wizard of the century. He was still full of energy, and even more. Zingzi joked with Ivan. Fox, who was kicked by Ivan, hurriedly flew up, pecked Ivan's head angrily, and then flew onto Dumbledore's hat, looking at Ivan with a vigilant look. Fox never thought that the harmless little wizard in front of him actually planned to roast himself. Professor, I am curious, how do you know that I am thinking about this? Can you read my memory? Ivan asked innocently after touching his aching head. Sometimes a person's actions and behaviors will also reveal his thoughts. Dumbledore did not admit or refute, but spoke with some meaningful words. Ivan had a suddenly realized expression on his face, but in his heart he had already begun to spit out wildly. I believe you a ghost. You bad old man is so bad. Perhaps it was because the time had not expired for the previously exchanged Swiba experience card. When Dumbledore spoke for the first time, Ivan felt a force sneak into his brain until he asked, This power disappeared without a trace. Ivan can guess that this power is Dumbledore's contemplation even with his toes, but I don't know why he can perceive such silent and soul-related magic traces in the experience card state. For some reason, Dumbledore didn't use it after taking back the dementia. Instead, he dragged a long blue-purple robe and sat on the principal's chair. While motioning for Ivan to sit down, he pulled out of the drawer. Take some snacks out and put them on the table. Would you like some cockroach piles? Or how about the latest flavor of sizzling honey candy? Dumbledore would pick out a little too and let Ivan taste it. As for the infamous pile of cockroaches, Ivan didn't even touch it, but he was a little interested in chi honey, took out an unpacked one, and threw it into his mouth. Teeth bite, the mouth is full of the sweetness of honey, the broken pieces of sugar seem to have self-consciousness, beating wildly in the mouth, avoiding Ivan's teeth, a bit like the popping candy he had eaten in his previous life. It's just a bit sweeter on the bite. Dumbledore did not rush to ask, but gave Ivan another glass of iced lemon juice, which made him look like a listener. www.novel.com ate some sweets and poured half a cup of lemon. As the juice went down, Ivan gradually eased the anxiety of seeing Dumbledore for the first time, and began to tell what happened. Of course, what Ivan said was not what Hermione said when she lied. After all, it was a bit too fake, let alone Dumbledore, he didn't believe it. Furthermore, Ivan was not sure if Dumbledore would suddenly use dementia during his narration, or if he could see something on his face. So almost everything Ivan said was the truth, but he concealed some of the key information. The last thing he said was that before the Halloween party, he learned from Harry that Hermione was hiding in the bathroom alone, and went looking for it with anxiety. After encountering a troll halfway, he went into the underpass to escape. It was Hermione who passively attracted him, and he stepped forward to finally kill the troll. In order to increase the credibility, Ivan even said roughly the course of the battle. The remaining doubts are the iron thorns that have been deformed in advance to limit the actions of the trolls, and the sleeping potion ingredients that may be detected on the trolls' corpses. Ivan can't explain the former. If Dumbledore asks, he can only avoid that he is practicing the transformation and reduction spells. Fortunately, Ivan started making this stuff a few days ago. Many little wizards can testify to him, so no matter how Dumbledore investigates, he can only reach this conclusion. Ivanti didn't mention the latter, because even if he was detected, Dumbledore was not the only one suspected of, and Chino was the one most likely to be the one who was behind. Ivan quickly calculated the doubts in his words to see if there were any omissions. However, Dumbledore's next reaction made Ivan seem to hit the cotton with a hard punch. Chapter 29, Hero Halls. The Great White Wizard didn't seem to think there was anything wrong with Ivan's words. When I heard that Ivan used the iron thorns that happens to carry with the transformation curse, he completed a Jedi rebellion within 10 seconds. After the kill, Dumbledore clapped his hands, making no secret of his admiration in his expression. A wonderful battle. You are better than I thought. I think Severus is right. Hogwarts has an extra genius. Dumbledore said with emotion. A little wizard who has just entered school for only a few months can be calm when facing a giant monster for the first time. He also cleverly uses what he possesses to easily defeat it. He has not seen this in decades. Excellent little wizard. Was boasted by Dumbledore for a while, but Ivan was a little uncomfortable. After all, this meant that he was being watched by Dumbledore. The next conversation became more relaxed. There was no temptation or tit-for-tat suspicion in Ivan's imagination. Aside from the initial contemplation, Dumbledore was kindly like a neighbor who chatted with family. The old man is average. This makes Ivan maliciously suspect that Dumbledore is dementia. However, in the course of the conversation, Dumbledore accidentally mentioned Ivan's mother, Asia Halls, which made Ivan interested. Professor, do you know my mother? Ivan pretended to be curious. Yes, when your mother went to school here, it was really impressive. Dumbledore blinked at Ivan, motioning pointedly. No matter what aspect it is. Dumbledore's half-talking behavior made Ivan very painful. He didn't know if it was because of his lack of intelligence, or maybe it was simply a way of communicating between smart people. But he really doesn't understand. Ivan had to squeeze an awkward and polite smile. In the end, under Ivan's side percussion, I only got the information that his mother had studied at Slytherin College. Ivan didn't ask about his father's affairs, because there was nothing relevant in his messy memory. Information, it's not good if you make mistakes rashly. Dumbledore seemed to avoid this topic deliberately. After a short chat, he smiled and said to Ivan. Okay, kid, you can go back, I believe there will be a surprise waiting for you later. Ivan didn't hold any hope for the surprise Dumbledore said, and the news of being able to return was enough surprise for him. So, Ivan left here in an elegant and swift manner. Dumbledore, who was sitting in the chair, calmed Fox with one hand, and looked at Ivan's distant back, not knowing what he was thinking. Dessert souffle. In front of the Hogwarts lounge, Yvonne shouted an order to guard the fat lady here and then nodded, letting her body reveal a circular passage. Every time Yvonne climbed, he couldn't help but complain about the designer of this passage. Something was wrong with the design, so he wanted to make a pipe. The Gryffindor lounge at midnight was pitch black. The dark brown fireplace on the right that was always burning was extinguished at some point, and the magic lights around did not turn on. The silence was a little abnormal. Ivan's complexion remained unchanged and walked forward slowly, but his right hand had gradually slipped off and held the wand pinned to his waist. Just when Yvonne walked to the middle, a fiery flame suddenly rose from the sky in the fireplace, and then the magic lights around burst out dazzling white light, and the red lion flag representing Gryffindor on the ceiling was slowly in mid-air. Unfolding, there are still a series of colorful unidentified objects slowly falling down. The Weasley brothers in strange uniforms rushed out of the dormitory and threw a large group of festive ribbons made from torn sheets on Ivan's head, and then shouted behind him. "Let us welcome the return of the Gryffindor heroes." Gryffindor's hero? Who? How dare to be so arrogant? Yvonne, who thought it was the celebration of Halloween on the big night, was immediately stunned after the Weasley brothers spoke, but before Yvonne could react, dozens of lower-grade children swarmed into the entrance of the bedroom. Wizard! It was Harry and Ron in the front row. They directly joined forces to lift Yvonne down, and then the Weasley brothers also smirked and threw Yvonne away together. "Cheers for the return of our Gryffindor hero!" Fred yelled. The little lions of Gryffindor next to also booed excitedly. Hero Halls! Troll killer! Yvonne was thrown around by everyone, and his body was almost falling apart. After a long period of trouble, the little lions whose excitement subsided put Yvonne down. Taking advantage of this time, Yvonne had already understood what happened during the questioning. It turned out that after Harry and Ron returned to the dormitory, Ron, who had a big mouth, added fuel and jealousy to kill Yvonne head-on. UU reading www.uuganshu.com and the story of saving Hermione are told. Because of the troll incident, the little wizards who can only spend Halloween in the lounge, how can I hear such a hot news? Suddenly past 10 pass 100, the more the pass, the more exaggerated, Yvonne was touted as the hero of Gryffindor. As for this welcome party, of course it was organized by the Weasley brothers who like to do things. After understanding what happened, Yvonne was still a little confused. After all, Harry and Ron, who defeated the trolls in the original book, were not treated like this. However, Yvonne has forgotten that he is fundamentally different from Harry and Ron. Although the two of them succeeded in stunning the troll, they looked embarrassed afterwards, and the means to defeat the troll was really not very glorious. It's pure luck. In the eyes of bystanders, Yvonne is simply a textbook hero to save the United States, and the method of killing trolls is simple and neat. In addition, the troll happened to fall in front of Yvonne, and the death that was pierced through the head is also very legendary. After Ron's words of added fuel and jealousy, it caused such a big response. Yvonne can even see some little witches in the crowd secretly sending a look at him, and some daring ones even took the initiative to post and ask him about the details of killing the trolls. He almost made Yvonne forget that he came to Hogwarts to study. The very energetic Gryffindor cubs kept making trouble until the middle of the night. They returned to their respective dormitories after taking into consideration that they would have classes tomorrow. As the protagonist of the welcome party, Yvonne was already exhausted and dry. This surprise is really big. Yvonne couldn't help but complain about the last words Dumbledore said before he left. However, I can't help but smile at the corners of Ivan's mouth. Chapter 30, Unexpected Letter, 2 in 4,000 words. Yvonne, what you did tonight is amazing. After everyone left, Harry, who had been squeezed to the edge in the crowd just now, stepped forward and gave Yvonne a big hug. Perhaps. Yvonne shrugged, then explained. Actually, you shouldn't be so exaggerated. I took a lot of effort to deal with the monsters. It's not that Yvonne is humble, but the news has been distorted. In one of the versions that Yvonne heard, the 12-inch tall monster even became 20 feet tall. It's a big deal. Hey, come on, you are the hero of Gryffindor. We only saw you killing the trolls after saving Hermione. God, that was so fast. Ron hammered Ivan's chest. Said with a smile. Besides, we just mentioned the passing, who knew it would be like this? Harry said that they didn't say anything about it. Right, where's Hermione? Yvonne asked. I don't know, I saw it just now. Harry was also a little strange. You saved her. I didn't expect that she would not even thank her now. Ron said angrily. It should have happened temporarily. Yvonne shook his head. Hermione is not such a person. Because Hermione had taken all the punishment for her righteousness before, and the two of them had changed her, Harry and Ron also accepted Ivan's statement. Next, Harry and Ron mysteriously took Yvonne to see a package, which contained the brand new Lightwheel 2001, which was sent to Harry by Professor McGonagall this morning. Yvonne will be in the book because of that. So I just missed it in the museum. Even though he wasn't interested, seeing the excitement of the two men still boasted a few words out of conscience, and then hurriedly sent them to sleep. Yvonne, who was free, finally had time to look carefully at the rewards he received for killing the trolls. Blood fusion reagent, potion formula. Required materials, dried nettles, epiphyllum, valerian, muscle parasitic berries, black veratrum petals, buckthorn, black bat cutin, mountain flower powder. Special material, 150 ml of active blood from miracle creatures. Note, if the blood leaves the body for more than 3 days, the activity will be greatly reduced. Prerequisite, potions level 6. Note, potions level 4 is required under the experience card status. Looking at the series of names in the demand material, Yvonne felt a little dizzy. Is this too much? And many of them are high-grade potion materials, and the price is amazing. Even if he runs the risk of being caught to Hogsmeade Village or Diagon Alley to buy, the Jinjialong on his body is far from enough. The preposition of the 6th level of potions makes Yvonne frown, even though his potion has been upgraded to the level of 3, but the higher the level, the slower the increase, and the higher the level of 3, the difficulty of each level is increased. It's even harder than going from level 0 to level 3. Fortunately, Yvonne was relieved to see the small print at the back. At the 4th level of potions, he would still have a chance to work hard, but he didn't expect that the refining of potions under the experience card mode would also have a bonus. The best thing for Yvonne to get is the blood of the magic creature. Despite the limitation that the activity would decrease in 3 days in vitro, Yvonne knew that Hagrid would hatch a little dragon soon. A grown-up dragon, Yvonne can't beat him, but isn't this just born to be bullied by him? It's easy to draw some blood or something, as long as you prepare everything else before the dragon is sent away. When Yvonne was thinking a little fascinated, he faintly heard a noise from outside the window, turned his head and looked over, but it was a black-grey owl outside the window tapping the glass with his beak, and a rope tied to his leg, as if tied. Holding something. Gula? A word appeared in Ivan's mind. Yvonne guessed that this might be the name of this owl. Stepping forward and opening the window, the black-grey owl flew in quickly, and fell on Ivan's shoulders and shook his body, because the entire dormitory had gone to the welcome party for Yvonne before, so this poor little thing forced to blow the night wind all night. Yvonne is no longer in the mood to care about the safety of an owl at this time, and all his attention is on the envelope hanging on its leg. Because it clearly says Yvonne Halsha. Yvonne untied the rope, grabbed the envelope in his hand but didn't have the courage to open it. The expression on his face changed again and again, and finally he sighed. He knew that there would be such a day, but he didn't expect it would come so soon. Yvonne hesitated for a while and opened the envelope. What made him feel a little relieved was that the content of the letter was very ordinary. He only asked him about his current situation at Hogwarts and which college he was assigned to. It's Irene Halls, her mother. There are also 3 Jinjialongs as a gift. There is a small note underneath, which says that he can send a letter back when he is short of money. But the more concerned about the content of the letter, the more Ivan feels guilty and worried. Needless to say, I am guilty. Although this crossing was not under his control, it was inexplicably replaced the other's child halfway. Of course, Ivan could not accept it with peace of mind. Worry comes from Dumbledore's ambiguous evaluation of his mother, and the conspicuous black magic fear curse in the system bar. Thinking of the fear curse, Ivan was somewhat speechless. Generally speaking, a normal mother would teach the fear curse this dangerous black magic before going to school. And the teaching process can never be cheerful and peaceful, otherwise, he would not feel the emotion of fear when he recalled before. Obviously, this mother personally let her child experience it for a quick success. These unknowns all made Ivan feel uneasy, which made Ivan an urgent need to have at least enough strength to protect himself before going home and leaving school. The fastest way to increase strength is to make this newly acquired blood fusion reagent. So even if Ivan felt that the 3 Jinjialong in the letter were a bit hot, he finally put it away. No way, he is so short of money now. Cuckoo the black owl Gula who delivered the letter had been waiting for a long time to see Ivan lingering for a while, and had to tap Ivan's head with his beak as a reminder. Ivan also woke up from his contemplation. Now the most urgent thing should be to reply to the letter. While giving the food box of his own maca to Gula to make it a little more patient, ignored Maca's protest and picked it up tangledly. Quill pen. After pondering for a long time, Ivan wrote down on a blank piece of paper that he was assigned to Gryffindor, as well as some interesting things that happened in the school recently. Ivan originally planned to mention the troll matter, but before sending the letter, he deleted all relevant content. Not long after enrolling, he only challenged the trolls. Ivan estimated that his mother's first reaction should be to run to school in horror to question Dumbledore, not to be proud of him. It is better to keep a low profile, don't cause trouble. After a period of revisions, deletions, and deletions, Ivan closed the envelope and sealed it so that the owl Gula returned the same way. After all this was done, the sky was a little bit brighter, and Ivan pulled the quilt and lay on the bed. In a daze, Ivan suddenly thought of a question. The surprise Dumbledore said was referring to the welcome party or this letter. The next morning, Ivan, who had only slept for less than 2 hours, reluctantly got up to class. They had the same experience and had been yawning, as well as Harry and Ron. But after the 3 of them got up and looked at each other's thick dark circles, they couldn't help but laughed, and their spirits were also refreshed a lot. After a whole night of fermentation, Ivan's killing of the trolls seems to have spread throughout the school, causing Ivan to hear whispers no matter where he goes. Ivan couldn't help speeding up his pace, and the situation got better when he arrived at the Metamorphosis classroom. Hermione came earlier than the 3 of them, and she had already sat quietly on the right side and turned the pages of the book, and the space beside her was full. The little witches of Gryffindor were chattering, not knowing what they were discussing, and they asked Hermione from time to time. The latter looked very impatient. It was only after seeing Ivan that his face showed joy. "Put down the book and get ready to come." "Okay, kids, I will return to my seat when I start class now." Professor McGonagall walked in just then, frowning while watching the messy classroom. Ivan, Harry, and Ron quickly found 3 empty seats and sat down, and Hermione had no choice but to sit back. Professor McGonagall glanced at Ivan consciously, then cleared his throat, and said to the little wizards who had already sat down, "I think I should have said at the beginning of school that transfiguration will be one of the most complicated and dangerous magic you can learn at Hogwarts. As long as you can learn it well, transfiguration will be enough to solve most of the problems encountered. You should have heard that, just yesterday, Mr. Halls successfully killed a troll in the corridors of Hogwarts, relying on a superb transfiguration spell and excellent mind. For this, Professor Dumbledore added a full 20 points to Gryffindor College. Professor McGonagall added at last. After Professor McGonagall finished speaking, there was an uproar in the audience, and there was a burst of discussion, and Yvonne suddenly became the focus of everyone. Although many little wizards had heard of this news before, it came from Harry and Ron's mouth after all. It may not be credible, but now it's a stone hammer. Was suddenly praised by Professor McGonagall, but Yvonne was not happy at all, because in his experience, there would usually be a after this, which is in line with the speaking process of ordinary teachers. As expected, Yvonne then heard Professor McGonagall continue. But I want to warn you seriously that the troll is a very powerful and dangerous creature. It is definitely not something a little wizard who has not graduated can overcome. Halls is the only example. Even teaching Professor Chino in your defense against the dark arts class was so frightened that he passed out at the Halloween party. After saying this, Professor McGonagall's eyes became sharp, and he continued. If you let me know that someone else is doing similar dangerous things, I will definitely advise Professor Dumbledore to expel him. And even Halls, defeating the trolls is not as easy as you think. After speaking, Professor McGonagall glanced around and noticed that the little wizards underneath were all silenced before looking at Yvonne. He gave him a look and motioned him to show it. Yvonne immediately stood up knowingly, with a solemn expression and a deep voice. Yes, Professor, I swear, the troll is definitely the most difficult opponent I have encountered in the past 11 years, no one. As soon as Yvonne finished speaking, there was a burst of laughter from below, because many smart little wizards had heard the meaning hidden in Ivan's words. As a first-year little wizard who is only 11 years old this year, in their opinion, the giant monster should be the first opponent Yvonne encounters, and of course the most difficult one. Professor McGonagall is very dissatisfied with Ivan's perfunctory attitude. She is more inclined to talk about Yvando's fear when facing trolls, and the thrilling process, so as to give these eager children a shot. Yvonne shrugged his shoulders unceasingly, and admired Professor McGonagall's brilliant methods. www.novel.com. First, he used his defeat of the trolls to arouse the enthusiasm of the little wizards to learn the transformation spell. The speech sets the tone for this matter and puts an end to rumors that are getting more and more exaggerated. After all, blocking is worse than sparse. Instead of concealing this matter and letting everyone guess, it is better to use it as a model to promote the positive effect. Use expulsion as a warning to prevent some little wizards from having the idea of he can do it, and I can do it, and go further and further on the road to death. In the end, it was to suppress his reputation, so that he would not become proud and complacent after defeating the troll. The only poor thing is Chino, who was used by McGonagall as a backdrop for the strength of the trolls. After today, he will probably become the laughing stock of Hogwarts. Yvonne, who was far more than 11 years old in his heart, guessed Professor McGonagall's thoughts in a short period of time. If possible, Yvonne would not mind cooperating with Professor McGonagall. After all, low-key is the kingly way. Unfortunately, there are some doubts in his process of killing trolls. The more he says, the more mistakes he makes. Otherwise, Professor McGonagall would have to ask him again, what is he trying to deform a bunch of sharp iron thorns? So, Professor McGonagall carefully prepared the opening remarks, and under Ivan's uncooperative attitude, only half of the expectations were achieved. This led to the next class. Professor McGonagall solemnly reminded Yvonne that if she answers questions without her consent again in class, she may consider using the silence charm so that Yvonne can shut up for a while and give it to others. An opportunity for the little wizards to perform. Yvonne looked at his double-digit grade point and the potion that was only 731 points short of proficiency to upgrade. He could only say with difficulty that he might consider the professor's valuable advice and play fair. Try to raise your hands to speak. Chapter 31, Bold Ideas. After the reminder, Professor McGonagall ignored Yvonne again and officially started today's class using the Transfiguration Curse to turn any personal item into a button. For Yvonne, whose transformation spell has been upgraded to level 3, it is of course easy. Lightly swinging the magic wand will transform the quill pen on the table into a round button. The beautiful ring pattern can be seen on it. In order to add Yvonne has already used the transformation curse to its extreme. Professor McGonagall passing by nodded in satisfaction, and gave Yvonne a point reservedly. But other little wizards don't have such strength. They can successfully release the transformation curse even if they are at a very good level. They have become all kinds of strange things. Simo Finnegan, who was sitting not far in front of Yvonne, directly exploded the ink tank used for deformation, and the jet black ink sprayed the face of the little wizard next to him. Yvonne even saw a little wizard who just secretly pulled off a button on his clothes, trying to pretend that it was made by himself. Unfortunately, Professor McGonagall was not old enough to get Alzheimer's, so he could easily tell the difference. The final result can only be a penalty stop at the door. After seeing Ivan's wonderful transfiguration curse, Professor McGonagall's standard was raised a lot, except for the buttons that Hermione used to make a ball of paper can be considered good. The rest made her really a little bit better. It's hard to accept. Professor McGonagall clapped his hands and attracted everyone's attention. Everyone, stop the transformation magic in your hand. Does anyone know what is the point of releasing the transformation spell? McGonagall said. Professor, the transfiguration curse is a kind of advanced magic, which requires the caster to imagine what it needs to be transformed in the brain. The more similar the shape of the object to which the deformation curse is applied and the object that needs to be deformed, the closer the properties are, the easier it is to deform successfully. In addition, deforming creatures are much more difficult than deforming objects. Only a few wizards who are proficient in the transformation spell can complete the transformation of creatures. Yvonne Halls, I think I reminded. Professor McGonagall had already formed a conditioned reflex, and subconsciously wanted to scold Yvonne, but he turned his head and found that Yvonne was regular at this time. Raised his hands and looked at the other side blankly. Granger? How could you? Professor McGonagall discovered that the answer was actually Hermione Granger, who was usually regular. At this time, Miss Know-How, even though her nervous body was trembling, she still raised her neck and said calmly. Professor, what I said is right. Of course, and very comprehensive, but given your behavior, I can't give you extra points. Professor McGonagall stuttered in shock, and it took a long time for Hermione to sit down. Hermione looked a little disappointed, but when she saw Ivan's sluggish expression with her hands raised, a smile came up at the corner of her mouth. Yvonne slowly put his raised hand down. His mind was full of doubts, wondering if he was in a dream now, or was this a fake Granger in front of him. Like Yvonne, Harry and Ron were the two who thought Hermione was wrong, so Ron couldn't wait to complain after the lesson. What's wrong with Hermione? I saw her stand up without consent in Professor McGonagall's class today. Oh my god, I think Professor McGonagall must be stunned. Ron wanted to hear Harry and Ivan spitting as he talked, but he didn't see any movement for a long time, and turned his head strangely to find Hermione behind him. Hermione? Ron said in surprise. I just want to win back all the college points I deducted. Besides, this is not a violation of Hogwarts school rules. Professor McGonagall will understand. Hermione glared at Ron first, then looked at Yi. Wherever there are some hesitations. Yvonne, I heard Ron and Harry say that you only came to see me yesterday to meet the trolls. Anyway, thank you. Nothing, aren't we friends? Yvonne smiled. Even though Yvonne somewhat complained about Hermione's rash appearance and disrupted his plan when he was fighting the troll yesterday, he also understood that more of his site selection was a mistake. Fortunately, the final result was not bad, so the little episode Yvonne didn't take it to heart. Hermione smiled and nodded, then said again. Next I will work hard to earn back the lost credits as soon as possible. Yvonne is a bit headache. If Hermione works hard, then he earns student points by answering questions. Isn't the plan to upgrade the potions really compromised? Aren't you only deducted 10 points by Professor Dumbledore? You earned it back in class earlier, right? Yvonne is very puzzled. Is it so entangled? This is not much compared to the college points Hermione has earned by answering questions in the first half of the semester. Precisely speaking, up to now, a total of 67 college points have been added. Hermione emphasized. At this point, the little witch still stared at Yvonne for a long time. You read www.yuyugonshu.com if it wasn't for Yvonne. Shamelessly rushing to answer in time, there could have been more. Then why? Yvonne wondered. I remember you said that you must earn it back 10 times 100 times. Hermione looked at Yvonne and smiled. Yvonne was speechless, wishing to go back to strangle the nonsense self a few weeks ago. In the next way, Yvonne was trying to persuade Hermione to dispel the idea of disrespecting the instructor, but unfortunately it was of little effect, and Miss Know-How, who had made up her mind, didn't seem to want to change her plan. Finally chatting, I don't know when I was involved in learning, Yvonne was surprised to find that Hermione was actually better than herself in theoretical knowledge reserves in some subjects by virtue of her extraordinary talent for memory. Of course, this is also related to the fact that he spent half of his grade points on the training ground of the responsive house in the past few weeks in order to improve his actual combat ability. Even so, Hermione's knowledge reserves are scary enough. Harry and Ron were following but couldn't speak, because they didn't understand the content of Hermione and Ivan's chat. Or they know every word, but together they don't understand. Is this the conversation between schoolmasters? Harry and Ron always felt that they seemed to have a lot of things. Ding, after a period of study and discussion, your proficiency in basic magic theory has increased slightly. Yvonne, who was chatting with Hermione about the principle of the magic spell, stopped abruptly after hearing the beep in his mind, and called up the system bar to take a look. The proficiency of the basic magic theory really improved a little. Point. This made Yvonne suddenly have a bold idea in his heart. Chapter 32, I ran all the way over, so you just show me this? Hermione, who was about to talk to Yvonne about the different uses of the Transfiguration curse, faintly discovered that Ivan's eyes became more and more eager when she looked at her. Yvonne, what's the matter? Hermione pretended to be calm. Come with me first, and explain later. In the shocked eyes of Harry and Ron, Yvonne eagerly pulled Hermione's wrist and ran. Hermione didn't even figure out what was going on, so Yvonne was dragged forward all the way. Harry and Ron, who had recovered from the shock, also hurriedly chased up with gossip. Along the way, because Yvonne is very popular at this time, there are not a few people who recognize him. In addition, Ivan's behavior of holding Hermione in his hand rushes all the way, which has caused many little wizards to burn with gossip. Big news! After all, the fact that Yvonne rescued Hermione from a battle with a monster last night has already been spread. This situation and this scene naturally made them think about it, and some young witches were disappointed. However, the curiosity was full of interest and immediately followed. George and Fred even whistled excitedly when Yvonne and Hermione passed by, giving Yvonne a big thumbs up. More and more people followed. Yvonne felt a little inexplicable. Hermione was dragged by Yvonne and ran all the way. Hermione noticed the gaze around her, her cheeks were full of flushing, and her head started to start. After thinking about it, I just faintly feel that this section of the road becomes more and more familiar as I look at it. Seems to be the way to the library. Sure enough, Hermione quickly saw the library door. Yvonne rarely ignored the tradition of keeping quiet, and hurriedly pressed Hermione to the rest area to sit down, and then took a copy of the book that I hadn't finished reading before. Basic Potion Formula and Medicinal Material Analysis opened the plug into Hermione's hand, and pointed to one of them. Hermione, the medicinal properties of black blood plant and buckthorn are opposed to each other in the 7th chapter of this book, but why are they used at the same time when making many potions? Hey, hey! Hermione woke up from the confusion. The blush on her cheeks had not completely disappeared. Hermione, who realized that she had misunderstood, was rather embarrassed, and even wished to get into the stack of books and hide. When she found out that the book Yvonne had forced herself to read before, Hermione calmed down and quickly entered the state. That's because the black blood plant is too strong, so it is usually added to the opposite of the medicinal properties, but the milder buckthorn has a neutralizing effect. After Hermione finished speaking, Yvonne continued under the banner of learning to communicate, and turned to the next page for Hermione to explain. Whenever she happened to know, Yvonne would also say a few more words to communicate with each other. After the tired half-dead Harry, Ron, and the gossip party who came to join in the fun, they all rushed to see such a harmonious scene. They, actually came to study. As a member of the gossip party, George almost thought he had some hallucinations. My God, what is going on in this world? Other people are also a little unacceptable, they ran all the way over, just show them this? I think I should go back and play wizard chess. Ron said blankly. Wood also definitely wants me to practice Quidditch now. Harry also nodded in agreement. They didn't want to waste their great time in the library. George and the others did not give up and wanted to stay and watch the progress, but such a large group of people blocked the door and soon attracted the attention of Mrs. Pins. Quiet! If you want to go to the library to read, please be quiet, or go away quickly. Mrs. Pants said impatiently. Seeing that Mrs. Pins had plans to rush people, all the little wizards who had come to join in the excitement dispersed in disappointment, and few were willing to stay. At this time, I was immersed in the learning improvement, and Yvonne did not notice this at all, but looked at the rapid increase in proficiency in the system bar, and felt relieved. As long as it is basic theoretical knowledge, regardless of subjects, there is almost nothing Hermione does not know. It can be said that it directly saves the step of Ivan's inquiry of other books to verify each other. In addition, the understanding ability of the little witch is far beyond that of Yvonne in a normal state, so after Hermione's interpretation, the efficiency of learning is naturally greatly improved. Hermione's existence is like a learning accelerator. Compared with his reading efficiency when he didn't use the experience card, the increase in proficiency is more than twice as fast. After a dozen pages, Hermione raised her head nervously to look at Yvonne, for fear that she might have something wrong. No way, after witnessing Ivan's easy killing of trolls and that excellent transformation spell, in Hermione's heart, Yvonne was already far ahead of him, so in the process of explaining, I was always worried that there would be what's wrong. Well? Why did you stop? Yvonne, who was listening to Hermione's explanation, suddenly realized that she was silent, and turned her head strangely, only to find that Hermione was looking at herself nervously. Yvonne changed his mind and understood what was going on, and hurriedly said. You just said very well here. I happen to think so too. Here too, it just happens to be the same as I thought. I have a different understanding here. In the next few hours, UU reading www.uuganshu.com, Yvonne and Hermione spent time studying and discussing. Thanks to the hard work of the previous half-semester and the accumulation of a lot of knowledge, Yvonne was able to maintain a relatively equal state in the discussion process. Unknowingly, Yvonne has already read several books that he has read before but has not fully understood, and his reading progress has been pushed all the way to 100%. Ding! The reading progress of Basic Potion Formula and Medicinal Material Analysis has reached 100%, reading reward, 5 academic points. Ding! The reading progress of Transfiguration Curse Advanced has reached 100%, reading rewards. The academic points gained from reading a large number of books plus the previous rewards and spell upgrades, the academic points owned by Yvonne once again broke the 100 mark. Without any hesitation, Yvonne searched for a few difficult books while the iron was hot, activated the SWIBA experience card, and read quickly while explaining to Hermione, which was regarded as the feedback from Hermione for helping herself. Yvonne thought that this would greatly slow down his learning efficiency in the experience card state, but he didn't expect that he just said his opinion and explained it, and Hermione immediately understood it. Learning and memory abilities really make Yvonne ashamed. However, what Yvonne didn't know was that Hermione was also under a lot of pressure, and fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead in a short while. She had to turn her already intelligent brain at full speed to become more profound in Yvonne. During the explanation, understand the content. This made Hermione a little frustrated after a period of discussion, thinking that she had a slight advantage in theory of knowledge. I am afraid that Ivan's previous questions were to examine her learning progress. Now is Ivan's true level? Chapter 33, Gamble with Malfoy. In a blink of an eye, the time has come to November, and the weather is getting colder. Ivan's potion level, in the daily academic discussions with Hermione, is also close to the level 4, and it is estimated that it will not take long to reach the lowest level for making blood fusion potions. In order to avoid the dilemma of searching for memory by contemplation, Yvonne took the time to sneak into the forbidden book area again, and used the academic grade points accumulated in the past few weeks to close his brain in a few nights. The technique was upgraded to the 2nd level. It's just that Yvonne has not had time to be happy yet, and has made difficulties for the large amount of potion materials needed to make the blood fusion potion. He only has 3 golden gallons, 15 silver psyches, and 24 copper gnats. Even if he finds an opportunity to sneak from the secret road to Hogsmeade Village, I'm afraid he can't afford it. All the materials. And this is thanks to the letter sent by his mother, whom he has never met before. Otherwise, he doesn't even have a Jinjialong in his hand. You said, is there any way to earn a lot of Jinjialong in a month? Yvonne asked abruptly with everyone on the way to the auditorium, worrying about how to make money. Then how about we go grab Gringotts? Remember to add me at that time. Ron joked. Come on, you will be thrown into Azkaban by the goblin guarding there before you do it. Hermione rolled her eyes and said, and then even a few people popularized why Gringotts was called the safest place in the wizarding world. In addition to various strict defense systems, it is said that there is a giant dragon guarding the vault. Harry and Ron both listened with gusto, but Yvonne, who knew all the inside information, started to complain in his heart. Come on, this safest place has just been broken into by Kino possessed by Voldemort this year, and it will be breached by you again in a few years. Tuco returned to Tuco. Gringotts' defense system is still a nightmare copy for Yvonne, so Ron can make such unreliable suggestions. By the way, Yvonne, what do you want so much Jinjialong for? Harry suddenly asked curiously. Before I came to Hogwarts, I took a little from the vault. If you don't need much, I can actually borrow it from you. Said here, Harry eagerly grabbed a dozen Jinjialong from the pocket of the wizard's robe and placed it in front of Yvonne, and said that it was not enough. He also put a lot in the bedroom. Harry's heroic behavior brightened Ivan's eyes, and Yvonne, who had read the original book, understood even more that the point of Jinjialong that Harry said he took out of the vault might be hundreds of. No matter how many potions are needed to make the bloodline fusion potion, these Jinjialong are more than enough, and even said that Harry took out and put it in front of him almost enough. Looking at Harry's sincere eyes, Yvonne was a little moved, knowing that they realized that there is only half a semester, and Harry's behavior like this is definitely righteous. Of course, this is also related to Harry's lack of money concept. Forget it, I'll just talk about it, no amount of Jinjialong can be spent here. Although I can get enough Jinjialong now, Yvonne finally shook his head. He declined Harry's kindness. In the eyes of many people, this may be stupid. You can reach your goal by reaching out. No matter how much Jinjialong you borrow, you can return it in the future, and you don't even care if you don't even return it to Harry. But Yvonne doesn't think so. In his opinion, accepting Harry's kindness now means that he owes a lot of affection. This is nothing for Yvonne, who does not want to participate in Dumbledore's layout too much. Good thing. Besides, there is still some time now, and when there is no way, it will not be too late to ask Harry to borrow money. Under Ivan's deliberately changing the subject, Harry quickly forgot about it, and the group gradually began to chat about the upcoming Quidditch match. As the trump card that Gryffindor Academy has always hidden, Harry did not have the confidence that everyone imagined, but was very nervous. He couldn't imagine that if Gryffindor lost the game because he couldn't catch the snitch, how disappointed would be. Gryffindor hadn't won the Quidditch trophy for a long time. Yvonne was confident enough to cheer on Harry. I am afraid that no one knows Harry's flying talent better than him. Coupled with Harry's own good luck, unless it's a plot kill, Gryffindor it's hard to lose. In view of Harry's righteousness, Yvonne is even more ready to help him stare at Chino on the day of the game to avoid accidents. The group of people came to the Hogwarts auditorium without knowing it. When Yvonne was about to enjoy lunch at the long table in Gryffindor, he heard Malfoy at the next table mocking Gryffindor. The experience of being defeated by Slytherin for several years in a row. Ron was so angry that he wanted to beat Malfoy. www.novel.com. Harry and Hermione finally stopped Ron. There was a conflict in the auditorium. There were not enough college points to deduct. However, Yvonne took the initiative to walk towards Malfoy while the three were arguing. Slytherin table, Malfoy, who was still talking about it, saw Yvonne approaching. The smile on his face turned into disgust, with a trace of fear. After all, the news that Yvonne had killed the trolls went viral in the academy some time ago. Even Professor McGonagall admitted himself that Malfoy was afraid that Yvonne was coming to trouble him. Fortunately, Malfoy soon realized that this was the Slytherin long table, and Yvonne was unlikely to contradict himself here. Only then did he have some courage, and rebuked with a stern voice. Hals, what are you doing? Nothing, I just want to make a bet with you. Yvonne smiled and took out 3 Jinjialong and placed them on the table. I bet that Harry can successfully catch the snitch in the next game and win the game. Yvonne said. Malfoy looked at the 3 Jinjialongs on the table, and did not agree directly. This small amount of money is nothing to Malfoy, but he still remembers the experience of being scammed by Yvonne before, so Malfoy had to wonder if Yvonne would have any conspiracy. As for Harry, Gryffindor's secret weapon, it has been exposed during these days of training, at least Malfoy still knows it. You don't have to bet, you still want to make a fortune with the little money you have. Yvonne shook his head indifferently, put Jinjialong away and prepared to leave. And so on. Malfoy was a little confused about Ivan's attitude, but he heard a message of interest from Ivan's words. Chapter 34, Weasley. How about we increase the bet? Malfoy pretended to clap his hands. Crabbe and Gore behind them immediately took out their pockets knowingly, but only took out 2 gold gallons after touching them for a long time. 8 silver sykes. Seeing that his 2 followers are so poor, Malfoy's face was a bit unbearable, and he immediately took out 4 Jinjialong from the wizard's robe and patted them on the table. I only have 3 gold gallons, 15 silver sykes, and 20 copper nats. Seeing Malfoy take the bait, Yvonne took out all the money neatly from his pocket. It doesn't matter, these are enough, then the game is set. Malfoy raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. He just wanted to empty out all the money in Ivan's pocket. In case he loses, there are only 4 Jinjialongs, but if he wins, Yvonne will probably be struggling to survive for a long time. Don't look at Hogwarts College. After paying the tuition, boarding, lodging and studying are free, but you need to spend money to buy daily necessities, materials used in extracurricular refining potions, gifts, snacks, and so on. Malfoy is looking forward to seeing Yvonne borrow money to survive. Okay, then it's established. Malfoy offered to give money, of course Yvonne would not refuse, 1 more Jinjialong can buy a lot of materials. As for whether I will lose? Yvonne feels that the probability is very poor. If you don't even dare to bet on this, do you want to earn Jin Jialong quickly? It's almost the same in the dream. Successfully pitted Malfoy, and Yvonne felt very refreshed. When the game is over, he will have 7 Jin Jialongs, which should be able to meet most of his needs. Yvonne, what did you say to Malfoy just now? Yvonne returned to the Gryffindor table when he was in a good mood. Harry and Ron immediately came up and asked curiously. The conversation between Yvonne and Malfoy just now wasn't too loud, so they didn't hear much. Instead, they saw Jin Jialong which they put on the table and put them away. It's nothing but Malfoy, and I bet that Harry will catch the golden snitch in the game a few days from now and let Gryffindor win. Yvonne said. How can you do this? Gambling is not a good thing. What if Professor McGonagall finds out? Hermione frowned. Okay, who would tell Professor McGonagall if you don't say it? Ron opened his mouth carelessly. Listening to Ivan's words, Ron wanted to gamble with Malfoy. Harry felt his pressure was getting more and more. After eating, Yvonne, who was about to return to the dormitory, was intercepted by the Weasley brothers who suddenly broke out halfway. George pulled Yvonne aside with a mysterious look, then he whispered after looking around to see no one. Yvonne, we just accidentally heard a conversation between you and Malfoy. Just don't know if you are interested in making some money with us. Fred and George sang together. Cooperate? Develop magic tricks and props. Yvonne glanced at the system bar proficiency in making magic items that hadn't been moved for a long time, and suddenly became interested. How do you know we have plans to develop this? George and Fred looked at each other. Gu was a little surprised. Isn't it? Yvonne shrugged nonchalantly. He couldn't say that he knew their future. Of course not, at least we still lack the funds needed for development. If we are ready, you are welcome to join in. Since Yvonne didn't say anything, George didn't bother to ask, and Fred said directly. We mean to make a bet for the next game, and it will definitely make a lot of money. But we lacked funds, and it was impossible to come forward as a team member, so we thought of you. After the two had finished speaking, they looked at Yvonne nervously. You don't want to fight a fake match, do you deliberately lose? Yvonne thought of a certain possibility. How is it possible? Are we such people? Joel shouted angrily, and Fred also said angrily. Furthermore, we Gryffindor have lost for several years, who will buy us to win? The counterfeit match won't make money at all. Ivan's words of apology were stuck in his mouth, and he thought Wood would cry if he knew what the two men thought. And Joel and Fred are getting more excited as they talk. We have Harry as the trump card this time, and we will definitely be able to report a big upset. He is the best seeker I have ever seen to fly. We are set to win. Yes, when the time comes, the gambling game can still increase the odds of Slytherin, and then lower the odds of Gryffindor. Those Slytherins will definitely be angry and obediently pay. The two people talked more and more crooked ideas, and even wanted to buy Lee Jordan as the game commentator, and use words to add confusion to the opponent, although this guy was originally a fanatical Gryffindor, regardless of whether he charged money for the game. At the time, they would favor Gryffindor. Yvonne wiped the cold sweat on his head, and suddenly felt that Joel would only open a joke toy store in the future. It would be too awkward. Based on this business sense, he should go to run the regular Quidditch gambling game. The guaranteed profit is full. Okay. I agree, how much Jin Jialong is there? Yvonne pondered, reading www.yuyuganshu.com felt that there was nothing wrong with Joel and Fred's plan, and those Slytherin proud tempers were likely to be pitted in, which just happened to allow them to experience the hardships of the world in advance. 5 Jin Jialong, this is all the money we have on hand. Joel and Fred gritted their teeth and took out all the money they had. Plus what I have, the principal should be enough. Yvonne nodded, and then discussed the details with the two. Yvonne groaned, then said again. However, Don't tell Jordan about the gambling game. If the matter is exposed, he may have to be punished more severely as a commentator. Okay, yes. Joel thought for a while and nodded cautiously. Fred said at this moment, "We will set up a secret magic, which will be imposed on all participants at that time. If anyone dares to breach the contract or inform the secret, they will be severely punished. So the contract is established." Yvonne nodded and stretched out his right wrist. "Well, the contract is established." The Weasley brothers also made the same action, and then Joel waved their wands, and there was an extra mark on the wrists of the three of them. Yvonne glanced at the system bar, and found that there was indeed one more state there. The effect was that his tongue became 5 times larger after violating the contract, lasting for a full week. Although it is not a particularly serious consequence, it should be enough to deter the minor wizards. In fact, judging by the proud temperament of the little wizards of Slytherin College, as long as they win the bet head-on, they will probably not choose to inform them even if they are angry. Thinking of this, the corners of Ivan's mouth whispered. In this case, the Jin Jialong needed to buy the potion should be enough. Chapter 35, Sad Chino. With this plan, the Weasley brothers drew up hatred, dangling around the Slytherin long table every day, and threatened that the Gryffindor team had a brand new tactic, which could easily blow up. Their old rival Slytherin also quietly let out the wind. Yvonne, known as the hero of Gryffindor, recently made a bet. If Gryffindor wins, it loses 1 out of 10. If Slytherin wins, make more money from the investment. The little wizards of Slytherin jumped in anger when they learned about it. Doesn't that mean that Slytherin was defeated? As the most tyrant academy in Hogwarts, it is naturally not bad for money. Yvonne quickly received several Jin Jialong, but more of them were Silver Sicko and Copper Nat. After all, this bet is just for fun, and the participants are all little wizards, so the general bet is only a few Copper Nats or a Silver Cic. Even so, Yvonne has already received a lot of bets in the past few days. Coupled with the occasional betting by students from other colleges, their principal is no longer enough to pay. If you lose, it will be over. In view of this, Joel and Fred also became nervous, and suddenly felt that they had to do something to save the unfavorable situation. For example, give Harry some more training. The amount of training that Harry, who has been so utterly innocent, has been training again, more. Fortunately, these tragic days did not last long, and the Quidditch game had already begun. "Harry, come on, you must catch the snitch." Backstage, Joel stared at Harry solemnly and said tragically, as if this Quidditch match was related to the survival of the world. "Yeah, otherwise we will have to eat the dirt." Fred also nodded in agreement. Fred's words left Harry confused. In fact, more than one person had said this in front of him these days. At the beginning, Harry still felt a heavy sense of responsibility, thinking it was the encouragement of his seniors, but Harry soon discovered Slytherin, Ravenclaw, even Hufflepuff. From time to time, the students said some inexplicable words to him. This made Harry very depressed, but he couldn't find anything wrong. Captain Wood, after giving an inspiring speech, watched Harry, who was a little absent-minded, reminded him. "Don't be distracted by Harry, the game is about to begin." Harry relieved his nervousness and nodded. At this time the gate of the arena also opened, and the Gryffindor players rode out together on broomsticks, and Harry followed behind. Passing through the slightly dark backstage, a wide circular arena appeared in front of Harry. The seats that were usually empty were already full, and Gryffindor's seats came after they came out. There were bursts of cheers. Ron and Neville are holding a huge banner transformed from a torn sheet, on which Hermione has cast a spell, flashing "Potter must win" in mid-air. Harry was moved, but it was strange that he did not see Yvonne there. After looking around, Harry successfully found Yvonne in the stands near Slytherin, and he was sitting right there, beside Professor Chino. Harry was wondering why Ivan was sitting here, and then he saw Ivan smile at himself and pointed the wand in his right hand at the sky. After a while, a pyrotechnic beam shot into the sky and exploded at a height of tens of meters. The faint spots of light converged into the words "Gryffindor must win, Harry Potter." Harry immediately felt warm in his heart, and instead of thinking about the problem just now, he focused his attention on the upcoming game. Ivan sighed. After using magic to cheer Harry up, Ivan began today's mission, staring at Kino. In fact, if it wasn't for the victory or loss of this Quidditch match that was directly related to whether he became rich overnight or went bankrupt instantly, Ivan would not even intend to have anything to do with Chino this semester. After all, during this time period, apart from the mysterious Dumbledore who may have noticed, Ivan can be said to be the only person who knows that Voldemort lives on the back of Kino's head. In the first grade, I will be indirectly exposed to the existence of this ultimate boss. Ivan is still very guilty. Fortunately, Ivan doesn't need to really do anything, just sit next to him and pay attention to Chino occasionally. Ivan doesn't believe that Kino dares to chant a spell while being stared at by him. "What are you doing looking at me like this?" Ivan's gaze from time to time made Kino, who was sitting curled up in the corner, very uncomfortable, as if all his secrets had been seen. Ivan also realized that staring at Chino straightforwardly at every turn is easy to be suspected, and instead pretended to be curious, and chatted with Chino awkwardly. "Professor Chino, I heard that you once met a vampire in the Romanian jungle. Is that true?" "Ah, yeah, there is such a thing, I finally got rid of it." Chino only agreed. "Really? Then teach you how to defeat the surviving zombies in Africa." I also heard that the professor was shocked and fainted when reporting the troll news at the Halloween party. And also, for the first time indirectly chatting with the Dark Lord, Ivan's heart was still very nervous, and he didn't even know what to talk about. Would it be too deliberate to talk about learning things in this cheerful atmosphere? Ivan had to pick some lighter topics first, for example, some interesting things that happened recently. "Enough!" Chino couldn't help but interrupted aloud. Originally, with Chino's good temper, he would not easily get angry, but Ivan never chatted at all. Every time he asked the Black History I want to forget. Especially for Halloween, as long as you think of Chino, you will get angry. Originally, he pretended to be dizzy at the Halloween venue to remove the suspicion of releasing trolls. It was a manifestation of his high-end acting skills and was highly praised by the Dark Lord. But who would have thought that a giant monster was easily killed by a first-year kid like Ivan? In addition, Professor McGonagall, who had fallen into trouble, used him as a background board to set off the power of the giant monster and put him in the Halloween venue. The fainting incident spread throughout the school, caused his Chino to become the laughingstock of the whole school overnight. And every time he was in class, he could hear a lot of discussions underneath that his identity as a professor of defense against the dark arts was traded with Dumbledore Pie. The most important thing is that he still dare not explain, no matter how hard or tired, he can only hold it silently in his heart. Chapter 36, I have added too much to the college. I have done much for the college, I want to see. Chi returned to his anger. As a ethical undercover, Chino quickly adjusted after discovering that he had lost his temper, looking for a reason in a low tone. "Sorry. I'm too tired now, I want to sleep for a while." After speaking, Chino pulled up the hood on his back to cover his head, and went to sleep with his eyes closed in a strange posture of leaning forward. "Okay." Ivan shut up decisively, not provoking Chino. Anyway, his goal has been achieved. He dared to tease Chino because he knew that Chino could not do anything to him for this little contradiction. In the original book, the Weasley brothers took a snowball and smashed the back of his head. There was Voldemort's snake. Where the face is? Chino didn't even hit Voldemort's face so straightforwardly, which shows that they are the first in their minds to get the Sorcerer's Stone, and everything else can be endured. As for after the fall? Save it. At that time, Chino had no ash left, and Voldemort, who had fled, could not care about his little role. Seeing that Chino was really closing his eyes and intending to sleep, Ivan also turned his attention to the arena. At this time, the game had entered a white-hot game, and all kinds of small movements continued. A Slytherin batter pretended to score a goal but hit the ghost fly ball towards George not far away with a stick. Fortunately, George temporarily reacted in time and escaped the ball dangerously. Slytherin, this is a foul, this is a foul. Jordan Lee, who is in charge of the commentary, is also worthy of being a senior Gryffindorist. He yelled at Slytherin's foul, and his words were sharp and audible. Professor McGonagall frowned again and again. George on the field was not to be outdone. He joined Fred on the batter, who flanked Slytherin from both sides and almost made him hit the railing. But Jordan treats the actions of the Weasley brothers as if he hadn't seen them, and admires their flying skills from time to time. Such a double standard naturally caused the dissatisfaction of the little Slytherin wizards, especially those who participated in the gambling game. If it weren't for the professors watching at the scene, the black magic on the full screen would have been on the stage long ago. Even so, there are still many Slytherin students who are close to throw the debris in their hands towards Jordan. It's not fair to explain the interference in the arena. Shady, this is shady. We ask for a different explanation, or else we will compare it. Jordan was on the stage while dodged the cans, waste paper, and underwear flying around, while continuing his own explanation, until Professor McGonagall couldn't stand it. He asked the two students to pull Jordan away and replace it with Hufflepuff College. Cedric came as an interim commentary. Jordan clung to the railing on the platform, but in the end he lost to the strength of the two and was dragged along. From a distance, he could hear Jordan's unyielding cry. I have done too much for the Academy. I have done much for the Academy. I am innocent. I want to see Professor Dumbledore. Professor McGonagall raised his hand as a silent spell, and the world was finally quiet. Ivan, who is not too far away, looked at Jordan, who seemed to be possessed by a genius, and twitched the corners of his mouth, but he was not worried about what would happen to Jordan. Because they secretly engaged in gambling, Jordan didn't know that, relying entirely on his own blood, he forcibly beat Slytherin. This episode did not involve too much energy from Ivan, because the success or failure of this game still depends on whether Harry can catch the snitch. And Harry was also very powerful. He galloped over almost the moment he spotted the Slytherin, and threw off the two Slytherin pilots who were trying to stop him, and reached out to catch the golden snitch. At this moment, the broom under Harry suddenly shook violently, as if he was trying to throw him from the air. Harry had to grab the broom desperately to prevent himself from being shaken. The sudden change caused an uproar in the audience, and the Weasley brothers even doubted whether any Slytherin student didn't want to lose the game, so they deliberately cast a spell on the arena. The two eagerly looked at Ivan off the court. In the previous agreement, Ivan would handle everything off the court. Ivan was also a little stunned at this time. He quickly turned his head and looked at Chino, who was curling up in the corner and did not move at all. He seemed to have fallen asleep, but Ivan with sharp eyes could faintly see the mouth under the hood. 1-in-1. Silent casting, wandless casting. Ivan's expression was stunned, and he didn't expect that Chino would really dare to make small moves under his nose, and still use such high-end skills. Although the release may not be high-end magic, with this hand, Chino's strength is definitely not as simple as that shown in the original book. It is more than enough to serve as a professor of defense against the dark magic. As for whether he has the help of the Dark Lord, Ivan doesn't know the power of it. After raising Chino's evaluation of strength in his heart, Ivan was a little bit confused. What reason should I use to wake up Chino, who was sleeping? Isn't it better than acting? Who is afraid of whom? Ivan gritted his teeth and put on an anxious expression on his face, pressing his hands on Chino's thighs and shaking them wildly. www.novel.com. Professor Chino, look, Harry's broom seems to be a problem. It's almost falling from the sky, you quickly think of a way to save him. Under Ivan's vigorous shaking, the hood on Kino's head was directly shaken, revealing a stunned face and a big mouth that had not been closed. Unfortunately, Professor, you didn't see it. It was really thrilling just now. After seeing Harry regaining control of the broom, Ivan quickly removed his hands from Chino's lap, his face covered. A look of fear. On the stands, there were many people who cared about Harry as much as Ivan. Among them, Malfoy stood up from his seat with excitement, looking forward to when Harry would fall from the sky. In this case, the Ivan would have to hand over all his savings and live the hardships of the first half semester with difficulty. Malfoy can only think of this way of revenge when he thinks he is not an opponent. Not to mention that he heard that Ivan made a gambling game to make money and he might be in debt. Just as Malfoy got more and more excited, Harry's broom suddenly calmed down again. Malfoy had to sit back again disappointed. Draco, look, Potter, he really fell. Gore yelled, pointing to the sky, but Harry was accidentally hit by a Slytherin seeker while catching the Slytherin. Come down. Malfoy stood up from his seat again excitedly, and relived his previous thoughts in a short moment. Until Harry spit out a golden ball from his mouth with difficulty and held it high in his hand, the excited Malfoy sat back again. Because that's the golden snitch. Chapter 37, Live Spot Map. After the game was over, George and Fred didn't even attend the celebration. They couldn't wait to find Ivan, and the three gathered quietly in an empty classroom. Ivan also piled up 15 gold gallons from this harvest, as well as a large amount of silver CK and copper nat on the table. According to the previously negotiated share agreement, Ivan took 40% of it, a total of 6 gold gallons, 19 silver sykes, 28 copper nats, and the rest belonged to the Weasley brothers. Ivan's gains actually include those who bet against Malfoy. So much. George looked at the money on the table and said excitedly. Don't think they could take out 5 gold gallons before, but it was the two of them that have survived these years, but like now, they can easily make so much. If we could come once a year, wouldn't we have made a fortune? Fred imagined. Forget it, it's not very good to do this kind of thing, one time is enough, and after all, the secrecy curse is not really 100% secrecy. If this continues, someday problems will arise. Yifun shakes after shaking, the two people's unrealistic thoughts were dispelled. George and Fred glanced at each other, the smiles on their faces faded a lot, and they nodded cautiously. Of course, we don't want to be caught. This money should be enough for us to develop in advance. Later, we can earn money by selling our joke toy products. We discussed it and decided to hire you as our special advisor. Speaking of the joke toy, Fred resumed his grinning appearance, and the original slightly serious atmosphere was suddenly wiped out. No problem, as long as I have time. Ivan agreed without thinking too much. After all, there is still a magic item in the system bar that hasn't moved. Maybe he can be a little proficient with the Weasley brothers' degree or something. We also need to buy the corresponding supplies a little bit. Before that, we have prepared a gift for you. George magically drew a rectangle from his sleeve, folded parchment a bit like an envelope, and handed it to Ivan. You can guess how this works. Fred smiled. Ivan naturally recognized that this was a live map at a glance. With a hint of excitement, he took the parchment and spread it out flat. There was nothing on the yellowish parchment. Ivan didn't feel surprised, and raised his hand against the tip of the magic wand, and said solemnly, I solemnly swear that I did nothing good. The delicate ink lines suddenly spread from the top of Ivan's wand, spreading like a spider web line, connecting and spreading to every corner of the parchment, and then green squiggles appeared on the top. Moonface, Wormtail, Bigfoot, and Prongs. Gentlemen who provide help for magical prank makers. Introducing Live the map. The moment Ivan got the live spot map, his eyes swept to the vivid names on the map. Harry, Ron, and Hermione's names are in Gryffindor's lounge. Yvonne guessed they were celebrating Quidditch's victory. Yvonne tried to find it again, and he saw Peter Pettigrew not far away. Name. Yvonne has always been very strange in his previous life. The Weasley brothers, who hold the map of the survival point in his hand, have not discovered why a guy named Peter Pettigrew is following their younger brother for several semesters. Now Yvonne realized that after getting the map of the life spot, this map is not omnipotent. Or maybe the parchment is too small, and Hogwarts is too huge, it can only roughly distinguish the approximate area where everyone is located, plus thousands of names of students and professors are mixed together, dormitories and lounges are even more names. Where there is a little dwarf, Peter is not conspicuous at all. Yvonne immediately found Chino's position, wanting to see if the words Tom Marvolo Riddle appeared next to him. Soon, Yvonne found Chino in the professor's office, but unfortunately there is only his name on it, and I don't know if it's because Voldemort is not a living person now. Yvonne was thinking, but the Weasley brothers were shocked by Ivan's proficient operation techniques. When they first got the life spot map, it took a long time to successfully crack it. Yvonne, have you used something similar before? George asked. Yvonne shook his head and explained. No, it just happens to have some understanding of the creators of the life spot map. By the way, how could you give me such a precious thing? Yvonne curiously asked. The importance of the map to the Weasley brothers who are keen on doing things in school is self-evident. It can be said that with this thing, the Weasley brothers do not have to worry about being caught in the school for anything. Reading www.ukansha.com. The smile on George's face narrowed slightly, looking at Jin Jialong on the table. Fred and I don't know what you want so much money for, but we guess you won't stay in school honestly after you get the money. We have written down all the contents of the Hwadian map. It is in your hands and more useful than ours. Yes, we don't want any accidents with the special counselor we just found. Fred patted Yvonne on the shoulder. Thank you. Yvonne was a little touched in his heart, but did not say any more words of thanks, but silently remembered it in his heart. If he is able in the future, he will try to rewrite the result of Fred's death. After all, the two brothers are still quite interesting. By the way, have you been to Hogsmeade Village? Yvonne put away the map of the spot and asked aloud. Of course, you were going to go there. Fred hesitated. He and George had actually hesitated before handing over the map to Yvonne. They were worried that he would slip out of Hogwarts and then go some dangerous places. I didn't expect that Yvonne just wanted to go to Hogsmeade Village, it was relatively safe there. The two did not conceal it, and they told all the information about Hogsmeade Village that they knew. Holding a life spot map, George and Fred naturally also sneaked out, but they didn't go out for a long time each time, and they knew very little about it. After talking about some interesting incidents that happened between the two of them in Hogsmeade Village, George hesitated for a moment and said to Yvonne solemnly. Although you are the hero of our Gryffindor and killed the troll again, I still want to remind you, be careful, the wizards outside are not as stupid as the trolls. Chapter 38, Infiltrate Hogsmeade Village. Saying goodbye to the Weasley brothers, Yvonne returned to the Gryffindor lounge alone. On the way, Yvonne also found that there was an additional piece of information about the life spot map in the magic items in the system bar. Magic item, living point map. Magic, strong. Description, this is a map that records Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. It can show all the living people in this school of witchcraft and wizardry. Unless some special methods are used, no one can escape its detection. The powerful magic power made Yvonne very surprised, but after thinking that the map of the life spot could even monitor Dumbledore's whereabouts, Yvonne took it for granted. I don't know how James Potter, Sirius, and Lupin made such powerful magic items more than 10 years ago. Peter, the dwarf star close at hand, may also know something. Yvonne, who has a life spot map, actually has the ability to report on Peter Pettigrew, but Yvonne is not prepared to do so. First, Sirius came because he saw the spots in the newspaper, but his suspicions had not been cleared before, and he didn't want to face Dumbledore again in a short time. After had a live spot map in his hand, Ivan became more sure of his plan to sneak out to buy the necessary potions. All he needed was a free time. In the Gryffindor lounge at this time, Harry, Ron, and Hermione gathered around the burning stove, but the expressions on everyone's faces were not as relaxed and happy as Ivan thought. "Hey, Ivan, where did you go?" Seeing Ivan coming in from outside, Ron immediately pulled Ivan over. "You have to ask your two brothers." Ivan answered briefly, and then changed the subject. "Are you here to celebrate Harry's capture of the snitch?" "Come on, we were discussing why my broom suddenly lost control during the game." Harry shook his head. "Snape must have done it," Ron said angrily. "Yes, I saw Professor Snape doing bad things with my own eyes before, and that happened to be when Harry's broom had a problem. When Harry's broom returned to normal, Snape shut up." Hermione didn't have it this time. Standing on Snape's side, after all, this was what she saw with her own eyes, and Harry was one of her best friends. Since Ivan handled the problem in time this time, Harry was already safe before Hermione had started to act, so there was no fire in the stands. Ivan listened to the three of them talking about the possibility of Snape murdering Harry, and after thinking about it, he retorted. "Harry, it was Professor Chino who caused your broom problem. I sat next to him before and interrupted his spelling." Ivan briefly explained what he found Chino pretending to be sleeping and casting a spell, but Harry couldn't believe it. "Professor Chino? How is this possible?" "Then Hermione, why did you see Snape also chanting a spell?" Ron refused. "Obviously one of them will recite the anti-curse again to save you. If Chino is saving you, then he doesn't have to hide like this at all," Ivan explained to them. "Perhaps Professor Chino is afraid of Snape's revenge," Harry said stumblingly. Actually, after Ivan said this, Harry had already believed a little bit, but in his heart, Harry could not accept the possibility of Snape saving him. Ron and Hermione were also skeptical. Every time Snape was in class, Snape's eyes and behavior were clearly that he wanted Harry to die. Ivan sighed and didn't make much excuses for Snape. After all, the entanglement in it was too complicated, and it would be better for the person involved to talk about it in person. "I can only say that Snape caused too much hatred in Gryffindor. Anyway, you should stay away from them this semester," Ivan could only remind in the end. "But I'm far away from them. But some of them are ready to kill me," Harry said angrily. Since entering Hogwarts, he has been targeted by Snape, and now Chino also has he might be murdered, and Harry didn't understand why so many people wanted to deal with him. Everyone was relieved, and Harry gradually calmed down, and then several people told Ivan the information they had obtained from Hagrid after the game, and Hermione finally concluded it. So, there must be someone between Snape and Chino who wants to sneak through the trapdoor guarded by the three-headed dog and find what Dumbledore is hiding inside. "By the way, Ivan, do you know Nicole LeMay?" Hermione suddenly thought of a question they hadn't understood this afternoon. Ivan hesitated for a moment, not knowing that because they shouldn't be told about the Philosopher's Stone at this time. Ivan finally shook his head. Firstly, during the time he was making potions www.novel.com, the more stable the better. Secondly, rashly destroying Dumbledore's savior development plan may lead to very serious consequences. Ivan doesn't want to was interviewed for the second time. Don't think his occlumency has been improved to the second level, but facing Dumbledore's contemplation is still far from enough. As for Chino, will he get the Sorcerer's Stone after this time difference? Ivan is not worried. Because Dumbledore, the old slicker, hasn't put the Eris Mirror in yet, it will not be put in until Dumbledore is sure that Harry can pass the test of the Eris Mirror. Now Chino finds the Sorcerer's Stone, hell. Seeing Ivan, I don't know who Nicole LeMay is. Hermione, Harry, and others are a little disappointed, but they soon began to discuss the speculation. Ivan is not interested in the Philosopher's Stone he can't get. He now only matters if Hagrid's dragon egg is cooked. Oh no, whether it has hatched. But from the perspective of time, maybe I haven't got it yet. Ivan decided to prepare the potion materials first during this period of time. 2 days later, Ivan quickly found an opportunity. After a boring lesson on defense against the dark arts, the whole afternoon was a pleasant break. This time is enough for him to visit Hogsmeade. After repeatedly confirming that there was no one beside the secret road leading to Hogsmeade village on the map of the life spot, Ivan tapped the statue of the one-eyed witch with a magic wand, and whispered left and right separation. There was a slight sound, and the hunchback of the statue separated from the main body, revealing an irregular passageway. Ivan waved his wand and used the light curse to sneak into the short and narrow secret passage. Chapter 39, Sorry, I don't sell ecstasy to the little wizard here. After a long walk, when Ivan reached the end and opened the trap door, he found himself in a cellar full of cardboard boxes. Ivan knew that this should be the Honeyduke candy shop in Hogsmeade village. Squeak! Ivan carefully pushed open the door of the cellar, but he didn't see the overcrowded scene he imagined, and the spacious storefront was a bit empty. Is also right, it is not Christmas, nor the weekend, those little wizards above the 3rd grade don't have much time to come here, Ivan thinks so. Due to lack of cover, Ivan was caught before the plan of slipping away quietly could be implemented. Hey, boy over there, when did you come in? The boss of the Honeyduke is a kind wizard, always wearing loose robes, but when he saw Ivan wandering around his cellar, he immediately scolded. Just now, maybe you didn't see it. Ivan didn't panic, but joked very casually. Ivan's casual attitude made the boss of Honeyduke dispel his idea of stealing candy. His tone became much better, and he ridiculed. You should have sneaked out of Hogwarts, right? The little ghosts in the 3rd grade are not as short as you. No wonder I didn't see you just now. Ivan's mouth twitched, regretting that he hadn't learned a forbidden spell. He was already considered advanced in the 1st grade, okay? Ivan took out a silver crinkle from his pocket depressed and put it on the table. So, don't you plan to sell me candy? Of course, the boss of Honeyduke collected Yinxie K at a speed that Ivan could not see clearly, and backhanded out a lot of snacks from the cabinet and introduced them one by one. What are you going to buy? BBB candy? Chocolate frog? Bibidoo beans? How about some cockroach pile? That is your principal's favorite. Bought some like Ivan, and curiously plucked up the courage to try Dumbledore's favorites. I have to say that the cockroach pile looks really disgusting, and it looks like a large cockroach. Ivan carefully broke off his legs, endured the nausea, and tasted it, only to realize that it was sweet, obviously made with syrup, but it was a bit crispy on the bite, as if he was really chewing on bugs. By the way, do you know where there are potions in Hogsmeade village? Ivan took a few more bites of chocolate frogs and Bibidoo beans before pretending to ask casually. There is only one potion shop in Hogsmeade. The boss of Honeyduke suddenly became serious, and looked around. Ivan was playing drums in his heart, and when he was thinking about whether he had said something wrong, he saw the boss leaned down and lowered the volume. If you want to buy ecstasy, you'd better go to Diagon Alley. Recently, the investigation here is very strict. Old Rick doesn't sell those contraband. Fascination agent? Ivan rolled his eyes. What did he do to buy that thing? He is only 11 years old this year, can he be motivated and powerless? Ignoring the wretched smile on the boss of the Honeyduke when he left, Ivan turned all the way into the alley, only to see a half-down sign on which the word potion could be seen faintly, and it was full of weird and unpleasant smells. The smell of potion. Ivan covered his nose and entered it. He didn't see the boss here. He could only faintly see green smoke and gas floating out of the room at the end. Just as Ivan was about to say something to attract the other's attention, he heard a voice coming out of the room. The basic potion materials are placed at the door, and the compound decoction and booster are in the cabinet next to it. In addition, the combination of ecstasy and vitality tonic is temporarily not sold to the little wizard who has not graduated. No amount of money. Yvonne is already too lazy to complain about ecstasy. How many little wizards have come here to ask before answering so skillfully? Yvonne consciously walked towards the place where the potion material was placed. Fortunately, his potions have been successfully upgraded to level 4 these days, and the materials needed to configure the blood fusion potions are quickly sorted out. It is inevitable that someone can guess the formula of the potion based on the materials he selected. Yvonne also selected some unnecessary herbs, and made some adjustments in the quantity. After Yvonne was selected, the old Rick wearing a patch coat opened the door, and there was a faint smell of potion on his body, which was what Yvonne had smelled at the entrance of the store before. "What do you buy so many materials for?" Old Rick thought that Yvonne was here to buy the enhancer, but he did not expect to pick a lot of materials. "You have money. Practice your hands." Yvonne took out 9 Jin Jialong and put them on the table. Old Rick stopped talking for an instant, and quietly collected the money, and then took out 12 silver xik and handed it to Yvonne. "Where are the fugu grass and hemolytic grass?" Yifun took the remaining yinxike and asked aloud. Old Rick's face changed, he leaned down, his bloodshot eyes fixedly looked at Yvonne, and it took a while to speak to Yvonne. "I don't know what weird formulas you found in the Hogwarts library, but I advise you not to try it at will. Both the boneweed and the hemolycing weed are prohibited materials. Only a few high-level potions can be used. Will use it. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. What if I double Jin Jialong?" Yvonne asked. 1 ounce of Pseudomonas, 3 golden gallons. 1 ounce of hemolycin, 2 golden gallons, 7 silver CK. Old Rick's eyes were full of sarcasm. "After doubling?" Yvonne frowned. "No, before that." Old Rick smiled. "Why don't you grab it?" Yvonne almost blurted out, knowing that in Diagon Alley, 1 ounce of dragon liver cost 17 silver sikos, and the price of dragon blood is estimated to be similar. Even if there is dragon farming, the price has plummeted, but it is the top material after all. "Why is a Pseudomonas and hemolycin so expensive?" I said, "That is a contraband, and every time it is sold, there must be a corresponding record. Nowhere will it be sold to a little wizard like you." Old Rick could see that the little wizard in front of him did not have so many gold pluses. There was a lack of interest at once, but he still reminded him. "And even if you pay, I can't give it to you now, it will take a while." Yvonne sighed, and dispelled the idea of obtaining Pseudomonas and hemolycin by purchasing. "I had made a lot of money from gambling games before, plus what I had originally in my hand, the total was only 11 gold gallons, and I wanted to buy all the materials." Yvonne also considered whether to use fluo powder to send it to Diagon Alley to confirm the price, so as not to be pitted by Old Rick. But Diagon Alley is much more dangerous than Hogsmeade Village. At any rate, there are often third-grade little wizards wandering here alone, so both the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts College have strict supervision here, and the safety is self-evident. This is why Yvonne dares to come here alone. The reason. Chapter 40, Christmas. In Diagon Alley or Knockdown Alley, unless the compound decoction is brewed or the strength is improved, Yvonne is not going to go. Going there alone is too dangerous for a first-grade little wizard. Yvonne turned around and left. Before leaving, he bought a bottle of deodorant that eliminates the smell of his body. After throwing 12 silver sykes to the old Rick, Yvonne left here without nostalgia. He knew that there must be a place where there must be a boneweed and hemolycin, and that is in Snape's potion storage room. Although there is a big risk in doing this, Yvonne has no other way now. Returned along the same path. Fortunately, the boss of the Honeyduke was entertaining the guests, and Yvonne was able to pass through the cellar smoothly. Coming out of the secret tunnel, Yvonne went to the responsive house for the first time. I want a place to refine potions," Yvonne said. In the next moment, Yvonne opened the door of the House of Requests, and he has come to an unfamiliar space, surrounded by many bottles and pots, and a lot of equipment for making potions. The only thing Yvonne felt sorry for was that the cabinets and bottles used to store potions were empty, not even the most basic herbs. There is a room for all requests, and sure enough, there are restrictions. Yvonne said disappointed. Originally he wanted to try if he could prostitute some potion materials for nothing. Yvonne found a cabinet and stored all the purchased materials in it, so that he can take it directly when making potions later, leaving only the deodorant that can eliminate his own odor. After doing all this, Yvonne turned and left without nostalgia. On the way, sharp-eyed Yvonne also happened to see the sneaky Chino wandering on the 4th floor. Ivan's heart moved, and he took out the map to confirm the location of Snape and the other professors and principals. A plan suddenly appeared in Ivan's mind. In the next few weeks, Yvonne watched Snape's movements on the LifePoint map and occasionally looked at Chino's. Unknowingly, the time had come to Christmas. As December entered, the weather became more and more cold, and a few days before Christmas, there was a heavy snowfall of goose feathers. When Yvonne woke up in the morning, he found that the outside was covered with a thick layer of snow. Harry and Ron even shivered with cold, and had to add a few more sweaters to the large wizard robe. Yvonne took the two of them to the fireplace in the lounge to cook a fire, and used the Transfiguration curse to create transparent windshields to block the ventilation openings, so that the whole lounge could be warmer. But this has suffered the owls who delivered letters. Several of them directly hit the side windshield. A large number of envelopes were scattered all over the floor. Yvonne went to the window and removed the windshield. Outside the window, poor Chino was being hit by a bunch of magical snowballs. Yvonne even saw one of the snowballs that looked very solid and hit the back of Chino's head very accurately. Yvonne couldn't help but sweat for the Weasley brothers. It is estimated that these two guys dare to spoof Chino this way. I don't know if this is the pinnacle of their lives. In the afternoon, Yvonne and Harry and the others finished the last potions class. The whole Hogwarts was boiling, because tomorrow is their long-awaited holiday, and more importantly, they can finally go home. However, Yvonne is not happy at all, because he doesn't want to go back at all. At least it is safer to stay in school until he can figure out his memory. So when Professor McGonagall came to register the student list, Yvonne did not hesitate to sign it, and Harry did the same. "Yvonne, are you not going to go back?" Harry asked strangely. "Well, how can I feel at home in school at home?" Yvonne replied with a smile. Harry seemed to have found sympathy with Yvonne. He even wanted to stay at Hogwarts forever instead of returning to his so-called uncle's house. What makes Harry even more happy is that the Ron and Weasley brothers will also stay, because their parents are going to Romania to visit Charlie this year. The only pity that Harry felt was that Hermione had to go home, otherwise this Christmas would be perfect. Yvonne, Harry, and Ron were blocked by Malfoy on the way back after signing the agreement to stay in school. "Hey! Look what I found!" A few kids who no one wants to stay in school, Malfoy yelled at Harry exaggeratedly, then turned to Ron. "And Weasley, your mother must think that she gave birth to too much, so she doesn't want you." Malfoy! Ron rushed up angrily with a punch. Malfoy drew out his wand and wanted to cast a counterattack. His two followers, Bang Crab and Gore, also surrounded him. Faster than them, Yvonne took Malfoy's wand directly with a disarming spell. The remaining two silly big men who only use fists, Ivan's two leg-locking spells made them fall to the ground. Malfoy, who had lost the ability to resist, had to take Ron's right uppercut head-on. Ron still wanted to keep doing it, but an invisible barrier appeared in front of Malfoy to block Ron's fist. www.novel.com. Snape stepped down the stairs with a stern face. Randomly waving the magic wand dispelled the magic of Crabbe and Gore, and then looked at Yvonne and others. Assault classmates on campus, wanton abuse of magic, Gryffindor was deducted 10 points. Professor, it's Malfoy." Harry wanted to argue, but unexpectedly Snape spoke again. 15 points are deducted now. Yvonne stopped Harry and Ron, who were about to continue speaking. Judging from the fact that Snape waved his wand and dispelled his magic, it was not enough for the three of them to go together. Since he couldn't beat it, Snape was a professor again, and he would suffer no matter how much. Snape didn't embarrass Yvonne and the others anymore. After a slightly disappointed glance at Malfoy, he turned straight and left. Malfoy got up from the ground angrily, stared at Crabbe and Gore, who were easily resolved by Yvonne, followed behind Snape, and walked proudly from the side of the three, but their faces were a little swollen. "Snape simply deliberately had trouble with us, asking me to say that Harry had a problem with your broom last time. Snape must have done it." Ron dissatisfied. "At the end of this semester, Snape has deducted nearly 100% of our Gryffindor." Harry also nodded, agreeing with Ron's statement. Compared with Professor Chino, who is harmless to humans and animals, Nep is more likely. Yvonne didn't help Snape to explain again this time, because Snape was too capable of pulling hatred, even he was a little dissatisfied with Snape. But that's okay. Yvonne was still a little bit resistant to sneaking into Snape's potion storage room and stealing the bone weed, but now he doesn't think so much anymore. What is missing is just an opportunity. Chapter 41, Deathly Hallows and Gifts. A few days later, the time Yvonne was waiting for still did not appear, and Chino seemed to have become more cautious, and for several days there was no major movement. Yvonne had to focus on the coming Christmas first, preparing to prepare a Christmas gift for Harry and the others. Thanks to Yvonne, there was still a lot of gold left after purchasing the materials. As for the rest of the time, half of the time was spent in the library, and the other half was staying with the Weasley brothers. After they had relatively sufficient funds, they could not wait to start their own business, taking advantage of this holiday opportunity. Studied the production of magic items. Yvonne, of course, joined as a special advisor, and the production of magic items that hadn't grown since the beginning of the semester finally broke through to the first level. As a result of making magic items as an upgrade, Yvonne intends to give Ron his own work, a special set of wizard flags, as a Christmas gift, so that he can save some money. The reading notes he gave to Hermione were his own reading notes, which contained a lot of magic tricks he knew, which I believe the little witch would like. As for Harry's gift, Yvonne thought for a long time and didn't think of any special preferences he had. He simply gave him a small Christmas gift box. Just open the 4 little people inside and they will pop out and go around in circles. Sing a Merry Christmas song together. These 4 villains are Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Yvonne himself. On the side of the Weasley brothers, Yvonne gave a few fat-tongued toffees, which he developed in advance by imitating their works in the original book. I hope the 2 brothers will feel surprise after eating them. At the same time, Yvonne is also looking forward to what gifts I can get tomorrow. One night passed quickly. On Christmas Day, Yvonne, who had just gotten up, saw Harry and Ron who were unpacking the gift box. Yvonne also joined in. As soon as I opened the first gift, Yvonne heard Ron beside him exclaimed excitedly. "Gosh, this wizard banner is so cool! Yvonne, how did you do it?" Ron would be playing around with the wizard flag he sent. These flags were all put on beautiful and gorgeous skins by Yvonne during the production process. The soldiers became various wizards in robes. The knights were replaced with unicorns and knight riders, as well as fire dragons. Of the advanced arms, the Red King was an old man with a white beard. Ron could tell that it was Dumbledore, but the Black King Ron could not. Although there are no changes in the various rules, but in terms of various configurations, this chess game is like a wizard's war. The battle scene is also blessed by Ivan's magic, and various light special effects continue. Ron liked it so much, but he still asked who was the opponent of the Red Dumbledore? Mysterious man. Ron thought of this possibility, then shivered. "No, it's Greenwood," Yvonne explained. Who is that? Harry also leaned over at this time, because he heard Ron said the 3 words mysterious man. Don't you remember? Professor Dumbledore's greatest achievement, in addition to discovering the 12 uses of fire dragon blood, was defeating the dark wizard Grindelwald in 1945. Yvonne reminded. Harry also remembered at this time that he had once received a Dumbledore card, and it was indeed written like this. Afterwards, Harry also succeeded in dismantling the things Yvonne gave him. This gift that can jump out of the villain to play Christmas songs almost made him think that this must be the best gift to receive at Christmas. Until, he took out a silver grey color from the last package, a bit like a strange fabric flowing liquid. What is this? Harry touched it and asked curiously. This is an invisibility cloak. Yvonne took a glance, walked over with interest, looked at this legendary Deathly Hallows, and asked. Can I touch it? Of course. Harry handed the invisibility cloak to it, and Yvonne reached out and took it. At the same time, Yvonne noticed that there was more information about the invisibility cloak in his system magic inventory. Magic item, invisibility cloak, Death Hallows. Magic, very strong. Description, according to the legend, this is the Deathly Hallows made by the Death God's cloak as the material. It possesses unimaginable magical powers, allowing it to wear a concealed figure and escape detection. Isn't it just a permanent enhanced version of the phantom spell? It is so exaggerated. Yvonne whispered. Judging from the performance in the original work, the 3 Hallows of Death is completely misplaced in Ivan's mind. Under the protection of the invisibility cloak, Harry, as the holder, will not only be noticed by Dumbledore, Snape, etc., but also be seen through by Moody's magic eyes, and will not even be able to escape the Dementor's detection. If he dies, the sacred artifacts are only of this extent. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com is too watery. The function of the Resurrection Stone is only to summon the souls of the deceased for communication, which does not fit the name of the Resurrection Stone at all. The only thing with a bit of a card is the old magic wand, which can provide the blessing of combat power for wizards of the level of Dumbledore and Voldemort, but as long as the holder experiences a defeat in a battle, the owner of the old magic wand will be replaced. Up! Yvonne spit out while trying to put on his invisibility cloak. In Harry and Ron's eyes, Yvonne just disappeared in front of them. Harry tried to reach Ivan's place and touched a thin film of water. At this time, Yvonne, who was in the invisibility cloak, was also experiencing this wonderful feeling. A thin layer of invisibility cloak seemed to completely separate him from the outside world. Yvonne looked at it from the inside, and there was always something in the outside world. Kind of hazy unreality. Yvonne tried to walk a few steps, and made a deliberate voice asking if Harry and the others could hear it, and finally came to the conclusion that the invisibility cloak can indeed play a role in isolation, but there is still a gap with the complete invisibility he imagined. I don't know how to get a strong evaluation from the system. Is this the upper limit of this world? Very useful props. After experimenting for a while, Yvonne took off the invisibility cloak on his body and returned it to Harry without any lingering feelings. Because he wants to achieve the same effect, he can go to the Forbidden Book area to learn the Phantom Spell, which consumes more magic power and cannot last. Harry and Ron were also excited to experience the effect of the invisibility cloak, while Yvonne turned over his Christmas present. Is a bag of candies, 2 round irregular objects, a notebook, 10 gold gallons, and a meniscus pendant with his name engraved on it. Chapter 42, Roar Letter and Special Christmas Gift. 10 of the Jinjialongs were given by Harry. Yvonne was puzzled at first, and then after thinking about it, he realized that it should be because Harry always remembered his lack of money. Since it was a gift, Yvonne finally accepted it as insurance. Among the remaining gifts, the signature on the notebook is Hermione, and the content is all the notes that Hermione has recorded during class since the beginning of school. The thick one is about the same as a book. Yvonne smiled. This girl actually thought of going with him. Which 2 round, unidentified objects were sent by the Weasley brothers? There is no explanation, but how does Yvonne look like the big dung eggs used for pranks in the original book? Ron gave a bag of cheap candies. Yvonne tried to see how it was different from other bargains, but he didn't get anything. I didn't know you would give me such an interesting thing. I thought it was a bag of candies. Ron, who was playing the new wizard flag with Harry, noticed Ivan's movements, and his freckled face suddenly rose. Flushing, some stammered. It's nothing, the candy is also very good, enough for me to eat for a few days. Yvonne waved his hand quickly, saying that he didn't care, it was just other high-quality gifts, which made him think Ron's gifts were also available. What is the difference? And the candies you gave Ron are delicious. Harry opened the same style candies from Ron on the table, took out one and threw it in his mouth, but his complexion changed slightly when he bit it down, but still smiled happily. Under the comfort of the two, Ron recovered from the embarrassing situation. No way, Mrs. Weasley only gave him 2 silver coins as pocket money before he went to school. No matter how he saved it, he already spent almost the same. After comforting Ron's fragile heart, Yvonne turned his attention to the last gift. The most important thing is that this is a Christmas gift from his mother, Aisha. It was a shimmering crescent-shaped pendant with an envelope attached to the bottom of the pendant. The style looked different from the others, and it would spontaneously move. Yvonne had already realized something was wrong. This is a roaring letter. As expected, in the next second, the letter flew into the air and shouted loudly. Yvonne Halls. Who allowed you to sign an application for staying at school without permission? There was not even a letter of inquiry before Christmas. I waited for you at the station for 5 hours, 5 hours. If it weren't for me sending a letter to your principal, almost thought you were missing or died in Hogwarts. The sharp high notes kept reverberating in the small bedroom. Even if Yvonne lifted up and covered his ears, it wouldn't have much effect, because these voices seemed to have magical powers and couldn't be blocked at all. The screams lasted for half an hour, and the whole letter stopped after I was scolded by Yvonne. Finally, I did not forget to warn Yvonne that the crescent-shaped pendant on the table must be carried at all times without her. The consent must not be taken off privately. Harry and Ron were also frightened by this yelling letter, until the scream disappeared and Ron rubbed his ears and almost thought he was deaf. Yvonne, who sent you this roaring letter? This voice is so loud, it's almost like my mother. Ron asked. Of course it is my mother. Yvonne sighed helplessly. He said that he always felt that he had forgotten something before. It turned out that he had forgotten to send a letter to his never-before-seen mother Aisha at Christmas. But he can't be blamed for this. After all, it's too late to hide in Ivan's heart, so how can he actively contact him? Is your mother not so kind to you? Just like my uncle's family. Harry said sympathetically. In his opinion, he will stay in school for Halloween. Except for the temporary absence of his family like Ron, he can only be like him. This is the case. It's just a little contradiction, not so exaggerated. Yvonne shook his head, he didn't even figure it out. In fact, after learning occlumency, Yvonne has been able to organize the memories remaining in his brain on his own. Although it is not complete, he has also extracted a lot of valuable information. For example, his home is in a dark magic shop in Knockdown Alley. The owner is his mother, Aisha Halls, who can survive the chaotic Knockdown Alley with a child and live well. There is no doubt about the ability of West Asia. In addition to the not-so-weak black magic skills, Asia will also make all kinds of powerful or weird black magic props. Yes, it's a black magic item, not a normal magic item. In the words of Aisha Halls, that is in Knockoff Alley, normal things can't be sold. Only by engaging in the deadly and cursed things can we survive. Yvonne can also be regarded as knowing how to make the magic items that he brought with him in the beginning. www.novel.com. You can learn a lot of related knowledge just by touching your ears and eyes. As for his father, in Ivan's memory, Asia hardly ever mentioned it even once. Even if he was annoyed by his question, he only said that the reckless guy made himself stupid. And Ivan's memories of those friends of his mother Asia and others are not so clear in Ivan's mind. The only thing Ivan felt fortunate was that in his memory, Asia's hands and wrists were as white as clouds, and there was no so-called black magic mark, that is to say, it was not from Voldemort's side. But even so, the identity of the Black Wizard is still unwashed. Ivan looked at the crescent-shaped pendant on the table a little bit nervously, wondering if there was any black magic blessed in it, and giving him a super distance punishment or something. Somehow, it's also a relative. It shouldn't be so scary, right? Ivan swallowed, and finally guessed that it should be tracking, or there is a locator that can determine his location. Ivan guessed so, then touched his hand and looked at the magic inventory of the system. Since knowing the usage, this inventory has long been used by Ivan as an authenticator. Magic item, Crescent Moon Pendant. Magic, strong. Description: this is a magical item made with a lot of precious metals. It can resist a deadly attack for the bearer, and it will automatically be destroyed when the magic power is exhausted. Note: only high-intensity lethal attacks can trigger its effects, and it contains more than magic power. Ivan stood silently in place for a long time, and finally sighed and hung the meniscus-shaped pendant around his neck. I don't know why, but he hopes that there is a black magic in it. Chapter 43, yes, Snape stole the potion himself. Acquiring a life-saving meniscus pendant did not relieve Ivan's anxiety. On the contrary, he strengthened the idea of brewing the bleeding veins and fusing potions at the fastest speed to improve his own strength, and his actions became more radical. Stand up. It's a pity that Chino has been behaving all his holidays. Just as Ivan was disappointed and ready to find another way, on the third day of school, Chino's name suddenly moved quickly on the map of the spot, and then disappeared into the Forbidden Forest. Maybe it's because what Chino is doing is unsightly, so his name basically doesn't overlap with anyone else on the live spot map, which means that only Ivan in the school knows where Chino has gone. And Ivan was even more pleased that Snape was not in his office at this time. The time had come. In a potions class a few days later, Snape's stern face seemed to be more gloomy. After the whole class, the little wizards in Gryffindor suffered one after another, even Hermione and there are no exceptions. Is Snape crazy? He deducted our Gryffindor 45 points in one class today. After class, Ron just walked out of Snape's basement and couldn't help complaining. Harry also nodded with lingering fear, and he deducted 10 points. Hermione was also very angry. After all, Snape's reason for deducting points today was too outrageous. She kindly helped Simo to correct her error today, but she did not expect that Snape would deduct 5 points for disturbing others. Ivan sighed. His situation was just the opposite. The reason for the deduction was to sit and watch the other students' wrong operations. Snape obviously used their Gryffindor students to vent his anger today. Ron said all the way cursingly. Hermione finally found an opportunity to tell the news that she had noticed. I heard that Snape's potion storage room was stolen, and a lot of precious materials were lost. Snape even threatened to search the entire Hogwarts in the third grade class. I think Snape offends too many people on weekdays. Someone wants to retaliate against him. If Snape can be fair to Professor McGonagall in class, who would be fine to trouble him? Ron guessed Tau. Hermione and Harry also guessed together, but they didn't discuss any results. Ivan, what do you think? Hermione asked, seeing that Ivan had been silent, feeling a little strange. Maybe Snape did it himself. Ivan said casually. Snape? Harry and the three were at a loss. Why did Snape steal his potion? Oh, no, Snape doesn't need to steal it at all, okay? That was originally his potion storage room. Have you forgotten the trapdoor under the three-headed dog Norway? Someone has always wanted to pass it, and only Hagrid knows how to pass. Yvonne didn't say it clearly but just mentioned it slightly. The compound decoction. Snape must have wanted to use the compound decoction to pretend to be someone Hagrid knew. It's a good deal of what he said. Hermione understood Ivan's meaning for the first time, and immediately guessed. Harry got excited too, because he saw Snape hurt on his thigh a few days ago. Snape must still consume a lot of materials to make potions to heal his injuries, but they could not be discovered by Dumbledore, so they pretended to be that these herbs were stolen. After all, although the potion storage room is located in Snape's office, it is strictly the property of Hogwarts. Most of the money spent on the purchase of potion materials is paid for by the school. Harry suddenly felt that he had seen the truth of the facts, and couldn't wait to share his thoughts with Yvonne, Hermione, and Ron. That must be the case, Harry, you are right. Let's go tell Professor Dumbledore now. Frustrate Snape's evil plan. Ron was instantly smashed, with a sense of responsibility and mission. Keep pouring in my heart. Yvonne was a little embarrassed. He didn't expect that he just said casually, Harry and others would be able to make up for it. I never knew you had such a rich imagination. Snape's low voice came from behind the four. Ron, who was full of excitement, immediately shook his spirits, and the flame in his heart was instantly extinguished. Teach, Professor. Harry turned his head hard and stammered. Hermione was also very scared, only Yvonne pretended to be scared, because he had said those words to Snape on purpose. Snape walked up to the four of them and slowly leaned down, looking at them with hollow eyes, and the hook-like nose almost poked Harry in the head. Harry's brain has even begun to imagine what terrifying means Snape will use to punish them. Is it the Forgotten Curse, or other evil curses, or death curses? After all, they discovered Snape's biggest secret. However, to Harry's expectation, Snape did not draw out his wand or throw them out of the window. Reading www.uyugonshu.com only left a sentence Gryffindor is deducted 10 points. After that, he left in a hurry. He let us go. Harry felt a little unbelievable. Didn't they deduct points? Yvonne reminded. We know his biggest secret. If you tell Professor Dumbledore, he will be done. Harry didn't even take the deduction of college points into consideration. It was not the first time he was deducted anyway. He has long been used to it. Snape just walked the way to the principal's office. Yvonne shook his head, knowing that Snape had gone to report to Dumbledore. And when did we know Snape's secret? Wasn't it just our guess? Anyone who wants to pass the three-headed dog Norway has an incentive to do so. I think Chino is quite doubtful. Yvonne said with a deep guess, touching his chin. Harry and the others were speechless. So what did you say about Snape first? They all guessed here, and finally Snape caught him. Yvonne, you must be hiding something from us. Hermione's amber eyes stared at Yvonne, trying to see something in his expression. Yeah, I just remembered that I had an extra cake at noon, and I didn't have time to tell you. Yvonne joked and turned the subject off, but in his heart he quietly apologized to the three of them. Snape's lost potions were naturally he stole them, and in order not to be discovered, he also took some materials for making compound decoctions and healing injuries. As for the others, he also took a little bit more easily. Is to confuse the audience. After all, if you don't consider his variables, the most likely thing you need now is Chino. Chapter 44, Let and number 039, Raise the Dragon. However, Snape was obviously a smart and suspicious person. He told him straightforwardly that it might attract suspicion, so Yvonne had to make a roundabout. Guided by him, let Harry and others guess it in another way, and finally pass it to Snape's ears to let him think about the correct way to deal with smart people. Actually, Yvonne didn't expect things to go so smoothly. At first he thought that Snape's potion storage room must be full of institutions. Who would have thought that there was nothing at all? Think about the second-year Hermione in the original book, who could steal the potion material for the compound decoction from Snape. Ivan knew it in his mind, but Ivan still used it afterwards to get rid of the odor. Snape's deodorant would not be sniffed out by Snape. Ivan was thinking about it when Hermione suddenly grabbed Ivan's wrist and walked out. "Hermione, where are you going?" Harry wondered. Hermione turned her head back and forth. "Of course I went to Hagrid. Whether someone stole Snape's potion, or Snape directed and acted himself, the easiest way to pass the three-headed dog Norway is to use the compound decoction to become Hagrid. People you know ask Hagrid directly. So we only need to ask Hagrid if anyone has asked him this way recently, and we can have clues for the next step," Harry said excitedly. "Smart." Hermione nodded. Ivan didn't have any comments either. "It's okay to see Hagrid now, I don't know if he has got the dragon egg." The group of three quickly arrived in Hagrid's cabin. The difference was that smoke was billowing from the chimney above the fireplace. Hermione led the group and knocked on Hagrid's door as soon as they entered. "I felt a wave of heat rushing over my face." Harry and Ron frowned uncomfortably, because it was too hot inside. "Even if it is winter, it needs to be grilled, right?" Only a minute after they came in, fine beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads. Ivan was overjoyed and his eyes turned to the burning stove that was leaning against the wall. To be precise, looking at the big dark egg in the middle of the fire. "Come on, let's have something to eat. Don't be polite." Hagrid enthusiastically brought a large bowl of rock cakes and some jerky on the table, but just sat down, and the position happened to be in front of the fireplace. The huge body directly blocked Ivan's vision. Hermione and Harry also noticed something was wrong with Hagrid. Their expressions and movements were a bit cramped compared to normal times. They would rather wipe sweat in a hot room than open the window. "Hagrid, what did you do to make the room so hot?" Ron complained dissatisfied. "Nothing. The weather recently is too cold." Hagrid explained with a smile, and then quickly pushed the rock cake and jerky on the table to the side of a few people. "Should you still have classes in the afternoon? Go home as soon as you're done." This made Hermione more and more suspicious, but now there are obviously more important things. Thinking of her purpose here, Hermione asked anxiously. "Hagrid, we are here to ask you something. Snape's potion storage room was stolen. We suspect that the thief probably made a compound decoction to approach you and pretended to be someone you know. The Norwegian method, so has anyone I don't know recently wants you to inquire about Norway's intelligence." Hearing this news, Hagrid was also a little surprised, but he quickly recovered and muttered in a low voice. "But who else but you? No one has asked like that." Hagrid said this with a stern expression, and glanced at a few people with suspicion. Hermione's words just reminded him. Now Hagrid doubts if they are fake, or why he is so interested in Norwegian affairs. Suddenly, Hagrid looked around, and realized that there seemed to be one missing person. "Hey? Where's Ivan?" Hagrid asked strangely. Harry and the others were originally angry at Hagrid's suspicion of them, but at this time they also noticed that Ivan, who was sitting behind him, was gone. "Was surprised when I heard Ivan's voice coming from behind Hagrid. Is this the dragon egg? It doesn't look so pretty." Hagrid slammed suddenly, stood up abruptly, turned his head and looked behind him. Hermione and the others were able to see Ivan standing next to the boiler through the gap in Hagrid's huge body, and the egg in the middle of the boiler, the size of their head. "That's the dragon egg. Hagrid, where did you get this stuff? It must have cost you a lot of money." Ron recognized it at a glance, and he squeezed to Ivan's side with excitement, and Harry joined in too. "Go up and watch this rare dragon egg." Only Hermione noticed the various books on the table, such as Raising Fire Dragons for Recreation and Profit, 12 Precautions for Dragon Raising, From Zero to the Master of Dragon Raising and so on. www.novel.com. Hagrid covered his face with his thickly calloused hands, knowing he couldn't keep it from now. "Hagrid, privately keeping dragons in captivity is illegal. If someone finds out, you will have to be imprisoned in Azkaban. Although Hermione was also interested in dragon eggs, she had to remind her aloud. Don't worry, you won't be discovered. Hagrid said, patting his chest, I've long wanted to raise a dragon, and I know how to take care of them, so there will be no mistakes. However, Hermione was worried about this. After all, a dragon was too big and grew too fast. It would not take a month for Hagrid's cabin to burst. Hermione turned around anxiously and planned to persuade Hagrid with Yvonne, but unexpectedly heard Yvonne say excitedly before she spoke. After it is hatched, can I take care of it with you? Hagrid? I think this should be a Norwegian Ridgeback. Hagrid was also a little surprised that Yvonne was able to distinguish the type of dragon when he saw the dragon egg. You must know that even after consulting various books, he knew that this was a Norwegian Ridgeback. This means that Yvonne has a high knowledge of dragons. Of course, as long as the class is not delayed, but I have to remind you that this may be a little difficult. Hagrid nodded and agreed. Ivan's eager attitude made Hagrid find a friend. Feel. Yvonne had already known Hagrid's plan to raise a dragon, so he also read a lot of related books in advance, and had a certain understanding of breeding knowledge. The two immediately started discussing it like no one, but instead brought Harry and Ron. Hermione and the three put them aside. Chapter 45, Add fire to this dragon egg and it will be cooked. After exchanging half-hearted dragon training and dragon raising skills, Yvonne changed his words and even boldly guessed that raising the temperature might speed up the hatching speed of the dragon eggs. As soon as Yvonne finished speaking, he wanted to fill the boiler with a few firewood, and then a blazing flame, but this bold idea was quickly stopped by Hagrid. What a joke, the egg will be cooked no matter how hot it is. Yvonne, we are not here to discuss how to raise a dragon. Harry interrupted as the two seemed to be talking more and more vigorously. I'm here to raise a dragon. Yvonne silently murmured in his heart, but he still noticed Hermione's weird look at him, and then turned to Hagrid to change the subject. Hagrid, can you tell me how you got this dragon egg? Of course I won. I got it the other day when I played cards with a stranger in the tavern. To be honest, that person is probably eager to get rid of it. Hagrid's big face was full. It is a proud look. How many people can win the dragon egg at the poker table? What does that person look like? Are you interested in your three-headed dog, Norway? Hermione also realized that something was wrong at this time. It seems like this, but anyone would be interested? A big dog with 3 heads is not common. Hagrid tried hard to think about it. I drank some wine and told him that Norway loves listening to music. As long as I have this Norway, I can fall asleep. Hagrid said triumphantly. Just as soon as he finished speaking, Hagrid immediately realized that something was wrong. He seemed to expose something extraordinary. Who is that person? Harry asked hurriedly. Hagrid realized that the situation was urgent at this time, so he tried to recall. I don't know. The man was wearing a black cloak and he couldn't see his face clearly. Besides, I drank some wine. I only remember that his voice was a little hoarse, not like a normal person. That is definitely Snape, maybe Chino, they must be doing something shameful. Ron is now more and more sure that their previous guess in the hallway is correct, and Snape has just poured in his heart. The extinct blood ignited again. Is it related to the Nicolamay you talked about last time? Harry guessed, and finally asked. Hagrid, can you tell us what is hidden under the trapdoor? Hermione also stared at Hagrid curiously. She has searched the Hogwarts library these days, and has searched well-known people in the past 200 years, but she has not found anything about Nicolamay. News. Hagrid is resolutely unwilling to reveal the slightest bit of relevant news this time, only saying that this is not something they should take care of, and he will tell Dumbledore about his mistake, even if he will be punished for it. It's the Philosopher's Stone. Yvonne, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly said. How did you know it was the Sorcerer's Stone? Hagrid said in shock, this time he obviously didn't say anything. However, Hagrid didn't know, but his words confirmed the authenticity of Ivan's words. The Sorcerer's Stone? What is it? What does it do? How did you know, Ivan? Harry asked hurriedly. That was what I saw when I was making a wizard flag and looking at the professor's profile. Harry, do you remember the last sentence on the card you got about Professor Dumbledore? He and his partner Nicola May are very effective in alchemy. The Philosopher's Stone was developed by the famous alchemist Nicola May. Ivan explained one by one. Since Harry and the others have already gotten the news of passing the three-headed dog Norway from Hagrid, Ivan felt that there was nothing to conceal about the Philosopher's Stone. Anyway, Harry could find it in a few days. As for its function, the Sorcerer's Stone can turn any metal into pure gold, and it can also make an elixir, so that people who drink this medicine can live forever. His maker Nicola May has more than 600 this years old. Saying here, Ivan is also a little envious, but this is something that can achieve immortality after getting it, and I don't know what kind of mentality Nicola May will destroy such a thing. If Ivan hadn't understood that the Philosopher's Stone was a fishing bait deliberately set by Dumbledore, and was under Dumbledore's supervision at all times, he could not help but want to break through and steal it. Ivan is still like this, not to mention Harry and the others who first heard of the powerful abilities of the Sorcerer's Stone. Dianchikengjan represents endless wealth. The elixir can make you immortal. It can be said that getting the Philosopher's Stone means getting everything they want to have. No wonder Snape or Professor Chino are going to take the risk to hit its attention, a magic stone that can make gold, who can resist his temptation? Ron couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, Harry, Ron, and Hermione are only 11 or 12 years old, and immortality is not yet attractive enough for them, except that Ron has a little fantasy in his heart how he should use the magic stone to make money. Novel.com. Neither Harry nor Hermione had much thoughts about the Philosopher's Stone. Listen, the Philosopher's Stone has nothing to do with you, Dumbledore will take care of it. Hagrid had to interrupt their discussion and solemnly reminded. Ivan also nodded. Even though the obstacles set up by the professors in the original book are just like playing house, it is fine to stop the students of Hogwarts, but not for those powerful adult wizards. The effect of the slightest blocking. But Dumbledore's magic on the Eris Mirror is still very powerful. Only those who do not want to get the Philosopher's Stone and can restrain the desires deep in their hearts can get the hidden treasures in the Eris Mirror. In other words, if it weren't for Harry to send them to the door, even if Kino and Voldemort stayed there for a few days and nights, and exploded the Eris Mirror, they wouldn't be able to get what they wanted. It's a pity that Ivan knew in his heart that Harry and Ron didn't know the news. They only felt that the Philosopher's Stone hidden under the trapdoor might be taken away by the bad guys at any time. They had to do something. In the end, the sensible Hermione proposed to go to Professor Dumbledore, tell him the whole story, and let Dumbledore make the decision. Ivan originally just wanted to be a melon-eating crowd and listen to their discussion, but the more I listened, the more I felt something was wrong. Go to the principal's office to find Dumbledore? No. He didn't want to go. I think there seems to be something wrong with the cake I ate at noon. Ivan's complexion suddenly changed, and he covered his stomach with his right hand. It is a pity that before Ivan can show off his acting skills, he was dragged away by the passionate Harry and Ron. This is about the Philosopher's Stone. It may affect the entire school. If you have a bad stomach, you can put it away first. Chapter 46, This is so touching. Before leaving, Hermione also asked Hagrid for a password to the principal's office. For this reason, Hagrid specifically begged them not to talk to Dumbledore about hatching the dragon egg, and Harry also agreed. Cockroach pile. In front of the extremely ugly guardian stone beast, Hermione said aloud the password of the principal's office, and the hidden secret tunnel slowly opened. Came to the principal's office again, Ivan no longer had the first panic in his heart. Anyway, he now knows occlumency, even if his level is not high, he can barely make do with it. After all, they are 4 people, and Dumbledore's attention cannot be focused on him. Professor Dumbledore isn't there. A group of 4 people stepped into the principal's room. All items were neatly arranged, but there was no one inside. Harry was disappointed. Yvonne was also a little confused. According to his speculation, Dumbledore should have just listened to Snape's report. Did they go to Chino as soon as they got the news? After mourning for Chino in his heart for a second, Yvonne found that there was something different in the principal's room from when he came last time. There is also a huge mirror that can reach the ceiling, with gorgeous golden patterns on the surrounding frame, and a line of characters can be seen on the top, and the bottom is supported by 2 claw-shaped feet. Everything looks like that. Out of the ordinary. Was placed so conspicuously that it was obviously not only Yvonne who found it, but Harry stood in front of the mirror even more fascinated, looking at it in a dazed manner for a long time without regaining his senses. "Harry, what are you looking at?" Ron walked over and patted Harry on the shoulder. "Can't you see? There are 2 people in this mirror besides me. I think they may be my parents." Harry couldn't help but slowly stepped forward. In his eyes, the mother in the mirror. He extended his arm to him, and Harry did the same, but in the end all he touched was the smooth and cold mirror surface. "Is there? Why didn't I see your parents inside?" Ron leaned in curiously. He wanted to see what Harry's parents looked like, but he saw another scene. "What I saw was that I became the chairman of the student council, which is awesome." Ron described his handsome appearance in the mirror wearing the prefect badge, and happily told Harry that maybe this mirror could predict the future. The one in the mirror must be the future self. Hermione looked at the look of Harry and Ron drunk in front of the mirror, very worried, and cautiously did not look directly at the mirror, but warned. "Understand this thing, you better stay away from that mirror, maybe it is some dangerous black magic item." "Isn't it? This is in the principal's room," Ron said carelessly, but when he turned his head to see Harry staring at the camera and couldn't move his eyes, he felt a little guilty. "Eris mirror." Yvonne sighed softly while looking at the mirror. It seems that his previous guess is not wrong. Dumbledore, the old skater, didn't plan to put the mirror and the Philosopher's Stone where it should be before he was sure that Harry could pass the test of Eris's mirror. "Eris mirror? Is this its name? Do you know it?" Harry asked anxiously at this time, ignoring the memory of his parents in the mirror. "I saw it in a book." Yvonne nodded, but didn't tell Harry that the book's name was Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. "What's the use of it? Why can't I see my parents inside?" Harry asked eagerly. "Can I predict the future or something? I will definitely be the superior in the future, right?" Ron also looked at Yvonne expectantly. Harry didn't believe Ron's statement. After all, his parents were dead. If this mirror could predict the future, wouldn't they all be resurrected in the future? The function of the mirror of Eris is to evoke the most sincere desire deep down in people's hearts, which means that you will see what you want most. Yvonne shook his head and rejected Ron's guess, explaining Tao. Harry and Ron were a little disappointed, which meant that what they saw was fake, but they just figured it out in their hearts. However, the two soon cheered up again, urging Yvonne and Hermione to go to the mirror of Eris to see what his wish was. Yvonne hesitated a little, but Hermione stepped forward first. After learning about the use of Eris's magic mirror, she also wanted to see what would appear in the mirror. "Hermione, what did you see?" Yvonne asked. "It seems, this is just an ordinary mirror." Hermione looked at herself reflected in the mirror in confusion. It seemed that there was no difference, just like she usually looks in the mirror. When Harry and the others were wondering if the mirror was broken, they heard Hermione say suddenly, "No, there seems to be a change." Yvonne looked over curiously, and saw Hermione blushing cheeks happily. "My front teeth are a little shorter in the mirror, it should look better." "What's the most eager thing for this?" Harry and Ron were speechless for a while. They were even more receptive to seeing a few bags of snacks in the mirror. Hermione didn't think so, she was very satisfied when she looked at the mirror. Anyway, this is what she wants now, and she doesn't change it for the Philosopher's Stone. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Actually, I think you look pretty now. Yvonne laughed blankly. He didn't expect that what Hermione wanted most now would be the restoration of the incisors, which was a bit longer and quite cute. Really? Hermione suddenly became happy, her face that was already flushing red seemed to deepen. Harry and Ron faintly felt that the atmosphere on the scene was a bit wrong, as if the two of them were superfluous, and hurriedly urged. Yvonne, go up and have a look. Yeah, we are all curious, what will you see? Yvonne nodded, raised a little interest, and walked to where Harry had let it out, and looked in the mirror. Yvonne thought he would be seeing Dumbledore punching Dumbledore and kicking Voldemort in the future, but unfortunately none of these. In the mirror is a small living room with an ordinary family of 3. Standing in the middle is a boy less than 20, who looks nothing like Yvonne now. The boy was ruddy and lively, and he was holding a dazzling college admission letter in his hand. The parents happily gathered around the boy and said something. Yvonne could not hear the sound, but he could see that they should be very happy. This is a picture Yvonne has never seen before. He always thought that before he crossed his life, there were only white wards, the sad faces of his parents and the smell of disinfectant. Yvonne, what do you see in the mirror? Harry noticed that Ivan's eye sockets seemed a little wet, and patted him lightly. Yvonne then came back to his senses, wiped his eyes, and said briskly to the two of them. I just saw that after a long period of hard work, I finally became the Minister of Magic after graduation. This is really touching. Chapter 47, Professor, what is your morals? Facing Yvonne who can touch him, Ron doesn't know what to say. Harry also wanted to spit out what was so touching, but seeing Ivan's sincere expression, he swallowed the words that came to his mouth abruptly. At this moment, an old and steady voice suddenly rang in everyone's ears. It's not a shame to face the pain. Halls. This is Dumbledore's voice. Yvonne heard it instantly. The occupational technique power was turned on in the next second. At the same time, he spent 100 academic points to activate the SWIBA experience card mode, which gave him a sense of security. Go with. At the door of the principal's room, Dumbledore, with white hair and beard, stood there quietly for unknown time. Professor. Harry was surprised, and then he became a little nervous because they had used the magic mirror without consent. Dumbledore was not looking at them. Instead, he looked at the mirror of Eris. Yvonne couldn't see any clues from the reflection of Dumbledore's eyes, only knowing that he had seen it for a while before regaining his senses. Dumbledore stepped forward and stroked Harry's head with his hand, then looked at Yvonne. What Halls just said is correct. This is the mirror of Eris, which allows us to see the most urgent and strongest desire deep in our hearts. In the past, many people were lost in front of these false illusions. Over time, they are even obsessed with it, because they don't know whether everything in the mirror is real or whether it is possible to achieve. I don't want you to be like them. Dumbledore added. Halls, do you mind telling me what you see in the mirror? Dumbledore asked suddenly. Yvonne hesitated for a while, thinking of some excuse to fool the past, but finally hesitated for a while and told the truth. Family. Yeah, I should have thought of it. Dumbledore whispered, seemingly moved. Professor, what do you see in the mirror of Eris? Yvonne asked quickly without daring to make Dumbledore think for too long. I saw myself holding a pair of thick woolen socks. Dumbledore said. There are never enough socks. Dumbledore continued. I thought I could receive a few pairs at Christmas, but unfortunately they didn't. They insisted on sending me books. Yvonne curled his lips. Although he understood that Dumbledore used wool socks as a metaphor for family affection, he couldn't help but spit out in his heart. Who just said to face the pain? Professor, what is your morals? After delaying the work of this meeting, Harry also woke up from the excitement and dissatisfaction of seeing his parents in the magic mirror, remembering what he had come for, and interrupted anxiously. Professor, we are here to report to you. A few days ago, a mysterious man in a black robe got away to pass through Norway from Hagrid. He probably wanted to go through the trapdoor and steal what you put underneath. Magic stone. Harry finished speaking in one breath, and felt that this was not enough to win the letter, so he controlled his broomstick during the Quidditch game, and told him about Snape's calf injury after Halloween. Ron and Hermione also added details on the side. It was just a momentary rush, and it was inevitable that they were a little confused. Don't worry, you can sit down and speak slowly. Dumbledore seemed to have known it, and was not surprised at this. He waved his wand and deformed 4 chairs, beckoning them to sit down. Harry and the others nodded, and after a few people sat down, Dumbledore asked, "Can you tell me first, where did you learn about the Sorcerer's Stone? Isn't the clue you left behind?" Yvonne murmured in his heart, but Harry and the others said something that shouldn't be said, and they said it first before they spoke. "We learned from Hagrid that the thing hidden under the trapdoor was related to a man named Nicole LeMay, and then we found out that he was the maker of the Sorcerer's Stone." "Then who do you think would do this kind of thing?" Dumbledore nodded, agreeing with Ivan's explanation. "We suspect it's Snape. Or Professor Chino might also," Harry said hurriedly. Dumbledore did not reply this time, but fell into a long period of contemplation. "Professor, don't you believe us?" Ron asked eagerly. "No, of course I believe you." Dumbledore comforted Ron and the others, and then said in a deep voice, "But I also trust the professors in the school, they won't do this kind of thing." Harry opened his mouth to refute, but Dumbledore waved his hand. "It is not only the 3-headed dog Norwegian used to guard the Philosopher's Stone. Every professor has arranged a protective measure under that, including Snape and Chino. So the Philosopher's Stone is safe underneath." Dumbledore added. "Then if there are no enemies, why did you bring the Philosopher's Stone to the school and set up so many protections there?" Yvonne easily found the loophole in Dumbledore's words and asked aloud. Now that he had found the opportunity to report Chino, Yvonne was of course crazily suggesting that Dumbledore quickly resolve this potential threat. Give a professor-level enemy who is still connected with the Dark Lord to their little wizards who have just entered the school. www.novel.com. Professor, won't your conscience hurt? Yvonne murmured in his heart, but he did not forget that he was running a clumsy at full speed, creating some reasonable false memories outside. Because just before the Q&A, Yvonne keenly noticed that Dumbledore had used 3 times of contemplation. They were when Harry told the story, mentioned the Philosopher's Stone and asked them who they suspected. Of course, the fluctuations in the memory of the 3 probes did not last long. It should only be confirmed whether they are lying or hiding something. Thanks to the extraordinary bonus to acclumency in the experience card mode, and Dumbledore did not use his full strength, Yvonne successfully concealed his true thoughts. "That's because I got news by chance that a very dangerous person is planning to hit the Philosopher's Stone, but it's not Snape or Chino as you said." Dumbledore gave Yvonne an appreciative look, and didn't explain more, but got up and looked at the mirror of Eris. "Anyway, thank you for your reminder. I will let other professors pay more attention. You should go back first. I am going to put this mirror somewhere else. If you find something wrong, you are welcome to tell me again." "Okay, Professor, let's go now." After confirming that Dumbledore did not intend to deal with Chino now, Yvonne just wanted to leave quickly. He didn't want to stay in front of Dumbledore for even a second. Harry opened his mouth. There are still many questions to ask and many things to say, but in the end he left the principal's office with others without saying anything. Just after the 4 left the headmaster's room, Dumbledore stood in front of the mirror of Eris for a long time and meditated, then suddenly said, "Severus, what do you think?" Chapter 48, Blood fusion potion. I said, their imagination is not so rich. Snape's figure appeared from the side of the principal's room, his sullen face very ugly. I watched Snape through the whole process with the phantom spell, and of course he clearly heard the whole process of Harry accusing him of being black. Snape felt that there must be too few deductions and insufficient deterrence. Next time, he should continue to work hard. This is not just imagination, it is more likely to be reality. Dumbledore reminded him, and then gave Snape a little helplessly. If Snape hadn't targeted Harry frequently on weekdays, he wouldn't have been caught by Harry. Listed as the first suspect. But Dumbledore knew Snape's special feelings for Harry, and he couldn't persuade Snape to change. So what? Snape stared at Dumbledore with that hollow gaze, and said lightly. The things about Chino are now clear. He and Voldemort must have a connection. What are you going to do with him? Dumbledore did not reply, but fell silent again. Would you not be able to stop Chino or the Dark Lord just because of those crappy traps under the trapdoor? Snape was puzzled, and then suddenly realized something. Or do you mean those tests are for Potter and the others? Snape looked at Dumbledore sarcastically. Let a few first-year little wizards go through numerous levels to face and defeat the Dark Lord? Ah, what a great adventure! Snape's tone became more and more angry. He wondered if Dumbledore had read too many biographical novels recently, or had Alzheimer's, or how could he have such an absurd idea? Severus. Dumbledore interrupted Snape's words. You should know that I can't protect Harry all the time, all proper growth is necessary. At least now I still have the ability to control the danger within a controllable range. Said that Dumbledore paused here, and his face was a little more vicissitudes of life. I'm old, I can feel my strength is gradually declining, and Tom is different, although he is very weak now, but as long as he does not die, one day he will regain his strength and even become stronger. If we don't find a way for him to resist death, then we can't do anything. Within the controllable range? That's Voldemort. Snape asked word by word. Although it was clear that Dumbledore was telling the truth, he couldn't accept it in his heart. It is true that Harry's body has a protective magic set by Lily, so that Voldemort cannot touch or even directly harm Harry. But this kind of magic is not invincible. Voldemort can use other methods to bypass the restriction, and indirectly kill the rest. Apart from anything else, you can burn Harry with ashes without leaving. Nothing is absolutely safe. Severus, you should be clear about the content of the prediction. We must prepare for the worst. Dumbledore insisted. You don't think you will survive that day, so you pin your hopes on Septima Victor's fable of the mad woman? With the help of the Philosopher's Stone, you can definitely live forever. Snape looked at Dumbledore disappointedly, unable to understand why the so-called greatest white wizard of the century put his hopes on an 11-year-old child. It was obvious that the Philosopher's Stone was here now, and immortality was within reach. Dumbledore. Leto has enough time to deal with this matter. Sometimes it's not always a good thing to be alive. Dumbledore looked away from the Eris mirror and turned to Snape. And I also said that it was in the worst case, maybe it would go well or maybe. Dumbledore said in a relaxed tone, but his frowned brows did not loosen. After all, the scene that happened 11 years ago was the best proof of the prophecy. He couldn't help but believe it, which was why he was anxious to train Harry. I just hope that you still remember the agreement between us. After Snape finished speaking, with a gloomy expression, he turned and walked out of the principal's room. Even if Dumbledore is unwilling to act, he has to do something within his power. For example, go to warn Chino. Yvonne, who came out of the principal's room, didn't know that there was another conversation going on inside. Yvonne, who was not going to waste his student status, took advantage of the time left and found a reason to distract Harry and the others to the potion storage room in the responsive room alone to make the blood fusion potion. Although there is still a lack of the most important drug guide, it takes a long time to make the potion itself, so Yvonne can only prepare first. dried nettle, black veratrum petals, buckthorn, black bat horny. Yvonne took out the potion materials prepared in advance from the cabinet in the storage room, and then put the potion materials into the cauldron according to the steps, and then cooked them according to the method given by the system. Grinding, proportioning, stirring. Under the condition that the speed of the brain is increased by 100-fold, reading www.uuganshu.com. Ivan's movement process is extremely standard, it is not like the first time to cook, and there is no omission from beginning to end. Yvonne also understands why only level 4 potions are needed in the state of the Swiba experience card to brew high-level potions that originally required level 6 potions to make. The improvement of this state is indeed very powerful. A large number of precious herbs were added to the cauldron by Yvonne, and the things that were cooked were chaotic, a little grey, with a faint strong pungent smell. But this was also what Yvonne had expected. The next thing I need to do is to wait for a while until the potion in the cauldron slowly becomes transparent like water, which proves that it has been more than half successful. The last thing is to add dragon blood to it, even if it is done. Remaining time, 11 minutes and 9 seconds. It took about 30 minutes. Yvonne glanced at the remaining time of the experience card in the system bar. The speed of making potions was much faster than he estimated. He was already prepared to spend 100 grade points. In the remaining 11 minutes, Yvonne practiced unrestricted field magic such as the Transfiguration Curse and the Levitating Curse, and raised the Transformation Curse to a level close to level 4 before the end of the time. Only then did Yvonne leave the House of Requests with satisfaction. Walking in the corridors of Hogwarts, Yvonne was hesitating whether to go to the library or the dormitory, but unexpectedly saw 2 familiar figures, but their tongues were several times larger than usual. "You can't close your mouth." "George?" "Fred." Looking at the funny faces of the two, Yvonne wanted to laugh somehow, but then suddenly remembered that he had given them 2 fat tongue toffees at Christmas. So should it be your own pot? Or else, run away first? Chapter 49, Your Snape and number 039's potion was stolen. What and number 039's up with Chino? However, it was obviously too late to leave, and George and Fred rushed up the moment they saw Yvonne. What went beyond Ivan's expectation was that the Weasley brothers did not intend to fight him, but George was excited and gestured in front of him with his tongue out. "I'm sorry, the fat tongue toffee is just a joke, do you want me to cure you?" Yvonne shrugged and said that he didn't understand what George said, but he still drew out his wand. "No need, this gift is great." Fred shook his head quickly, his condition was better than George's. Although what he said was vague, Yvonne could barely understand it. "We knew its usage when we received it." George couldn't speak, he could only use his magic wand to sort out a few words in the air. "Then you still eat?" Yvonne asked strangely. "Of course we have to try something so interesting, and we can also escape a magic history lesson by the way," Fred said with a grin. The enlarged tongue did not seem to cause any hindrance to the Weasley brothers, but they were still enjoying it, and found it very interesting. "Is it called Fat Tongue Toffee?" "Very good name, we intend to use it as one of the flagship products of the Joke Toy Store. It is really the best decision to let you be our special consultant. Use magic to write in the air, George has already played very slippery, and it doesn't feel difficult to continuously display this large paragraph. By the way, Yvonne, did you receive the gift we gave you?" Fred asked. "Is it this?" Yvonne took out 2 circular irregular objects from the wizard's robe. In order to facilitate carrying, Yvonne had used the reduction spell to make these 2 objects only the size of a thumb. "I haven't figured out how to use it yet, what exactly did you put in it?" Yvonne said to the 2 of them. "That's a big dung egg. We have newly developed it. The usage is very simple. Just throw it at the person you hate. After being hit, it will explode and spray on the other person. The smell will last at least a whole day. Fred smiled slyly, but his tongue sounded a little strange. Isn't it true, that? Ivan suddenly felt that the big dung egg on his hand was very hot, and almost didn't throw it away because it was so disgusting. Ivan even thought of the scene where the Weasley brothers were doing things in the toilet in order to get raw materials. How could that be possible? It's disgusting. Before Ivan could continue to think about it, Fred hurriedly interrupted Ivan's thoughts with a big tongue. This smell is made by a mixture of several kinds of stinky grass, but it smells like. After learning about the production process of the big dung egg, Ivan finally breathed a sigh of relief, but then he saw George waving his wand and explaining. Moreover, it's too troublesome to use genuine products. Fred and I planned to find some animal feces to fill in directly, but we kept it for several days, and the amount collected was too small. When we wait for mass production in the future, the raw materials are not enough. I had to replace it with smelly grass. After all, we can't squat in the captive place to collect that stuff every day. Fred was speechless, and gave George a fierce look. Could he not explode the dark history they studied? In short, you are our first customer. We are still waiting for you to try the effect and come back and tell us what needs to be improved. Fred patted Ivan on the shoulder. Ivan nodded inconspicuously, but after thinking about it in his mind, he didn't seem to find any place where the big dung egg needs to be used. You can only let it go and see who will provoke you next time, and then let it go. For the next few days, Ivan would go to Hagrid's hut almost every day to take a look at the latest situation of the dragon egg, and spend the rest of the time in the library, and occasionally go to the requirement room to take a look at the devil. The progress of the medicine brewing, or it was temporarily pulled out by the Weasley brothers to develop a new joke toy. With the learning accelerator of Hermione, Ivan's learning efficiency in normal conditions has improved a lot, which is why he can lavishly exchange experience card mode immediately after seeing Dumbledore. In these days, Ivan has also roughly understood the classification of the system given by the system based on his own comparison and estimation. Level 1 is about a beginner, who can release magic. Most of the magic spells of the first and second grade wizards at Hogwarts are basically of this level. As for the senior wizards, Ivan has seen George and Fred cast spells, and most of the spell levels are about the second level. Although the Weasley brothers are thinking about making fun and making big news for their classmates all day, their ability to cast spells is still in the upper reaches of their peers. After all, they both sneaked into the Forbidden Book area to read books secretly. They had secretly learned the secret magic last time in the Forbidden Book area. And Ivan's only metamorphosis curse that reached level 3 was used in a certain time when developing magic props. George and Fred were shocked to say that he could already take the NEWT transformation subject exam. Ivan also roughly understands that www.novel.com the third level curse is the level of a graduate. The fourth level spell is because there is no sample and comparison. Ivan has not made a division for the time being. The only thing that disappointed Ivan after a few days was that the plan to study in the restricted area every night was forced to terminate, because Harry often sneaked out in the night wearing an invisibility cloak. Ivan just thought for a while and guessed that Harry was looking for the Mirror of Eris. Dumbledore once told them when he was in the principal's room that he would put the Mirror of Eris somewhere else, and Harry, who was desperate to see his parents again, would certainly not give up looking for it. As a result, Ivan could only lie in bed at night and couldn't go anywhere. He could only expect Dumbledore to quickly do psychological counseling for the child. This kind of life lasted for 3 days, and there was a letter from Hagrid, saying that Xiao Long was about to come out of his shell. So after the get out of class, Ivan couldn't wait to bypass the crowd, along with Harry, Ron, and Hermione, who was drawn. After all, this is a closer look at the little fire dragon coming out of its shell, who can't be interested. However, in the corner of a remote corridor, Ivan unexpectedly saw the poor and trembling Chino being forced by Snape to question him in the corner. "You better be honest, what do you want to sneak into my potion storage room? Who instigated you to do this? Bai Xian. Aconitum. Are you injured? Or is he injured? Or you want to make a compound decoction and figure out how to pass the test from other professors? I am not. I don't. I didn't do it. Kino's eyes widened, and his head shook like a rattle. He also heard about the theft of Snape's potion storage room. But your Snape's potion was stolen, what is it to Chino? Chapter 50, You can't hide this little trick from me. Happy National Day. He is really wronged. Chino was speechless. With his acting skills and strength, he didn't need to rely on this extremely dangerous method to find a way to crack those organs. But looking at Snape's angry appearance, Chino knew that the other party must have solid evidence to find him. But he really didn't do this. Which wanted to murder him? Chino's mind flashed through the wizards who had a bad relationship with him, but these people were not at Hogwarts at all, and it was unlikely that they would go all the way here to frame him. Chino could only think that he was too unlucky. He happened to encounter a dead little wizard stealing the potion, and then he was suspected by Snape because of his abnormal behavior before. I'm so hard. Chino wanted to cry without tears, even though he was very frustrated in his heart, he did not dare to break out. He could only put on a weak expression as best as he could, and said tremblingly, Severus, the theft of the potion really has nothing to do with me. I can swear. Really? Where did you go in the afternoon of the third day of school? I asked. No one has seen you. Snape squinted his eyes, staring hollowly into Chino's eyes. Chino was speechless for a while. He couldn't say that he sneaked into the Forbidden Forest that afternoon in an attempt to hunt the unicorn to restore the power of the Dark Lord, right? I always stayed in the office that day. Chino could only kill himself in desperation and never went out for a whole day. A student went to your office that day, and you weren't there at all. Snape asked. Maybe I went to the bathroom temporarily. Chino stammered, looking for a reason, but before he finished speaking, he suddenly realized that the Snape was deliberately blowing himself up. Judging from his reputation for falling to the bottom at Hogwarts, no student would come to him. Your little tricks can't hide from me. A smile cracked from the corner of Snape's mouth, and it was even more certain that Chino was the one who stole the potion library. Chino's face flushed and he almost couldn't help yelling. The trick of God TM, he has never stolen a potion, he hasn't even touched it. All he did was to help the Dark Lord resurrect. Who has time to steal that potion? It's not that he has no money, and he lacks materials, so he can't buy it himself. However, the thousands of sufferings of Chino can only be held in his heart, because he can't explain his whereabouts. He can only try to pretend to be weak, innocent and trembling to win sympathy, although this is for Snee generally speaking, it doesn't make any difference. Just as Snape was about to continue to torture, he keenly noticed that someone was eavesdropping on the conversation, so he had to hurriedly warn him to make Chino figure out who he was working for, and then decisively turned and left. Yvonne, hiding in the dark, almost laughed out loud. He didn't expect that he was just a whim of throwing the pot, and he actually pitied Chino so badly. Harry and others waited until Snape and Chino left before they walked out of the corner. Chino really stole Snape's potion, how is this possible? Harry couldn't believe it. Although Yvonne had mentioned this possibility to him a long time ago, Harry has always been reluctant to believe it. After all, Professor Chino is timid, he is a well-known good guy in the school, and occasionally a little wizard teaches him tricks. Nodo can't get angry, or Chino doesn't have the ability to manage. How could someone like this steal Snape's potion? But Harry heard the conversation between Snape and Chino very clearly. On the day Snape lost the potion, Chino's whereabouts were unknown, and he had been lying in the office forever. How he looked suspicious. Follow them, Professor Dumbledore will take care of it. Let's go to Hagrid to see if the dragon comes out of the shell. Yvonne no longer has the idea of staying here. For him, the dragon that is about to hatch is the most important thing. Of. Yvonne, I didn't know you actually like dragons so much. Hermione vomited. She felt that Ivan's enthusiasm for dragons was about to surpass Hagrid. That's a dragon. The top magical creature in the magic world. Yvonne explained, but the latter part of the words did not say it. As long as he obtains the dragon blood, he can complete the blood fusion potion and improve his talents. He initially has the ability to protect himself in the magical world, and he can be a little emboldened when he returns home at the end of the term. Before leaving, Yvonne also solemnly reminded Ron that it is best not to discuss anything about dragons along the way, so as not to be heard by others. He didn't want to see Malfoy and Hagrid like the original. The four of them came all the way to Hagrid's hut. Hagrid welcomed them with far more enthusiasm than before. It can be seen that he is very happy today. The doors and windows in the hut were all sealed. Ukansha.com only left a few small openings for ventilation, and the hot stove next to the bed radiated heat continuously. After Yvonne came in, he kept his eyes on the table, and the dragon egg was placed there. There was already a deep crack on it, and it swayed occasionally. When Yvonne got close to his body, he saw the cracks in the egg shell suddenly expand a lot. With a harsh sound, a bald, skinny triangular head protruded from the crack in the egg shell, and then it was thin and black. His body also came out of the broken eggshell, his limbs were thin, and his legs were a little shaky. So ugly! Yvonne couldn't help but spit out, but Hagrid was very excited. He thought it was so beautiful, and he couldn't wait to give it a loud name. Norbo, what do we call Norbo? Hagrid stretched out a finger to tease Norbert, but unexpectedly, Norbert bit his mouth full of fangs, but because of Hagrid's half the giant skin is too thick to bite. Look at it, how much he likes me. Hagrid also didn't care about Norbert's behavior at all. Instead, he thought it was a sign of closeness, and he felt that Norbert must have regarded him as a mother. This makes Harry and the others very helpless, but given the excitement of Hagrid, everyone is hard to persuade. However, Norbert had his own ideas. After enduring Hagrid's teasing for a while, he violently opened his mouth and expelled a ball of flame, sprayed it directly on Hagrid's face, and lit his beard. "Hey, you little naughty ghost!" Hagrid slapped the lighted beard hard, a little frantic for a while. "Clear water is like a spring." Yvonne waved his magic wand to summon a ball of clear water, poured it directly down, covering Hagrid's head and face. Chapter 51, Let Go of the Forbidden Forest, There is no longer a dragon. "Thank you." Hagrid wiped the drops of water off his face. Even though Yvonne put out the fire in time, Hagrid's beard was still burnt a lot. "Hagrid, are you okay?" Yvonne asked. "I'm okay, but Norbert is a bit too lively. Maybe he just came out of the eggshell and was so excited." Hagrid didn't care about his scorched beard at all, but it was for Norbert's behavior. "Find a reasonable explanation." "You call this lively?" Yvonne looked at Norbert's mouth full of fangs and sparks from his nose from time to time, and pulled the corners of his mouth. Hagrid's love for huge beasts can be said to be completely spoiled. Thinking of this, Yvonne suddenly realized that raising a dragon to get blood may not be as simple as he thought before. The sudden accident also caused Harry and Ron to squeeze a cold sweat, and Hermione said angrily, "This can't be explained by being lively, it almost burned you." "Hagrid! Isn't it all right now?" Hagrid muttered in a low voice. "Hermione, I will help watch if I have time, there shouldn't be any major problems." Yvonne also exhorted. "This is a fire dragon. It only takes a month or two to grow as big as a house." Hermione glared at Yvonne very dissatisfied. If Hagrid is found to have kept a fire dragon in private captivity, Hagrid will be caught in Azkaban. Just send Norbert away before then. "Ron, should your brother Charlie study fire dragons in Romania? When Norbert grows up, we can let Charlie release Norbert into a wild environment," Yvonne proposed. "He just wants to get the dragon blood, so Yvonne doesn't care about Norbert's future whereabouts. Send Norbert away? No, you can't do this. I'm its mother, he is so fragile, what should I do if I was sent to the wild and was bullied after he left? No one can separate us. Hagar suddenly became anxious. Up! Bang! Hagrid had just finished speaking, the teacup on the table was swept to the ground by Nober's tail, and it fell to pieces. Then Nober fought hard with his mouth full teeth and the iron teapot. Bit the pot into a pit, and a claw made a hole in it. The brutal performance made everyone firmer in their determination to send Norbert away. Yvonne felt that if Norbert was sent to Romania, the only thing to worry about was the wild animals there. You can't keep it forever, Hagrid. Hermione reminded. Maybe, we can put it in the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid paid his attention carelessly, and assured him with a pat on his chest. You can rest assured that I have a wealth of experience in releasing life. I don't do this kind of thing once or twice. Aragog has stayed in the Forbidden Forest well, never hurt anyone. Aragog. You still keep other things in the Forbidden Forest. Harry looked at Hagrid in shock. He didn't expect that Hagrid was not the first time this dangerous creature had been kept in captivity. No, there is nothing, you must have heard it wrong. Hagrid anxiously defended, but the explanation seemed pale and weak. Aragog is an eight-eyed giant spider. Yvonne said. At this time, the identity of Aragog was revealed, and Yvonne also wanted Harry and the others to stay away from the Forbidden Forest this semester, so as not to run into Kino wandering there. Although there is no complaint from Malfoy now, they are unlikely to go to the Forbidden Forest. How do you know that Aragog is an eight-eyed giant spider? Hagrid looked at Yvonne in surprise. He didn't mention Aragog's identity just now, or did he accidentally leak it before? Giant spider? I mean, how big a spider can be. Harry was very curious. Probably it's about the same size as this room? Maybe it's a little bit smaller. Yvonne glanced at Hagrid's room from side to side, then thought about the big spider that appeared in the original book, and counted those with long legs. They should be about the same size. You have to believe that Aragog is a good boy and won't bite. Hagrid defended with a guilty conscience. And Harry and the others didn't believe a word at all. Ron even thought about what a spider the size of a house would look like. He thought it was a nightmare. I swear I will never go to the Forbidden Forest. Ron collapsed. Hagrid, the Forbidden Forest is too small and too close to Hogwarts. The next dragon that is impossible to hide will be discovered sooner or later. Yvonne persuaded that the creatures in the Forbidden Forest were miserable enough. Norbert lived in, afraid that it would not be another batch of extinction. But I just had it. Hagrid looked at Norbert reluctantly, and said dejectedly. We can wait a month for Norbert to grow up and send it away. If it is too young, Norbert will not be able to survive independently in Romania. Yvonne thought of a compromise. After Hagrid hesitated for a long time, he finally agreed. Hermione, Harry, and others had no objection, because Yvonne was right, and Norbert, who just came out of the shell, did not have the ability to survive in the wild. After deciding to send Norbert away a month later, Hagrid was lost for a while before he regained his strength, and cherished the remaining time together. www.novel.com. Yvonne looked at the ugly little fire dragon in front of him. The enthusiasm for caring was not weaker than Hagrid, and he had already wondered how to secretly draw a tube of blood while Hagrid was not paying attention. However, since it will take some time for the blood fusion potion to be successfully brewed, Yvonne had to bear the temper temporarily. After all, once the blood leaves the body for more than 3 days, the activity will be greatly reduced. Yvonne is not sure whether this will affect the magic. The effect of the medicine. Before that, Yvonne decided to make a good relationship with Norbert first, just like he played fox, so that he would not encounter too much resistance when he took blood later. After having this idea, in the next period of time, Yvonne succeeded in becoming a glorious dragon breeder, or more commonly known as the Shovel Officer. Originally, Yvonne thought that raising a dragon was a novel and happy thing, but after a few days of work, he had experienced a lot of novelty, but he couldn't be happy at all. As a Norwegian ridgeback, Norbert is really too irritable. For example, the sparks from a sneeze burned the furniture, or he chewed on the bed or the fireplace at every turn, making it all covered with tooth marks, and occasionally with extreme excitement, Hagrid's cabin was messed up. At the end of a day, he has to cast clear water like a spring at least several times, and countless repair spells. Otherwise, this hut would have collapsed. As the owner of the hut, Hagrid doesn't mind at all, even though he just lay on the grass overnight because of the burning of the bed yesterday, until the next afternoon Yvonne restored his bed with a healing spell to the original state. Even so, Hagrid insisted on claiming that Norbert was just a little restless. This is a sign of the health of all babies. Chapter 52, It and number 039, still a baby without a full moon. Hagrid's overspoiling made Yvonne a little tired, because his plan to brush up on his favors was seriously frustrated. Under his diligent feeding, except that Norbert grew to the size of a half table, he still looked arrogant and irritable at the beginning. In order to brush up on good feelings, Yvonne can be said to have exhausted methods, including but not limited to rubbing Norbert, shoveling shit, feeding, etc. Even catches and grills fish personally. After the operation of this skewer, the goodwill is not brushed much, and the level of barbecue cooking has improved a lot. In the column of system knowledge and theory, a second-level skill called cooking was added, plus Yvonne secretly added a little stimulating potion to enhance the taste, and for a while, grilled fish became Noble's favorite food. Except for the routine house demolition, Norbert spends most of his time leisurely lying next to the stove and grilling the fire, waiting for Yvonne to cook the fish and opening his mouth lazily, waiting for Yvonne to automatically prepare the food. Bring it to your lips. After several times to no avail, Yvonne couldn't bear it and decided to get something hard. Otherwise, as Norbert's figure grows bigger and bigger, Yvonne wonders if he can subdue it. Clear water is like a spring. On a sunny afternoon, while Norbert was happily burning his home, Yvonne directly poured it up with clear water like a spring. The water that appeared out of thin air directly hit Norbert's dragon face. This bear child, who had not been hit since his birth, was directly stunned, and the flame that was spit out of his mouth was extinguished in his mouth before it was ejected. Wow! Noble, who felt that his authority had been challenged, uttered a naive dragon moan after a brief period of bewilderment, and then rushed towards Yvonne with a flick of his tail. Yvonne waved his magic wand freely, and the wooden board underneath directly cracked and deformed and jammed Norbert's limbs. Then Yvonne activated the torn sheets into hemp rope and tied the big mouth that was about to breathe fire. Then used the deformed collar to contain its destiny neck. Norbert, who was originally fierce, now has no deterrent power besides flapping his wings in place. Yvonne rolled up his cuffs and stepped forward. It makes you breathe fire. It makes you tear up the furniture. It makes you picky eaters. It makes you grow so fast, makes you sleep. Yvonne vented all his anger over the past half a month, and punched Norbert's head with punch after punch. Fortunately, because he was not long before he was born, Norbert's body was still crumpled and thick. Although Ivan's punch was a bit painful, it was still acceptable. After some venting, Yvonne stopped panting, while Norbert was aggrieved and flapped his wings, not understanding why he was suddenly beaten. Relieved a bit, Yvonne, taking advantage of Hagrid's absence, was ready to try the dragon breeding manual that I had read before, and the techniques for taming young dragons were on it. The first step is to establish authority. At least let the dragon trainer not be linked to food in the eyes of the fire dragon. It is best to let it understand that it is in the position of obedient. Generally speaking, when the two sides meet each other and the fire dragon is afraid to retreat, authority is initially established. Yvonne did as soon as he thought of it, and immediately stared at Norbert, who couldn't move. Even in order to improve his viciousness, Yvonne grinned deliberately, but after staring for a few minutes, Ivan's eyes were so sore that Norbert was still the same. Is something wrong? Ivan tilted his head and looked at the mirror that was not far away. Through the mirror, Ivan saw what he looked like at this time. It didn't seem to be vicious at all, even inexplicably cute. Ivan sighed, it's not his fault to be handsome. In this regard, Ivan had to use the transformation curse to temporarily create a two-handed sword that was more than 1 meter long and held it high in the air. The sharp double-sided blade was faintly shining with cold light, and there was an evil smile on his face. Walk away. Of course, the two-handed sword is just a look, it's actually completely hollow inside, otherwise Ivan wouldn't be able to hold it. But Norbert didn't know this. He watched the figure of Ivan holding the huge sword getting closer, desperately trying to struggle, and creaked the floor that bound his limbs. Ivan deliberately slowed down the speed of walking, killing Norbert's irritable temperament, and when he walked in front of him, when Ivan hesitated whether to cut it, Norbert decisively accepted it. Ivan nodded with satisfaction, put down the pretending giant sword, and then he can gradually train Norbert's obedience. Thinking that he had been so diligent for so long before and had nothing, Ivan was furious. If he had known this smoothly, why should he be a shoveling officer for so many days? Noble, get down. A few hours later, Ivan, who was a safe distance away, gave orders to the young dragon not far away. Noble reluctantly got down on his body, and then Ivan threw the grilled fish on the table over. Noble ate the fragrant grilled fish. www.novel.com. He smashed his mouth depressedly. Although the rope on his mouth had been untied, Noble was wise not to try to use the fire-breathing fish. The demon in front of him burned to death. Because the previous failures told him that the demon in front of him has mastered the farthest distance of its fire, so it is not only useless, but also suffers various punishments. Watching Norbert obey the order and start to eat the food he gave, Ivan's heart is full of accomplishment. It is worthwhile that he has been practicing the same instruction all afternoon. Seeing that the sky was almost the same, Ivan estimated that Hagrid was about to return, and waved his wand to lift the transformation curse that bound Norbert's limbs. Norbert stayed where he was, and he didn't look like he had rushed up violently before, because the two-handed sword, which was more than 1 meter long, was quietly placed within Ivan's reach. Sure enough, just 2 minutes after Ivan lifted the curse, Fangs screamed outside the hut, followed by the sound of pushing the door, and Hagrid's big face with a weird beard appeared in front of the door. Ivan, how is Norbert today? Hagrid asked casually. Ivan was about to answer when he saw that Norbert suddenly seemed to have been beaten with blood, his limbs and wings flapping towards Hagrid. The long eyes of the goose egg were full of tears of grievance, as if he had been bullied outside the cub returned to its mother's embrace. Oh, Norbert, good boy. Hagrid experienced this treatment for the first time, and he couldn't even believe it. He only noticed the big teardrops dripping from the corner of Norbert's eyes and the bruises on his face. Something is wrong. You hit it, my God, it's still a baby without a full moon. Hagrid stretched out his hand and touched Norbert's Fang's head, very distressed. Chapter 53, Norbert. I just provided it with some training. Ivan explained, trying to hide behind him a two-handed giant sword not much smaller than him. After all, it was too late to lift the transfiguration curse at this time. Hagrid looked at the big sword that was more than 1 meter high, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Fortunately, Hagrid looked around and didn't find any cuts on Norbert's body, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. Knowing that he couldn't help it, Ivan waved his magic wand to turn the giant sword back into a broom, and said directly to Hagrid. Hagrid, you are so spoiled for Norbert. We have to find a way to discipline him. Otherwise, it will take down your house in a few days. And we must also teach it to hunt and fight skills through training. Ivan then added. But Norbert is too young, you will scare him like this. Hagrid hesitated. Noble, get down. Ivan said suddenly to show Hagrid the results of his training deliberately. Already in a few hours of training, Norbert, who had initially formed a conditioned reflex, subconsciously lay down, until he realized that he had a backing, then he got up again, hid behind Hagrid, and faced Yi. Fan showed his fangs. These two general behaviors made Yvonne a little bit to laugh. Hagrid also saw the transformation of Norbert, and he was a little bit happy, but also a little bit disappointed, as if he had finally seen some growth in his child. Otherwise, how about waiting for Norbert to grow up? Hagrid asked Yvonne in a low voice. If you still want to raise Norbert for a while, you'd better train it now. Yvonne shook his head resolutely. What a joke, Yvonne doubted whether he could fight any more. It's been Norbert. Ivan's words were like the last straw, crushing the balance in Hagrid's heart, because he knew that Yvonne was right, and Norbert would soon be exposed if he continued like this. All right, but don't make your hands too heavy during training. Hagrid said distressedly. Hagrid, if you have time, we can train Norbert together. Yvonne said to Hagrid with a thought. If Hagrid, the hybrid giant, was supporting him, there would be no need to use the transfiguration curse to bind him during training. Hagrid's power would definitely make Noble lose the ability to resist on the physical level. Hagrid thought of the appearance of Yvonne commanding Norbert just now, and for a while, he was a little moved. Although Norbert's demolition of the house seemed to him to be very lively and cute, who wouldn't want a lively and obedient child? Well, but I will be patrolling in the Forbidden Forest in the near future, so I only have time in the evening. Hagrid said. Forbidden Forest? Is there something going on there? Ivan's heart tightened and asked. Hagrid hesitated for a while, wondering if he should tell the matter, but couldn't hold back Yvonne from asking again and again, and finally revealed some information. A unicorn was attacked. Fortunately, it escaped in time. It was only injured. I think the purpose of patrolling in the Forbidden Forest is to figure out what attacked it. The other party did not succeed this time, and it is likely to come back again. Hagrid's tone seemed a little low, he couldn't imagine what kind of evil creatures would attack the holy unicorn. Yvonne fell silent, because he knew very well that Chino must have attacked the unicorn, but he couldn't stop it. Because he had tentatively reported Chino with Harry and the others before, but Dumbledore obviously did not intend to deal with Chino now, and the same result would be the same again. Yvonne has already regretted his behavior to change the plot in order not to be disturbed, because in this case, Hagrid, who frequently enters and exits the Forbidden Forest, is likely to be in danger. Hagrid didn't know Ivan's concerns. He just muttered and cursed the murderer who attacked the unicorn, then turned to discuss with Yvonne enthusiastically about how to train and raise the dragon. Yvonne only temporarily suppressed the worry in his heart and explained it to Hagrid. Ben also felt that he had found Norbert, who was backing him. Seeing Hagrid's gradually changing expression, he shuddered inexplicably. In the next few days, what Yvonne worried about never happened. With Hagrid's help, Norbert lost the last bit of resistance. Hagrid also found new pleasures in training, from teaching Norbert to get down to turning over to breathing fire, all kinds of instructions were full of fun. Made a certain Norwegian ridgeback who was accustomed to tearing down the house every day, sleeping, and roasting the fire. It was very uncomfortable, and even felt unlovable. When I eat grilled fish every day, I can feel that there is still a little warmth in the cold life. Yvonne, we can't go on like this. In the quiet library, Hermione's anger suddenly resounded with a little helpless voice, which attracted the attention of other little wizards, and even Mrs. Pants looked over here. The little witch blushed. You reading www.uuganshu.com lowered the voice a bit. The exam is coming soon, we should review it now. Instead of reading these books that are not related to the exam. It's just a test, do I still need to review it? It's time for the meeting. Yvonne put down the tame fantastic creatures in his hand and said strangely. It's just a meeting. It's not that easy to get an O, excellent, in the exam. As the exam date gets closer, Hermione becomes more anxious. In my free time, I would discuss dragon breeding methods with Yvonne for a while, but in the past 2 days, Hermione has devoted herself to reviewing. Especially my transfiguration curse, compared with Yvonne, there is still a big gap. I can't imagine what it would be like if the transfiguration class test is smashed, if I only get an E, exceeding expectations. How disappointed Professor McGonagall would be. Hermione pursed her lips and said depressed. Next to them, Harry and Ron, who were trying to carry their knowledge points, raised their heads innocently. They didn't understand what Yvonne and Hermione were talking about. In their opinion, as long as the exam is not P, bad, or D, bad, will do. Oh, excellent, evaluation is too far away from them. Hermione, your transfiguration charm is actually very good. Many senior students are only at this level. There is no problem with getting high scores in the transfiguration class exam. Yvonne closed the book and said. His words didn't comfort Hermione. The last time Hermione used the transformation curse, Yvonne roughly judged that Hermione's transformation curse should have been upgraded to level 2, which is a level that most of the little wizards in the 3rd and 4th grades can reach. Even if Professor McGonagall is picky, he will not be stingy with an outstanding evaluation. Chapter 54, Dragon Blood and Bad News. Yes, I heard George and they said that Ivan's level of transfiguration is okay to participate in Owls. Harry couldn't help but interject. He thought Hermione was good enough, and if he complained, he and Ron would not have to live. Feeling that Hermione's interest is still not high, Yvonne persuaded her again. It's not good to always be tense before the exam. You should relax with a combination of work and rest, or it will affect your performance. Harry and Ron immediately put down their books and nodded again and again. They thought Ivan's words were very reasonable, and it was really exhausting to study all the time. Yvonne ignored them and continued. Noble, I have almost trained, Charlie will come to pick up Norbert in the next few days, and we can go and see it together during the holiday today. For the past week, Hermione has been soaking in the library to review. Sometimes she doesn't even care about eating, so Yvonne wanted to take this opportunity to relax her. No, what's so good about dragons? I'm going to review basic transfiguration spells again. Hermione stubbornly shook her head. She wants to get the first place in every class, even in transfiguration classes. Exception. Never mind other aspects, at least in the exam she is best at, she doesn't want to lose to Yvonne. Harry and Ron are the opposites. They have already thrown aside the boring books on the history of magic and asked about how to train the dragon. Yvonne didn't hide it. He told them the process of training the dragon with Hagrid. He also specifically controlled the volume so that Hermione, who was reading, just could hear it. Because of sitting in the corner of the library, Yvonne is not worried about being heard by others as long as it is not very loud. After hearing that Norbert has grown to be bigger than the table and can still follow orders to jump, turn over, and breathe fire, Harry and others are very excited and want to see it. Yvonne said, while quietly paying attention to Hermione, the speed of the little witch's turning of the book was obviously much slower, and most of it was a little emotional. Noble can fly now, don't you want to try the feeling of riding a dragon? Yvonne strikes the iron while it's hot and takes out his assassin. It's so close to the castle, what if you are discovered? Hermione finally couldn't help but asked. We can go in the evening and fly a little bit lower. As long as we are careful, we shouldn't be spotted. Yvonne smiled. Hermione nodded, and subconsciously wanted to continue the review, but within 2 seconds she closed the book with a pop, and then glared at Yvonne angrily. Her mind was full of dragons, and she was completely can't see those review materials anymore. A few hours later, Yvonne was sitting outside Hager's house with a chair, lazily giving instructions. Noble, jump. Noble, come and roll over. Nyabo, let's breathe a fire. You are already a 200-gen eldest child. You have to learn to cook fish for yourself. On the lawn not far ahead, a certain large and fierce-looking Norwegian ridgeback was happily rolling on the ground, and according to Ivan's instructions, it sprayed a hot flame at the fish grill. Then he bit the grilled fish rack with a big mouth full of fangs, flapped his wings, and ran up to Ivan's limbs together, put the 2 grilled fish in the basin, and waited for Ivan to sprinkle the potion that enhances the taste. Later, eat it again. Ivan stretched out his hand and stroked Norbert's head to show his closeness, and felt that he was a fire dragon. He grew fast. This was just over a month's work, and his size was several times his size. This is so cool. Ron, who watched as he watched, stretched out his hand and wanted to follow Ivan to touch Norbert's wings. Harry and Hermione also looked a little hot. Don't move. Ivan suddenly drank it. Ron shook his body and was taken aback. After recovering, he wanted to say a few words, but he turned his head and found that Norbert's big head was close to Chi-Chi, with fangs. There was still yellow turbid saliva on it. Ron then realized that Ivan was not speaking to himself, so he sat down on the ground in shock, and Harry quickly stepped forward and helped him up. It's so hard. Ivan stretched out his hand and hammered Norbert's big head, letting it take his fangs back, and the hard scales knocked his fist a little bit painful. Ivan, haven't you tame it? Ron asked with lingering fear. How long is this? How can it be so fast? It can only be said that some preliminary results have been achieved. Ivan shook his head. Don't look at Norbert's obedience to him now, but this is the establishment of a big stick and a grilled fish before authority. When Norbert gets older and realizes that he, the dragon trainer, is not as strong as he thought, then this relationship may collapse at any time. But now it's okay to stop Norbert. After a period of comfort and warning, Ivan confronted a few people who were afraid of wanting to fight the dragon. If you want to touch it, you can now. Ron, who was scared just now, did not dare to approach for a while, but Harry stretched out his hand bravely. Hermione, please try it too. Ivan looked at Hermione, who was struggling. www.novel.com. Hermione originally planned to refuse. After all, it was too dangerous, but in the end she couldn't help it. The temptation of petting the dragon, she put her hand on Norbert's head. Although the hard scales feel a little awkward to the touch, the little witch was very excited when she touched a creature like a dragon for the first time, and the corners of her mouth were unconscious. The hooked up. Although Norbert is very uncomfortable with the behavior of a few strange dwarfs touching on him, it is difficult for Ivan to flap his wings and shoot them out because of Ivan's presence. Ivan carefully observed Norbert's expression and movements during this time, and made sure that it would not violently temporarily, and then relaxed a little. In the past month, with the help of How to Train the Dragon, Ivan has already successfully collected enough dragon blood, and the fusion potion in the responsive room has also been brewed. He only needs to add the dragon blood to it. I just frowned when thinking about the evaluation of the items he checked before when he thought of the dragon blood he had collected before. Magic item, dragon blood. Description: this is the dragon blood extracted from the juvenile Norwegian ridgeback. Its activity and magic are inferior to that of the adult Norwegian ridgeback, but it has the same potential. Although Ivan expected this situation, he was still a little depressed when he got the information. Fortunately, the potential of the young Norwegian ridgeback's blood is basically the same as that of the adult, which means that it only takes more time to develop the potential, which makes Ivan relieved. Immediately decided to add dragon blood tonight. Just as Ivan was wandering beyond the sky, a stern dog barking suddenly came out of the forbidden forest. Then, in the bushes not far away, a big bloody, limping dog ran towards Ivan. Come. Chapter 55, if I say it a few times, there are no dragons in Hogwarts. Yay! Ivan recognized it at a glance and rushed forward. Yaya also rushed into Ivan's arms, whimpering in horror, and traces of blood remaining on his legs. It's hurt. Harry also noticed this, and ran over quickly, Ron also not to be outdone. It looks like a curse, but fortunately, it didn't hit it head-on, it was just a scratch. Hermione was much calmer than the two, but it was this calmness that made Hermione think of even more terrifying things. Maybe Hagrid had an accident in the Forbidden Forest. Hermione was also a little anxious at this time. Woo! Perhaps after understanding Hermione's words, Fang immediately got out of Ivan's arms, biting Ivan's trousers with his teeth and dragging it aside. This is undoubtedly confirming Hermione's guess. Harry and Ron, two reckless men, were about to rush into the Forbidden Forest to rescue Hagrid, but were stopped by Ivan. It's too late, it's too slow to run now, and Hagrid and Yaya can't deal with enemies together, and you can't help it together. The best thing to do now is to go back to the castle and inform the professor. Among the people present, only Ivan knew that Hagrid was going to track down the reason why the unicorn was attacked these days, that is to say, it was very likely that he had encountered Kino possessed by Voldemort. Ivan also didn't expect that he would stop Malfoy from eavesdropping on the dragon egg, which would lead to such a result. But Hagrid is dangerous now, we have to save him. Harry knew in his heart that going back to find reinforcements is the best solution right now, but as Ivan said, it might be early for Hagrid this time. It's cold. That's why I said you were going back. Ivan sighed, and then jumped onto Norbert's back amidst everyone's surprised eyes, and sat down firmly with the dragon's horns. Ivan, are you trying to? Hermione realized something suddenly, and her face was surprised. Yes, I can't run fast, I might be able to catch up with Norbert. Ivan nodded, this matter is related to him, and he naturally can't ignore it. Then Ivan looked at the big dog on the ground. Yay, come up. You have to show the way later. Woo. The timid Fang looked at Norbert's huge and hideous body, and clamped his tail in fear, but under Ivan's constant calling, he still plucked up the courage and jumped up. Good. Ivan didn't expect that Yaya, a cowardly dog, could really conquer fear. He had thought about making Hermione or Harry hug Yaya just now. If you tell the professor, Ron alone will be enough, and I and Harry can go with you. Seeing Ivan about to move on her own, Hermione was very worried. Harry also solemnly nodded, only Ron was at a loss, why can't he go? Ivan glanced at Harry, somewhat moved, after all, to deal with Kino who was possessed by Voldemort, Harry was a trump card. No, Norbert can't stand the weight of the three of us. After hesitating for only a second, Ivan dismissed the idea. Norbert is only more than a month old now, and it is awkward to fly with him and Fang. And in order to avoid exposure, Chino should not face the enemy head-on, he and Norbert are enough. Norbo, fly. Ivan stretched out his hand and patted Norbo's head. The young Norwegian Spinosaurus flapped its wings, hung a gust of wind, and flew directly into the sky with the support of its forelimbs. Ivan grabbed the dragon's horns as a steering wheel, and let Yaya guide the way. This big human dog didn't care about the horror of flying into the sky suddenly, and only barked in the direction he came. Ivan understood in his heart, pulling the dragon's horns and guiding Norbert to fly in the direction that Yaya's eyes could reach. Although the matter of raising the dragon has been exposed these days, Ivan has been restraining Norbert from letting it fly high in the sky, but occasionally Ivan would still ride Norbert in the low air while taking advantage of the darkness. After all, the temptation to ride a dragon is still great, at least Ivan can't stand it. Because of this, Ivan is sure to save Hagrid. Just after Ivan flew away on Norbert, the remaining three of Harry, Hermione, and Ron rushed to the school non-stop. Let's let it. Harry picked Ron and Hermione on a rampage. They wanted to go directly to the principal's office, but halfway through, they seemed to have no password to enter the principal's office. In the end, Hermione remembered that Professor McGonagall would do it. In the third grade class. So, the three of them violently hit the door and broke in. At the moment when the door broke, in the classroom, a pair of eyes looked over at once, and what made Harry and the others feel more pressured was Professor McGonagall's glaring anger. "Mr. Potter, if you don't have a reasonable explanation." Professor McGonagall was prepared to scold a few people with a calm face, but Harry and Ron were forcibly taken away before they were finished. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. Professor McGonagall, something big happened. Let's go first, and then explain to you on the road. Hermione only had time to explain, and together with Harry and Ron, he took Professor McGonagall away. Dozens of third-grade little wizards in the classroom watched their professors being dragged away by a few first-grade little ghosts, and it seemed that something urgent had happened. Professor McGonagall estimated that for a while I won't be able to return for a while. So, we don't have to go to class in the afternoon. Among the silent professor, George suddenly realized a problem in a daze. Then these third-grade little wizards shouted like crazy. "Oi! It's a holiday!" In the corridor at this time, Hermione took Professor McGonagall's hand and ran with her, while briefly telling McGonagall what happened. "You mean Hagrid was in danger in the Forbidden Forest, and his life and death are now unpredictable?" Then Halls rode a Norwegian ridgeback named Norbert to the rescue. When McGonagall heard the news, the first reaction was whether Hermione made up a story to deceive herself. "I have to tell you to stop conjecturing, there is no dragon at Hogwarts." McGonagall stopped, letting Hermione and the others pull it hard. Harry didn't know how to explain to McGonagall, it was a long story, maybe how long it would take. Roar! Just as Harry was about to make a long story short, a dragon chant came from the remote Forbidden Forest. A group of 4 people who happened to be standing by the window saw a fire dragon rising from the Forbidden Forest. The shocking scene. "I think we shouldn't have to explain." Ron shrugged. Chapter 56, Dragon Rescue. "Yes, I saw it." Professor McGonagall also understood the seriousness of the matter at this time, with a serious expression on his face. "Anyway, I'll go there first." "You'd better go to Professor Dumbledore and find him. In addition, the command of the principal's office is ZZ Honey Candy." Professor McGonagall exploded with a curse after speaking. He turned over and jumped from the window on the 3rd floor with a domineering attitude that was not suitable for his age. "Professor McGonagall!" Hermione rushed to the window anxiously, watching Professor McGonagall fall quickly from the sky, and then landed smoothly after waving his wand. "It's really cool, it's a floating spell, how about we try it too?" Ron said with envy. "This is the 3rd floor. If we don't have time to cast the spell, we will fall to death." Harry had to remind him. "Let's go to Professor Dumbledore as soon as possible." Although Professor McGonagall rushed to support her, Hermione was still a little worried. Only Dumbledore could give them enough security. "No, I heard what I said just now." Just when Hermione was about to lead the team, Dumbledore's figure suddenly emerged from the shadow on one side, looking at the Forbidden Forest in the distance. There was also a slight movement on Goojing Bubo's face, obviously. What happened in the Forbidden Forest has exceeded his expectations. At this time, there was a burst of noisy sounds deep in the originally silent black Forbidden Forest. After a while, a huge figure more than 2 meters high came out of the bushes with difficulty, and the patchy clothes on his body were stained with blood, and a strong smell of blood drifted in the Forbidden Forest. If it is normal, the predators hidden in the Forbidden Forest have long been wandering around, but now except for the slight noise made by Hagrid, the silence can only be heard by insects. "Hey!" Hagrid panted heavily, holding the wooden stick he had found halfway as a weapon in his hand, leaning against a big tree, and staring at the front closely. In the shade of the trees, a figure shrouded in black robes slowly approached, and Hagrid, who was already unable to walk, threw the wooden stick in his hand forcefully. As a half-blood half-giant, Hagrid's power is naturally far beyond ordinary people, which is one of the reasons why he can smoothly tame many magical creatures. The thick wooden stick brought a fierce wind in the air, but it was a pity that such a method seemed meaningless to a vigilant and powerful wizard. "Fall to pieces!" The black-robed wizard just waved his wand randomly, the wooden stick exploded in mid-air, and sawdust all fell down one after another. "Who are you? Why are you attacking unicorns in the Forbidden Forest?" Hagrid said angrily with red eyes. The black-robed wizard did not answer, nor was he stupid enough to explain to Hagrid the reason for hunting the unicorn. He just lifted his wand gently, pointed it at Hagrid, and whispered in his mouth, "Avada Kedavra." A gloomy green light blazed towards Hagrid at an extraordinary speed, and Hagrid, who had read the spell from the black-robe wizard's chant, fell into deep despair. Harry, Dumbledore, Aragog, Yvonne, Hermione, Ron, Noble. A series of memories appeared in Hagrid's mind like a revolving lantern. Just as Hagrid was about to wait quietly for death, a white and gleaming figure rushed out like lightning, blocking the middle. "No!" Hagrid screamed with a sullen expression. But no matter how Hagrid roared, he couldn't change the facts. The green light hit it straight, and the white figure stopped abruptly and fell to the ground. "That is a unicorn." Even as a powerful top-level magical creature, after a death curse, vitality is fading quickly, and life is about to come to an end. The white mane is stained with blue blood, but even so, it is still strong. Struggling to stand up, Hagrid was already in tears, and wanted to climb over to check the unicorn situation, but his body had already lost a trace of strength. Kino, who was wrapped in a black robe, was a little trembling, because the voice of the Dark Lord resounded in his mind. "Trash, even a beast can't be killed." Voldemort felt that this was the most dish he had ever brought, and Avidiso, who hit him in the front, didn't kill the target immediately for the first time. Kino was very wronged. This is obviously because Voldemort has absorbed too much life force in these days, which has caused the power of magic to be weakened a lot. But facing the Dark Lord who controls his own life and death, Kino didn't dare to complain, so he poured his anger on Hagrid in front of him. Hagrid hadn't been for this reckless idiot who suddenly popped out when he was hunting the unicorn, he would have succeeded, so how could he have lost so much time? So Kino ignored the unicorn whose life was passing by and was about to die. Instead, he walked slowly towards Hagrid, admiring the powerlessness and despair in Hagrid's eyes. Kino waved his magic wand and was about to end Hagrid's life with Avidiso again www.novel.com when he raised his hand. He saw that Hagrid's eyes suddenly burst with a different brilliance, turning from despair at the end. "I was shocked." With the corners of his mouth trembling slightly, Kino could faintly read the words he wanted to say. "Long. Don't want to use this little trick to deceive me." Chino disdainfully, "He has seen too much of this little distraction. Besides, where did the dragon come from at Hogwarts? Look at the sky, you idiot." Voldemort's voice appeared in Kino's mind again. Although there is a cloak, Voldemort's perception ability is greatly reduced, but he can still detect an attack that is about to threaten his life. At the moment Voldemort spoke, a clear dragon roar entered Kino's ears. By the time Kino turned around, it was too late, only to see a hot flame getting closer and closer to him. Voldemort violently seized control of Kino's body, and the disgusting and weird snake face had turned to the front for some unknown time, and it was closely attached to Kino's face. The two faces overlapped like a weird appearance. Even so, Voldemort had no time to reach out and wave his wand, and he was swallowed by flames. Amidst the flame dragon's breath, a purple magic barrier suddenly lit up, barely isolating the flames, but the scorching heat and billowing air wave made Voldemort afraid to relax at all. Not to mention the hastily released magic barrier has gradually cracked. There are signs of collapse. Fortunately, the flame breath lasted for only 3 seconds, and it was over. Just as Voldemort was relieved, a huge dragon head suddenly appeared in front of him. With the huge force of diving, it instantly broke through the barrier, and this weird body was destroyed. Flew out. Chapter 57, Just Set the Fire. Dumbledore should be able to do it, right? Norbert flapped his wings, bent forward and landed on the ground. Yvonne stood domineeringly on Norbert's back. After a worried look at Hagrid, he held up his wand and found the enemy. Hagrid, where's the enemy? Yvonne looked around and asked strangely. It just seemed to fly out. Hagrid still had some teardrops on his face, and he stammered and said, pointing to the dense forest on the right. Flew out? Yvonne recalled that when he landed on Norbert just now, he seemed to be hindered. Yvonne suddenly felt a little regretful. Judging from the intensity of the collision, Chino mostly successfully released the defensive spell, and it is unlikely that he would hang up directly. So Chino should still be alive? The flames are raging. Thinking of this, Yvonne immediately became nervous, raised his hand and cast several flame spells at the place Hagrid pointed. The red flame rose to the sky, spreading in all directions. Even so, Yvonne still felt unsafe, and immediately ordered Norbert to continue to breathe the dragon's breath in that direction. The greater the power, the better. It is best to ensure that no one can come out alive in that direction. Facing Chino, who was possessed by Voldemort, Yvonne didn't dare to have the slightest chance in his heart. He was just right. Norbasa happily took out all his strengths. It liked the fire-breathing thing the most. After a few dragons breathed down, a large number of bushes were engulfed by the billowing flames. Hagrid watched this scene blankly, and said something for a long time. Is this a bit too much? Yvonne also fell into contemplation under the reflection of the fire, thinking that the fire was too big. What if this can't be eliminated? Set fire to the Forbidden Forest, will he be caught in Azkaban? Professor Dumbledore should be able to do it, right? Thinking of this, Yvonne became a little angry and kicked Norbert with his foot. He planned a sneak attack to take Chino away in a wave, all of which was destroyed by Norbert's roar. Otherwise, he doesn't need to make up the knife with flaming fire. Norbert whimpered twice aggrievedly. It finally flew 2 times in the sky. What's wrong with the shout? Yvonne did not pay attention to Norbert anymore, but after beckoning it to be on guard, he jumped off Norbert's back and ran to Hagrid quickly. Anyai rushed to Hagrid at the beginning of the landing, sticking out his scarlet tongue and licking his face constantly, making Hagrid's face full of saliva. Hagrid, are you okay? I have asked Harry to inform the professor, and they will be here soon. Yvonne leaned forward and carefully checked the wounds on Hagrid's waist, abdomen, and thigh. Although these wounds look scary and bloody, and even faintly oozing black energy, Yvonne breathed a sigh of relief. They weren't fatal wounds. Unfortunately, he didn't heal the curse and couldn't heal Hagrid. Don't worry about me, I'm fine, you go and see how about Cecilia? It just got the Avidiso curse to protect me. Hagrid pushed Yvonne anxiously and told him first go and see if there is any help. Cecilia? Yvonne asked strangely. That's the name I just gave it. If it weren't for Cecilia, I would have died long ago. Hagrid choked up and wiped the tears from his face with his big dusty hand. After confirming that Hagrid was really fine, Yvonne nodded and walked towards the dying unicorn. After approached, Yvonne was shocked by the charm of the unicorn. Under the reflection of the firelight, Cecilia is like a legendary Pegasus, emitting a faint white shimmer all over her body, with a unique spiral-shaped sharp corner standing on her forehead, but a few long and narrow strips are pulled apart from her abdomen and hind legs. The wound, the blue blood is constantly flowing down. But Yvonne understands that Kino's Avidiso's mantra is really deadly. Even with the huge vitality of the unicorn, persistence has reached its limit now. Cecilia's bright cyan pupils gradually dimmed, revealing sadness and pain. Yvonne gently stroked its mane, feeling the unusually soft hand, and all he could do now was comfort. The effect of Avada's mantra is irreversible, which is why it is listed as the 3 unforgivable spells. Even if it is as strong as Dumbledore, it is helpless. Cecilia gradually closed her eyes under Ivan's comfort, and the vitality gradually peeled off. Yvonne sighed. In the principle of not wasting, she took out a test tube from her pocket and filled the blood flowing down the wound into the bottle. Yvonne tightened the cap with a cork, looked at the dreamy blue in the test tube, and said to the dead unicorn. Your enemy will probably not live long anyway. Rest in peace. After finishing speaking, I don't know if it was an illusion. Yvonne felt that Cecilia's body seemed to have changed a little, but he couldn't see the difference. However, Ivan's words are not all comfort. www.novel.com Because Chino's identity has been exposed, even if the lucky one is not burned to death this time, I am afraid that Voldemort will be drained of vitality because of his injuries. Yvonne stood up and put the test tube containing the blood of the unicorn away. He seemed to hear the system's prompt sound vaguely, but before he had time to check it, he saw a tabby cat galloping through the dense forest in the distance. Come! That is far faster than ordinary people running at full speed. Yvonne even wondered if he had misunderstood. How could a cat run so fast? Norbert, who was in charge of the vigilance, immediately became vigilant, with a big mouth full of fangs, and yelled at the tabby cat, but he did not dare to attack easily. Because the pressure on it from the other party is much greater than that of Yvonne as the shovel officer. Norbo, stop, that's not the enemy. Yvonne hurriedly told Norbo to step back. He still recognized Professor McGonagall's animagus form. It is not clear what method McGonagall used to increase the speed of movement after transformation. Judging from his impression of animagus in the original work, the values after transformation should be no different from that of a normal cat. Sure enough, after the tabby cat galloped in front of Hagrid, its body shape was quickly distorted and restored to the original appearance of Professor McGonagall. Clear water is like a spring. As soon as Professor McGonagall arrived, he noticed the spreading fire. Waving his wand, a huge amount of clear water was drawn from a distance, and gathered in midair like a growing snake, toward the right. Mopped up. Although the tongue of fire spreads in a wide range, it is more scattered than the long snakes gathered by clear water, and there is no command, so it will be extinguished in a short time. Even so, there is still a large area burned to white ground. I am afraid that it will not be restored in decades. Chapter 57, Burning a Forbidden Forest. Dumbledore should be able to do it, right? Norbert flapped his wings, bent forward and landed on the ground. Yvonne stood domineeringly on Norbert's back. After a worried look at Hagrid, he held up his wand and found the enemy. Hagrid, where's the enemy? Yvonne looked around and asked strangely. It just seemed to fly out. Hagrid still had some teardrops on his face, and he stammered and said, pointing to the dense forest on the right. Flew out? Yvonne recalled that when he landed on Norbert just now, he seemed to be hindered. Yvonne suddenly felt a little regretful. Judging from the intensity of the collision, Chino mostly successfully released the defensive spell, and it is unlikely that he would hang up directly. So Chino should still be alive? The flames are raging. Thinking of this, Yvonne immediately became nervous, raised his hand and cast several flame spells at the place Hagrid pointed. The red flame rose to the sky, spreading in all directions. Even so, Yvonne still felt unsafe, and immediately ordered Norbert to continue to breathe the dragon's breath in that direction. The greater the power, the better. It is best to ensure that no one can come out alive in that direction. Facing Chino, who was possessed by Voldemort, Yvonne didn't dare to have the slightest chance in his heart. He was just right. Norbasa happily took out all his strengths. It liked the fire-breathing thing the most. After a few dragons breathed down, a large number of bushes were engulfed by the billowing flames. Hagrid watched this scene blankly, and said something for a long time. Is this a bit too much? Yvonne also fell into contemplation under the reflection of the fire, thinking that the fire was too big. What if this can't be eliminated? Set fire to the Forbidden Forest, will he be caught in Azkaban? Professor Dumbledore should be able to do it, right? Thinking of this, Yvonne became a little angry and kicked Norbert with his foot. He planned a sneak attack to take Chino away in a wave, all of which was destroyed by Norbert's roar. Otherwise, he doesn't need to make up the knife with flaming fire. Norbert whimpered twice aggrievedly. It finally flew 2 times in the sky. What's wrong with the shout? Ivan did not pay attention to Norbert anymore, but after beckoning it to be on guard, he jumped off Norbert's back and ran to Hagrid quickly. Anya rushed to Hagrid at the beginning of the landing, sticking out his scarlet tongue and licking his face constantly, making Hagrid's face full of saliva. Hagrid, are you okay? I have asked Harry to inform the professor, and they will be here soon. Ivan leaned forward and carefully checked the wounds on Hagrid's waist, abdomen, and thigh. Although these wounds look scary and bloody, and even faintly oozing black energy, Ivan breathed a sigh of relief. They weren't fatal wounds. Unfortunately, he didn't heal the curse and couldn't heal Hagrid. Don't worry about me, I'm fine. You go and see how about Cecilia? It just got the Avidiso curse to protect me. Hagrid pushed Ivan anxiously and told him first go and see if there is any help. Cecilia? Ivan asked strangely. That's the name I just gave it. If it weren't for Cecilia, I would have died long ago. Hagrid choked up and wiped the tears from his face with his big dusty hand. After confirming that Hagrid was really fine, Ivan nodded and walked towards the dying unicorn. After approached, Ivan was shocked by the charm of the unicorn. Under the reflection of the firelight, Cecilia is like a legendary Pegasus, emitting a faint white shimmer all over her body, with a unique spiral-shaped sharp corner standing on her forehead, but a few long and narrow strips are pulled apart from her abdomen and hind legs. The wound, the blue blood is constantly flowing down. But Ivan understands that Kinos Avidiso's mantra is really deadly. Even with the huge vitality of the unicorn, persistence has reached its limit now. Cecilia's bright cyan pupils gradually dimmed, revealing sadness and pain. Ivan gently stroked its mane, feeling the unusually soft hand, and all he could do now was comfort. The effect of Avada's mantra is irreversible, which is why it is listed as the 3 unforgivable spells. Even if it is as strong as Dumbledore, it is helpless. Cecilia gradually closed her eyes under Ivan's comfort, and the vitality gradually peeled off. Ivan sighed. In the principle of not wasting, she took out a test tube from her pocket and filled the blood flowing down the wound into the bottle. Ivan tightened the cap with a cork, looked at the dreamy blue in the test tube, and said to the dead unicorn, "Your enemy will probably not live long anyway. Rest in peace." After finishing speaking, I don't know if it was an illusion. Ivan felt that Cecilia's body seemed to have changed a little, but he couldn't see the difference. However, Ivan's words are not all comfort. UU reading www.uuganshu.com has been exposed because Chino's identity has been exposed. Even if the lucky one was not burned to death this time, Voldemort's vitality would be drained by his injuries. Ivan stood up and put the test tube containing the blood of the unicorn away. He seemed to hear the system's prompt sound vaguely, but before he had time to check it, he saw a tabby cat galloping through the dense forest in the distance. Come! That is far faster than ordinary people running at full speed. Ivan even wondered if he had misunderstood. How could a cat run so fast? Norbert, who was in charge of the vigilance, immediately became vigilant, with a big mouth full of fangs, and yelled at the tabby cat, but he did not dare to attack easily. Because the pressure on it from the other party is much greater than that of Ivan as the shovel officer. Norbo, stop, that's not the enemy. Ivan hurriedly told Norbo to step back. He still recognized Professor McGonagall's animagus form. It is not clear what method McGonagall used to increase the speed of movement after transformation. Judging from his impression of animagus in the original work, the values after transformation should be no different from that of a normal cat. Sure enough, after the tabby cat galloped in front of Hagrid, its body shape was quickly distorted and restored to the original appearance of Professor McGonagall. Clear water is like a spring. As soon as Professor McGonagall arrived, he noticed the spreading fire. Waving his wand, a huge amount of clear water was drawn from a distance, and gathered in midair like a growing snake, sweeping to the right. Away, Although the tongue of fire spreads in a wide range, it is more scattered than the long snakes gathered by clear water, and there is no command, and they are all extinguished before long. Even so, there is still a large area burned to white ground. I am afraid that it will not be restored in decades. Chapter 58, that end number 039, right, Professor Dumbledore instructed. Noting this scene, Professor McGonagall pursed her mouth, her eyes filled with anger. She did not expect that those who attacked Hagrid would be so frantic that they would set fire in the Forbidden Forest. If she comes a little later, I am afraid there will be no way to stop the fire. But anger turned anger. Professor McGonagall squatted down and checked Hagrid's injuries for the first time. After confirming that the injury was not life-threatening, Professor McGonagall breathed a sigh of relief and waved his magic wand to pull the black air out of the wound, and then used several healing spells to stop the bleeding and heal the wound. I can only do this for the time being. You will still need to go to Madame Pomfrey to train for a while, Professor McGonagall said. Thank you. Okay, I don't think I have anything wrong. Can you go and see Cecilia? I think it can be rescued. There are still some tears on Hagrid's face, some choked up. Cecilia? Who is that? McGonagall questioned. That's the name Hagrid gave to this unicorn. It was hit by the Avidazuo curse to protect Hagrid. Yvonne watched for a while, noticing that Hagrid was a little tired, and took the initiative to continue words. It's dead, Hagrid. McGonagall also noticed the unicorn that fell on the ground without sound. After hearing that the opponent was hit by Arvada, McGonagall shook his head weakly. I killed her. Hagrid crumbled, covering his face, crying bitterly. McGonagall saw this, guessing that he couldn't ask anything from Hagrid, so he turned his eyes to Yvonne, who looked pretty good. Hals! What the is going on? How could Hagrid be injured? McGonagall sullened his face, and a unicorn died. Hagrid was hit by a curse in the Forbidden Forest again. The situation is obviously serious. Yvonne didn't hide it. When he and Harry and the others ran into the injured Fang outside Hagrid's hut, he guessed that Hagrid encountered the attack in the Forbidden Forest. Then said again. In order not to delay the time to ask for help, Harry and the others went back to ask for help. I rode Norbert a step forward, just when I saw a black-robed wizard preparing to attack Hagrid, so I used the impact of the dragon's breath and the high-altitude dive to carry out a sneak attack. It succeeded. Repelled the opponent. Professor McGonagall pursed her lips. Although Ivan's words are very concise, she can still think of the thrilling scene. Ivan's ability to use the fire dragon's air superiority to carry out a sneak attack on the fly made McGonagall admire his agility. Yvonne finished talking about what happened, and finally pointed to the bush on the right that was burned to white ground. Professor McGonagall, the black-robed wizard who was thrown by Norbert, fell into the bushes over there. I think he was injured very seriously, but he should be alive. Are you sure? McGonagall frowned, because according to Ivan's description, it was the fire dragon hit and the flame burned, and it was impossible for a normal person to survive. Professor, you also saw that there is no his body there. I don't think it will be burned to ashes at this time. Yvonne shrugged. He was also very sorry about this. He didn't expect that he would make up the knife like this. Was still run away by Chino. Professor McGonagall was about to nod with a sullen face, but then suddenly realized a problem. Wait, who set the fire? Of course I put it. Yvonne Kenken said, and then solemnly explained that it was the spirit of caution necessary to face a dark wizard who could use the Avidazuo spell. Professor McGonagall looked at the Forbidden Forest with black smoke from time to time after it was extinguished, and the corners of his mouth twitched suddenly. Is this kid overly cautious? Especially she couldn't reprimand Yvonne, because the black-robed wizard used the Avidazuo mantra and successfully escaped from the fire, which is enough to prove the danger of the other party. Professor, I feel that the other party should have suffered a serious injury. Maybe it hasn't been far away. If you chase it now, it may be too late. Yvonne said eagerly. Don't take advantage of Chino and Voldemort's bad condition now, beating him with a stick. Are you still waiting for them to come back and find him after they recover? No, it is the most important thing to protect your safety now. The investigation and pursuit will wait until Albus arrives. Professor McGonagall shook his head without hesitation, facing the unknown enemy who hid in the Forbidden Forest and chased him rashly. It is extremely dangerous. Of course, she was not worried about her safety, but was afraid that after she left, the black-robed wizard would come back here and hurt Yvonne and Hagrid. Yvonne sighed. He knew that with Voldemort's ability, no matter how badly he was injured, he wouldn't know which hidden place he would sneak into when Dumbledore arrived. I haven't asked you about one more thing, Halls. McGonagall's gaze turned to Norbert, who was lying lazily on the ground, and asked. Where did this dragon come from? When I heard Hermione say that you were riding a dragon to save Hagrid, I almost thought they were crazy. Because Hogwarts didn't raise a dragon at all. www.mtlnovel.com. It is illegal to raise a dragon without permission from the Ministry of Magic. Professor McGonagall's words were so aggressive that he didn't even leave Yvonne with half a face, because she was not the only one who heard the previous dragon roar. If the Ministry of Magic investigates, the person who raises the dragon will definitely be arrested. Go to Azkaban. Hagrid had recovered from the blow at this time. Watching Yvonne remain silent under McGonagall's questioning, he gritted his teeth and said. Actually, this dragon is. Professor Dumbledore asked Hagrid to raise it. Hagrid was about to admit it when Yvonne suddenly interrupted. He felt that Dumbledore had let Kino leave for so long, he still had to carry the pot, otherwise, Professor McGonagall might be inclined to send Hagrid to Azkaban. Albus. Professor McGonagall's tone obviously slowed down a lot, but he still couldn't believe it. It is indeed me, Minerva. Dumbledore's voice came from the other end of the Forbidden Forest, followed by his iconic silver-white beard. Dumbledore was still wearing his iconic robe and the purple cloak over him had grown to maturity. Dragged to the ground. Yvonne was caught on the spot when he was throwing the pot for the first time. It was a bit embarrassing for a while. Fortunately, Dumbledore didn't expose his meaning, but instead helped him round the lie. How could you make Hagrid do this? What if the Ministry of Magic comes to inspect? What should we say? Professor McGonagall frowned. I'll explain the specific reasons later. As for now, I want to know what happened here. Dumbledore looked at Hagrid. Hagrid regained some energy at this time, intermittently telling the whole story. Chapter 59, Listen to me, deal with it with the vanishing curse, absolutely clean. As early as a month ago, Hagrid, who was the guard of the hunting ground, found traces of strangers entering and leaving the Forbidden Forest. Originally, he only thought that some senior students ran into the Forbidden Forest to take risks, but he did not expect that a few days later, during an accidental inspection, he discovered that a unicorn had been attacked in the Forbidden Forest. Only then did he realize that something was wrong. After that, Hagrid frequently went into and out of the Forbidden Forest, trying to find out what happened. He didn't expect to bump into a black-robed man attacking the unicorn during today's routine inspection. Witnessing this scene with his own eyes, Hagrid was so dazzled by anger that he rushed forward without thinking about it. Needless to say, it turns out, if he attacked, Hagrid might be able to defeat the opponent unexpectedly by relying on his innate great power, but in a face-to-face confrontation, Hagrid's huge size became a living target. Hagrid would have died if it weren't for being a half-blood giant with thick skin and a unicorn and fangs. For such an important matter, you should notify Albus as soon as you notice something wrong. How can you want to deal with such a dangerous enemy by yourself? McGonagall interrupted. McGonagall is somewhat afraid, if Yvonne hadn't arrived in time this time, the consequences would have been serious. Hagrid opened his mouth and didn't know how to answer. At that time he was secretly raising Norbert, so he dared not go to Dumbledore at all. Later, I got separated from Yaya and led the black-robed wizard away by myself. I thought Cecilia had already left, but I didn't expect her to follow nearby and blocked the death curse for me. Speaking of this, Hagrid's mood is very low. Although he and Cecilia have only met a few times, they have fought side by side just now, and the other party has resisted the death curse for him, so Hagrid has regarded it as a friend. The unicorn is a smart and arrogant magical creature. It will not take risks easily. Obviously your courage has been recognized by it. Dumbledore said with relief, and then looked at Yvonne. Hals, you did a good job this time. I have to say that your performance always surprises me every time. This is what I should do. Hagrid is my friend. While maintaining a clemency, Yvonne nodded reservedly. To be honest, he didn't want Dumbledore's attention at all. Dumbledore nodded, and instead of continuing the topic, he turned to Professor McGonagall. Minerva, you Hagrid and Hals home first, and also notify other professors to restrain the children in each college. As for me, I will cast the spell myself to find the murderer in the Forbidden Forest. A rare trace of anger appeared on Dumbledore's old face, and huge magic power spread to the surroundings as the emotions temporarily lost control. The heavy pressure made Yvonne a little bit frightened after a distance. Norbert, not to mention, shrank into a ball on the spot, without the slightest dignity of a top predator. It was the first time Yvonne saw Dumbledore's angry look, and he couldn't help but feel a little more hopeful. Maybe Dumbledore could find Chino and Voldemort and kill them directly. Professor McGonagall looked at Norbert. Albus, what about this dragon? Just take care of it before the people from the Ministry of Magic come to inspect. Dumbledore explained, waving his wand and summoning countless blue light spots, using magic to drive them in all directions, and then chose a direction. Disappeared in the Forbidden Forest. What to do? Use Vanishing Curse. Professor McGonagall still didn't understand Dumbledore's meaning, but in her opinion, the best way to make a dragon disappear from Hogwarts in a short time was to use Vanishing Curse. Absolutely clean and clean, guarantee that nothing will be left. With Dumbledore's strength, it should be possible to do it, right? Professor McGonagall is a little uncertain. Yvonne was ashamed at once. He didn't expect McGonagall to be a staid person on the surface, so cruel behind his back. He quickly explained it. Ron's brother Charlie is studying dragons in Romania. We have made an agreement with him and we can send Norbert away in 2 days. McGonagall didn't say anything. He recognized this method of treatment and glanced at Hagrid, who was still a little difficult to get up. Can you transform the stretcher? McGonagall said to Yvonne. Of course, Yvonne instantly understood what Professor McGonagall meant. He took out his wand and tapped it on a long piece of broken wood, recalling in his mind and constructing the impression of the rescue stretcher. At the same time, with the injection of magic power, the branches were twisted and elongated, slowly transformed into a black metal stretcher, with a hardwood board between the 2 metal cylinders for support. The weird thing is that the support frame and the wooden board are tightly connected, as if the two are grown together. In order to make Hagrid lie more comfortable, Yvonne also intimately put a soft cotton cushion on the wooden board. The first attempt at such a complicated transformation was also a challenge for Yvonne. Fortunately, it was successfully completed in the end. Very good. I don't think you can find a better student in Hogwarts with the Transfiguration Curse. www.novel.com. Professor McGonagall's face showed a little admiration. She planned to correct her mistakes and be an on-the-spot teaching, but she didn't seem to need it anymore. The spikes that Yvonne had deformed when he killed the trolls before were enough to surprise her. After a while, Ivan's transformation ability has been greatly improved. Professor McGonagall, I feel that my transformation spell has reached a bottleneck, and I haven't improved it for several days. Yvonne is not satisfied, because his transformation spell reached level 3, 799, a week ago. /800, just the last bit of proficiency will be able to break through to level 4. However, no matter how Yvonne practiced, the progress bar remained motionless. I must remind you, Hals, Professor McGonagall pursed his lips and said solemnly. The Transfiguration Curse is an extremely profound and dangerous magic. You can never rush for quick success and quick gain. Your level is far beyond that of your peers, so you should settle down with your heart. In his decades of teaching career, McGonagall has seen too many talented little wizards try various dangerous magic transformations because of overconfidence, and even use the transformation magic on his own body. It is natural that successful people need not say much, they can successfully break through the boundaries of transformation magic, transform themselves into an animal, and have their own animagus form. But the fate of those losers is simply horrible. It is a good result that the magical power is disturbed in the process of transformation, and death is a good result. The most terrifying thing is to become a monster that is half human and half animal. Since this transformation technique that can change the essence cannot be reversed once it fails, they may have to continue to exist in this weird way. Chapter 60, I said nothing happened in the Forbidden Forest, do you believe it? After the warning, Professor McGonagall told Yvonne that when his magic power gradually increased with age, the Transfiguration Curse would naturally break through the bottleneck. Prior to this, he could use more magic to perceive the differences in the structure of different objects. Generally speaking, the more a wizard understands the things to be transformed, the lower the difficulty of casting spells and the lower the consumption of magic. Jugatum Leviosa. After finishing speaking, McGonagall waved his magic wand and moved Hagrid into the stretcher with a floating spell, then lifted the stretcher with his magic power, and Hagrid floated in the air together, moving with her and Ivan's steps. Along the way, Yvonne took this opportunity to ask Professor McGonagall about the precautions for releasing the Transfiguration Curse and how to increase the casting speed. Professor McGonagall didn't conceal the slightest concealment. While maintaining the levitating curse, he explained to Yvonne. When the two of them walked out of the Forbidden Forest, Yvonne felt that he had learned a lot of new skills, but the level of the transformation curse remained unchanged. He just didn't know if drinking the blood fusion potion could break through this bottleneck. Beside the hut by the Forbidden Forest lake, Harry, Hermione, and Ron had been waiting there anxiously, seeing Yvonne and Professor McGonagall coming out together, hurriedly greeted them. Especially when he saw Hagrid lying on the stretcher beside him, he was even more worried. Hagrid, are you okay? Harry only had time to say hello to Professor McGonagall, and moved in front of Hagrid. I'm okay, it's Cecilia and she. After a period of rest, Hagrid's state has recovered a bit, but once he is in memory, he can't help but feel sad. Harry and the others were confused, and Yvonne had no choice but to explain. Cecilia is a unicorn. She was hit by the Avada's curse in order to save Hagrid. Avadazo? That's an unforgivable curse, who would use it? Hermione was shocked. Harry didn't know this at all. Ron had only heard of the name of the Imperious Curse, and didn't know much about the Avada spell, so Hermione immediately explained it to the two of them. I have seen in a book that it is a powerful killing curse that can instantly deprive the opponent of life, and is extremely evil magic. The Ministry of Magic lists it as one of the 3 unforgivable spells, and all users will be caught to Azkaban if they find it. Because once someone is cursed, he will undoubtedly die, and there is no way to crack it. Oh, I mean, apart from Harry, he is the only person who survived the Avadazuo curse and was released by the mysterious man himself. Hermione suddenly realized that there was a success from Ava. Those who survived under Dassault's curse added a bit embarrassingly. Harry touched the some tingling scars on his forehead. He didn't even know that he had been under such a dangerous unforgivable curse. Before, people would only say that he defeated the mysterious man and saved the magic world, but no one told him the process. What is it like? The people who attacked Hagrid don't care about this, don't expect those dangerous dark wizards to abide by the rules of the Ministry of Magic. Yvonne felt that Hermione was a bit naive, so he reminded him timely. Okay, kids, let's talk later, we have more important things to do now. For example, hide the dragon so that no one will find it, or send Hagrid to the school hospital. Go. Professor McGonagall had to interrupt their conversation. Norbo can hide in Hagrid's house, as long as he sleeps with a coma spell. Yvonne suggested. Professor McGonagall thought for a while and found it feasible, so he asked Yvonne to take Norbert into the house, and then waved his wand to use a coma spell. Fainted. Professor McGonagall shot quickly, and Norbert was knocked out before he even reacted. Considering that dragons are very resistant to magic, Professor McGonagall had to use the coma spell a few more times to extend Norbert's coma time. In addition, he used the Transfiguration curse to secure his limbs, wings, and mouth. In this way, even if he wakes up midway, he won't be able to make trouble. Yvonne looked at Norbert, who was tied into rice dumplings in front of him, and remembered that Professor McGonagall was planning to use the vanishing curse to handle Norbert's affairs. He immediately listed Professor McGonagall as someone who must never offend. The method is really cruel. After trapping Norbert in the hut, everyone quickly returned to Hogwarts Castle. Professor McGonagall asked Yvonne and the others to gather in the large exhibition hall. He first took Hagrid, who was lying on a stretcher, to paying. Go to Mrs. Frey. When Yvonne stepped into the large exhibition hall, he found that the long tables of the 4 major colleges were already full of people, just like when welcoming new students at the beginning of school. It's just that the atmosphere is more serious than that. The little wizards whispered in 2s and 3s, and no matter how the prefects who maintain order reprimanded, it didn't help. Yvonne could still hear the words of the dragon faintly. www.novel.com. Yvonne and his party of 4. The arrival of drew the attention of everyone present. Especially those third-year students who witnessed Hermione, Harry, and Ron pulling Professor McGonagall away. They couldn't wait to rush to ask. So that as soon as Yvonne found a seat to sit down, George and Fred couldn't wait to squeeze up. Yvonne, what happened in the Forbidden Forest? Someone saw a dragon spewing fire and fell into the Forbidden Forest. We also heard the dragon roar in the classroom. Is that true? George asked excitedly. Tau. The little wizards all around heard the words and they all turned their eyes on Yvonne, expecting him to reveal some information to satisfy their gossip mentality. However, Yvonne shook his head apologetically. I don't know, the professors will say it later. Yvonne really doesn't know how to say it, because later Dumbledore or Professor McGonagall will have a set of official rhetoric. What if it doesn't match what he said? Isn't that a face slap? George and Fred looked at each other and didn't ask any more, because they knew Yvonne would never hide them if they could. It's just that other people don't think so. They only think that Yvonne, Harry, and others must know what happened, but deliberately concealed them, and immediately began to rush into questions. Nothing happened there, no dragons, nothing. Hermione was annoyed by the question and shouted, very dissatisfied. Harry and Ron were also very depressed when they were asked, and the feeling of knowing that they could not say made them very uncomfortable. But even Ron, who has a big mouth, didn't reveal a word this time, because Yvonne told them before he came in that if Hagrid was caught in Azkaban, he had better shut up.